Chapter 1. The Super High-Tech System. Teach. Seize that scoundrel. How dare he harm his own brethren? Sachi wakeu. Dad saw. Sachi. Sachi is dead. A tumultuous chaos reigned aboard the Moby Dick, illuminated by the flickering torches of those searching for Teach in the night. Within a chamber, Marco, Jozu, Flower Sword Vista, Ace, and others surrounded the area, their expressions as grim as storm clouds, nearly dripping with fury. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. In the center, Sachi's lifeless body lay in a pool of blood, the dried traces at the corner of his mouth indicating he had been deceased for some time. Damn it, that bastard Teach. Ace, filled with self-reproach, tugged at his hair, his gaze fixed sorrowfully on Sachi. Teach, his comrade, had committed the heinous act of turning against his own. As captain, he bore the heavy burden of responsibility. Teach, I shall personally take vengeance on that scoundrel. Ace's demeanor grew increasingly agitated, teetering on the edge of explosion, as he spoke and prepared to dash out to confront Teach. Ace! Marco, his face darkened, grasped Ace firmly and spoke coldly. Ace, we shall wait for Dad to arrive before taking action. Ace! This is not your fault, Joza chimed in, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. That bastard Teach. None could fathom his thoughts, but for him to commit such an atrocity, his end is inevitable. Ace struggled to lift his gaze toward Sachi, pursing his lips in silence, yet his clenched fists seemed capable of shattering mountains. At that moment, a bewildered exclamation broke the tension. What the hell? Is this still the domestic realm? Ace? Jozu? Flower Sword Vista? Marco? Dude, have I stumbled into the world of pirates? This is insane. Ron, astonished and perplexed, scanned his surroundings, his eyes locking onto those of the others, a momentary silence enveloping the air as they all stared at one another in disbelief. It seems I've awakened at an inopportune time. At that moment, Ron also noticed Sachi's corpse on the ground, and understanding his surroundings, he grasped the gravity of his situation, especially given the predatory glances directed at him. Who are you? Marco furrowed his brow, having never encountered this individual, viewing him with suspicion. The others also turned their attention to Ron, shaking their heads, indicating they were equally unfamiliar with him, each brandishing their weapons, advancing towards Ron with palpable hostility, seemingly intent on apprehending him at once. This guy looks soft and tender. He's clearly not a good person. Indeed, he must be in league with that beast Teach. Arrest him. Eliminate him. Stop. He is someone I rescued alongside Sachi. Ace raised his hand, just in time to halt the others. Marco and the others looked at Ace in confusion, and without hesitation, Ace recounted Ron's story. Yesterday, Sachi and I encountered a group of pirates. After dispatching those ruffians, on our way back, we found this guy unconscious adrift in the sea, so we brought him along. After a moment of silence, Ace glanced at Ron, seemingly recalling Sachi, and sighed. I had intended to let him leave once he regained consciousness, but I never anticipated that Sachi would suddenly die. He was indeed someone Sachi saved. The captain is so kind, but why must good people meet such untimely ends? With Ron's suspicion dispelled, the group's attention shifted away from him, once again engulfed in their grief. After a few minutes, Ron finally accepted the reality that he had truly crossed over. In his previous life, he had endured sleepless nights grinding for ranks, losing countless matches, until he encountered Kai Wunji in the jungle, ultimately left breathless with frustration. Fortuitously, he had crossed over. Yet unfortunately, he found himself in the fragile body of a university student, weak and pitiful, especially upon arriving in this brutal pirate world, where he was nothing more than a bottom dweller. Moreover, had Sachi not rescued him from the sea, he might not have survived even a single chapter. Since I am here, I must adapt. Where is the system? Ron internally called out, having enjoyed reading light novels apart from gaming in his past life. But after waiting for a moment, he realized there was no voice from the system. Oh no! Could it be that there is no system? Just then, the previously tumultuous pirates fell into an immediate silence, and a figure as broad as a small mountain strode into the room. Whitebeard! Ron's pupils constricted indeed. He was a giant, standing at 6 meters 6, a height rare in his past life. Only in this world teeming with monsters did it seem commonplace. Whitebeard's expression was cold, his eyes harboring a volcanic rage. He advanced step by step, the temperature around him plummeting, the atmosphere thick with an air of impending doom. Ron involuntarily shivered, swallowing hard. So this is the essence of a strongman. Even with IVs inserted and bandages wrapped around him, nearing the end of his life, the aura of a true powerhouse remained intact. Ron sighed internally, his eyes gently closing, knowing without needing to see that the ensuing plot was already set in motion. Sachi's death, Whitebeard's fury, the issuance of a worldwide bounty on Teach. Following that, Ace would volunteer to take on the mission, only to be ensnared by Teach, offering himself to the world in pursuit of conquest, vying for the position of Warlord of the Sea. Then came the infamous clash, the onset of the Marineford War. Ron was all too familiar. He had seen the plot of Marineford War more than once. As for whether he would reveal any of this, it depended on the path he chose to tread henceforth. It would be best to remain here. After all, as a fragile university student, devoid of strength or means of survival, in this dark pirate world, he could easily meet his demise at the jaws of wild beasts upon merely reaching an uninhabited island. Yet, the Whitebeard pirates would not accept the useless. However, he also had no desire to become someone else's son. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Whitebeard sighed, his right hand brushing over Sachi's forehead, and at long last, the eyes that had remained open for so long finally closed. Sachi, Dad will surely avenge you. Whitebeard rose, his voice a chilling roar. My sons, issue a bounty, a worldwide manhunt for that bastard Teach. Understood? We must eliminate that scoundrel Teach. That despicable fiend. How could he harm his own kin? Dad, this is all my fault. I volunteered to pursue Teach. I swear, I will bring him back alive before you. Let him repent before Sachi's spirit. Ace's face twisted in agony, tears streaming down his cheeks as he looked at Whitebeard with both desperation and fury, hoping for Whitebeard's acquiescence to his plea. Whitebeard remained silent. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ron shook his head inwardly. This would indeed set the stage for the Marineford War. Meanwhile, a familiar ding resonated in his mind, sending waves of joy through Ron's heart. This delightful sound, if he was not mistaken, could only signify the arrival of the system. Indeed, ding! The super high-tech system has been activated. The newcomer gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Demon Fruit Enchantment Technique. Demon Fruit Enchantment Technique. As the name suggests, it allows the user to imbue additional powers into the Devil Fruit abilities. No restrictions on capabilities. Natural, paramecia, or zone types are all applicable. Initial success rate, 100%. Chapter 2. The activation of Devil Fruit Enchantment. Preventing Ace from acting recklessly, quite impressive. Ron wholeheartedly praised the system, marveling at the sheer potency of this ability. Enchanting devil fruits? Does this not mean one can possess the powers of others? It is well known that in the world of pirates, acquiring a devil fruit is already a formidable challenge, and obtaining the desired fruit's power is even more arduous. Most individuals will never encounter a devil fruit in their lifetime. Only a select few are fortunate enough to wield such powers, and even then, the abilities are largely random. That it can truly be said that aside from a handful who possess the privilege of choosing their devil fruit, the majority are merely passive recipients. Moreover, some individuals who were originally formidable warriors have seen their physical forms altered after consuming a devil fruit, ultimately diminishing their overall strength to the point of blending into mediocrity. However, for Ron, all these hurdles were rendered moot. He could enchant the powers of devil fruits. This meant that anyone could acquire the ability they desired through Ron. Huff, after taking a deep breath and confirming his understanding of his own powers. Ron's expression turned somewhat grim, for the enchantment of devil fruit abilities was not without cost. It required financial backing. One enchantment would set one back a staggering 1 billion berries. However, the first success rate stood at a resounding 100%. This afforded him considerable leeway for action, and thus, he began to formulate his future plans. Father, allow me to go. Ace bellowed once more, his face ablaze with fury, barely able to contain his wrath at the despicable actions of that scoundrel Teach. As the captain, he could not shirk his responsibility. No one was more suited for this task than he. Witnessing Ace's pained and guilt-ridden expression, Whitebeard understood that he could not dissuade Ace. Even if he refused him now, Ace would undoubtedly find a way to slip away later to confront Teach. Rather than allowing this, it would be better to grant him permission, and he had confidence in Ace's abilities. Very well. Since you are adamant about going, then you cannot go. A sudden voice interrupted the two, capturing the attention of everyone present. Ace, momentarily taken aback, turned stiffly to Ron and exclaimed, You intend to stop me? Do you have some connection to Teach? As he spoke, Ace's tone grew increasingly hostile, and his gaze turned dangerously intense. The other subordinates, witnessing this exchange, also adopted a perilous demeanor, tightening their grips on their weapons. Whitebeard, towering at 6 meters, looked down upon Ron, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Ron swallowed hard, hastily declaring, Do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no connection with Teach. Moreover, Sachi saved my life, and Teach is my enemy as well. Ace fixed his gaze upon Ron. Noticing that he did not appear to be lying, his demeanor softening slightly. Then why do you seek to stop me? Ron replied, I do not wish to impede you. I merely believe that pursuing Teach at this moment may be unwise. Ace furrowed his brow, his mind consumed by thoughts of vengeance, leaving little room for anything else. That on the other hand, Whitebeard's interest was piqued by Ron's words that, what makes it unwise? What do you know? The others, curious at Whitebeard's inquiry, leaned in to listen, while Ace restrained his impatience, awaiting Ron's response. Ahem. Ron cleared his throat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the multitude of scrutinizing gazes. However, he knew he must demonstrate his worth to remain in Whitebeard's crew. Have you not considered why Teach would dare to brazenly commit murder, especially after knowing the consequences of betrayal, yet still choose to do so? Upon hearing Ron's rhetorical question, Marco furrowed his brow first. Could it be he has other backing? Perhaps one of the 4 emperors? Ron shook his head. You may find this hard to believe, but Teach himself is not weak, particularly in hand-to-hand combat. He is capable of injuring Shanks. Shanks? Preposterous, someone exclaimed. Teach is merely a subordinate. How could he possibly injure the 4 emperor, red-haired Shanks? Surely, he has not yet awoken from his slumber. Disregarding the mockery from others, Whitebeard frowned, as if recalling something. Are you suggesting that the scar on red-hairs I was inflicted by Teach? Ron was slightly taken aback, but soon understood. Secrets amongst the 4 emperors were not truly secrets. Indeed. Whitebeard fell silent, a grave expression settling upon his features. The others, witnessing Whitebeard's seriousness, could not help but gasp, their astonishment mounting. Could Teach's hand-to-hand combat truly be that formidable? Marco also frowned and, with a resigned sigh, patted Ace on the shoulder. Teach is shrewd, his concealment profound, his combat prowess rivals that of the 4 emperors. It would be wise to refrain from acting rashly. Ace's eyes burned with ferocity and resentment, his teeth grinding in frustration. What of his prowess? I am a natural type user of the flame fruit. I can easily compensate for any shortcomings in my combat skills. That he remained obstinate, reminiscing about the carefree days spent drinking with Sachi, pain surging within him. He must avenge Sachi. Humph. A brute, Ron scoffed, had it not been for Ace's arrogance. He would not have fallen into Teach's hands. The war atop Marineford was further exacerbated by Akainu's taunts, leading to a reckless confrontation with an admiral, ultimately resulting in his demise. Ron had been furious at that time, never expecting to find himself in the world of pirates, confronting this very scene. Thus, he did not hesitate to mock. What? You dare call me a brute? Ace bellowed, exasperation pouring from him. Sachi saved your life. And you do nothing but mock me? Ron let out a cold huff. Do you know what devil fruit Teach stole? The dark fruit. What of it? My flame fruit is more than sufficient to defeat him. Ace retorted defiantly, brimming with confidence in his abilities. Are you familiar with the dark fruit? Ron countered, catching Ace off guard. No, not really. Humph. Allow me to enlighten you that if a user of the dark fruit touches you, regardless of your devil fruit powers, you will temporarily lose your abilities and revert to an ordinary person. Ron narrowed his eyes. At AC, do you think that after losing your powers, your combat skills would be sufficient to harm Teach? Upon hearing Ron's words, Ace was momentarily dumbfounded, disbelief written across his face. Impossible. The dark fruit can truly render other users powerless. I had assumed it was merely another natural-type fruit, but I had no idea it possessed such an insidious ability. If Teach were to touch him and he lost his powers, he would undoubtedly be no match for Teach. The thought of being captured sent a shiver down his spine. I apologize. It was my recklessness. Chapter 3. Whitebeard. I believe in Ron. The dark fruit is truly that terrifying, Marco remarked, his brow furrowing. Not only that, due to Teach's unique physique, he can wield the powers of 2 devil fruits thanks to the dark fruit. He would thus become a singular entity among the seas, a user of 3 devil fruits. The others were left speechless, their minds reeling at the thought of a 3 devil fruit user. How incredibly formidable. They could scarcely fathom it. Thankfully, Ron had informed them. Otherwise, had Ace pursued Teach and fallen into his clutches, it would have spelled disaster. Who could have imagined the dark fruit was so strange, capable of bestowing mastery over 3 devil fruits? Teach was indeed a cunning adversary. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to Ron. Had he not enlightened us, the consequences could have been dire. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should all pursue Teach together and eliminate him. A chorus of voices echoed, clamoring for a collective pursuit of Teach, reasoning that he could not possibly control them all alone. Ron could not help but admire the cleverness of these pirates. Father, what do you propose we do? We will heed your command. All eyes turned to Whitebeard, awaiting his directive. Whitebeard furrowed his brow. The dark fruit truly lived up to its fearsome reputation. Even in the past, he had been defeated by the combined forces of Carp and Roger due to unfortunate timing. Now that Teach had acquired the dark fruit, the seas would undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil. However, the act of killing a brother aboard his ship was utterly unforgivable. At that moment, his gaze landed on Ron, realizing that this young man possessed knowledge that extended far beyond the surface. Moreover, by stopping Ace, he had effectively saved his life, revealing a commendable character. With this in mind, he turned to Ron and asked Ron, "What are your thoughts?" At his words, Ron was somewhat taken aback. Whitebeard was seeking his opinion. He was not even yet a crew member, merely having a voice due to Sachi's life-saving intervention. Yet it seemed he had begun to earn some measure of influence in Whitebeard's eyes. That my thoughts are quite simple. Ron replied with a smile, addressing the assembly. There are numerous ways to seek vengeance, and among them, directly killing the adversary is the most base and lowly method. A group of pirates stood bewildered, utterly perplexed by the current situation. Was killing their adversary truly the most juvenile form of vengeance? Had they not always resorted to such methods? Before anyone could voice their thoughts, Ron continued, asserting that the most sophisticated form of retribution was, in fact, to allow the enemy to live, a life worse than death. His voice was chilling, akin to a frigid wind sweeping in from the depths of the underworld, proclaiming that the foe must endure a daily existence steeped in dread, unable to find solace in sleep, perpetually haunted by the fear of being slain. He must navigate each day with trepidation, teetering on the brink of mental collapse, even fearing that a mere bird passing by might bring about his demise. This, he declared, was the true essence of vengeance. The pirates gazed at Ron with horror, a flicker of terror igniting in their eyes. The mere thought of such a fate caused their legs to tremble uncontrollably. Who would have imagined that this seemingly delicate young man harbored such cruelty? The notion of swiftly eliminating their enemy and reveling in vengeance was merely child's play, to ensure that the opponent lived in constant fear. Engulfed in terror and despair was the pinnacle of revenge. Indeed, they were not the true pirates. Ron was the epitome of what a pirate should be. Whitebeard, too, was momentarily taken aback by Ron's words, surprised by the young man's ruthless perspective. A scoff broke the tension, as Ace, somewhat indignant, countered, "Easier said than done. Teach is no fragile pirate, and what could we possibly use to instill fear in him? As the captain of the 4 emperors, he dared to kill aboard our father's ship. Do you truly believe he would be afraid? Furthermore, once Teach becomes a 3-fruit user, things will spiral out of control, especially given our father's deteriorating health." Ace's words hung heavy in the air, unspoken, but understood by all. Whitebeard's condition was indeed failing, with each passing day bringing him closer to the end, sustained only by the most basic of medical interventions. "My body is failing me," Whitebeard admitted, his voice tinged with melancholy, "that if Teach dares to act in such a manner, he will undoubtedly feel no fear from me. The crew fell into a solemn silence, acutely aware that they relied on Whitebeard's waning reputation to keep the seas in check. Should he fall, Teach would have nothing to fear. Marco stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Ron's shoulder. We appreciate your good intentions, but our father's condition cannot be allowed to linger. Teach must pay for his actions. With that, he turned to Whitebeard, ready to volunteer for the task of eliminating Teach. Observing this, Ron recognized his opportunity and swiftly interposed himself. Raising a hand to halt Marco, but he looked up at Whitebeard, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crew. The captain will not die. Rather, he shall thrive for another 20 years. Ron's proclamation echoed in the ears of the crew, leaving them in stunned silence, gazing at him as if he had lost his mind. What, brother, are you feverish? Have you lost your senses? I harbor no disrespect toward our father. Ron insisted, but we all know the truth of his condition. It cannot possibly be as you claim. Such notions are the ravings of a madman. If you can restore our father to health, I will do whatever you ask of me. Josue's words were sincere. He was pained to see their father connected to a myriad of tubes and apparatuses. Young one, I appreciate your kindness. But I am fully aware of my own condition. I grow weaker with each day and will not recover. Ron shook his head, clearing his throat as he addressed the crew with utmost seriousness. Ahem. I must confess, I am a scientist and MY research focuses on the devil fruits that I have made significant progress and can transfer one's abilities to another individual. Though it bears similarities to the dark fruit, it is far more advanced, devoid of its debilitating side effects. The crew stood in stunned disbelief, Marco stepping closer to scrutinize Ron's eyes, placing a hand on his forehead. No fever here. Why are you spouting such nonsense? Ron brushed Marco's hand aside, maintaining his earnest demeanor. I am not jesting, and my research does require resources. Approximately 1 billion berries for a single enchanted devil fruit. Seeing Ron's earnestness, Marco realized he was not joking. If what you say is true, our father may indeed have a chance. Indeed, it is true that Marco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at Whitebeard, brimming with hope that if that is the case, then our father can inherit my abilities. An animal-type fruit's remarkable regenerative powers and the Phoenix form's self-healing capabilities could heal our father's long-standing injuries and significantly restore his vitality. It might even allow him to reclaim his former glory. Marco's enthusiasm grew as he envisioned their father restored to his prime. The other pirates shared in his exhilaration. If Whitebeard returned to his peak, it would undoubtedly surprise everyone, especially those who were eager to challenge him. Yet, skepticism lingered among some, suspecting that Ron was deceiving them. This. Ron simply shrugged, acknowledging that their disbelief was beyond his control. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Whitebeard, awaiting his decision. That I believe in Ron. Those few words from Whitebeard warmed Ron's heart, that it was inconceivable that Ron would deceive him. Moreover, the debt owed to Sachi fostered a greater trust in Ron's intentions. At that moment, Bista stepped forward, his face etched with concern. Father, our ship's funds are dwindling. After accounting for Andima, we barely have enough for Ron to conduct 2 experiments. Whitebeard frowned. Only 2 billion berries. Indeed, you know. We typically refrain from collecting protection fees unless absolutely necessary. Ron interjected. The enchantment of the devil fruits isn't guaranteed. There is a chance of failure. The crew was not surprised by the notion of failure. In fact, no possibility of failure would have seemed more bizarre, as acquiring a second devil fruit ability was already an extraordinary feat. Do not worry about the finances, Ron. Simply focus on your experiments. Bista reassured him. Exactly. If it means restoring our father, we will go to any lengths to gather the necessary funds. Marco's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Ace even emptied his pockets, hurriedly thrusting all his money into Ron's hands. Please, Ron, we are counting on you. Feeling the camaraderie of this unique pirate crew, Ron smiled, a warmth flooding his chest. There was no treachery here. Everyone genuinely wished for each other's well-being, fostering a spirit of honesty and goodwill. This was the pirate crew he had longed to join. I shall do my utmost. Moreover, I am confident that the captain's fortune will be on our side. Ron refrained from revealing that the initial success rate was 100%, knowing it would only lead to complications. He kept that knowledge to himself. There was another reason for him to remain aboard Whitebeard's ship. After completing 10 enchantments, the next technique would unlock. Though unaware of what that technique might entail, he trusted that it would be something worthwhile, given that it came from the enigmatic brother Tongzi. A few days later, amidst the surging waves of the sea, pairs of seagulls swooped low, frolicking joyfully, filling the air with a sense of euphoria. Down on the deck, Ron reclined lazily under the sun, a small table beside him brimming with fine wines, fruits, and snacks. Ever since they learned of Ron's ability to heal their father, the crew had been eager to please him, treating him with a reverence bordering on servility, as if he were something precious they feared to break. Whatever his requests, they would strive to fulfill them, even if Ron were to ask for the stars above. This left Ron somewhat exasperated. Despite his repeated assurances that he did not require such treatment, they were unwavering, since he did not voice any demands. They insisted on doing their utmost to ensure his comfort. Consequently, he decided to let them be. Ron, hurry! A flurry of excitement erupted as Joseph pointed ahead, exclaiming, "There lies Gaia Island. We have finally arrived." Already, Ron rose and approached the ship's railing, taking the telescope from Joseph's hands. Indeed, he beheld the familiar outline of the crescent-shaped island. From above, Gaia Island resembled a giant cookie with a bite taken out of its edge. Unmistakably, it was Gaia Island. A smile crept upon Ron's lips that we have finally arrived. In the past few days, we have gathered quite a bit of funding, Marco said, leaping down from the mast with satisfaction as he gazed toward Gaia Island. Yet, they still needed a few more enchanted fruits. Once they set foot on the island, they would surely be able to gather the necessary three. Turning to Ron, Marco hesitated slightly, still unable to fully believe. "Ron, are we really going to establish our base on this island?" "Indeed." Ron nodded, acknowledging the necessity for stability at the experimental base. That on the tumultuous sea, some degree of rocking was unavoidable, should any issues arise. It would indeed be troublesome. Ace approached an agreement, deciding to heed Ron's counsel, for prudence was paramount. Since Ron had elucidated the circumstances surrounding Teach, it was akin to having indirectly saved Ace's life, which had significantly improved Ace's disposition towards Ron. Moreover, due to Sachi's influence, Ace developed a profound trust in Ron. Ron gazed towards Gaia Island, a subtle smile gracing his lips. According to the original narrative, Blackbeard would traverse this very location, ultimately encountering Luffy. Yet, it remained uncertain whether his premature arrival at Gaia Island would alter the course of the original storyline, that if events were to unfold as per the original plot. It would certainly be exhilarating. One could only imagine the expression on Teach's face upon witnessing Whitebeard, vibrant and possessing dual powers. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle. We would be stationed here for an extended period, awaiting the acquisition of absolute strength before conquering the entirety of the seas, Ron declared with unwavering conviction. The others, inspired by Ron's fervor, erupted in a chorus of shouts, vowing to conquer these waters. Gaia Island, with its exceptional geographical advantages, was enveloped by crystalline waters, showcasing not only picturesque scenery but also abundant resources. The island boasted a temperate climate akin to spring year-round, rendering it an ideal replenishment stop for countless pirate ships and merchant vessels. Consequently, the port of Gaia Island was perpetually bustling, filled with a myriad of vessels, ranging from swift skiffs to colossal pirate fleets. Due to the frequent visits from pirates, the island gradually developed an array of facilities dedicated to serving these maritime adventurers. Beyond essential provisions, freshwater, and repair services, numerous entertainment venues emerged, including taverns, casinos, and even makeshift theaters, providing pirates with delightful spots to unwind and savor life. As time progressed, an increasing number of merchants recognized the lucrative opportunities and flocked to Gaia Island to establish shops or offer services, leading to the emergence of diverse slave trade operations as well. However, when a locale becomes a melting pot for individuals of varied temperaments, accustomed to resolving disputes through force, conflict becomes inevitable, in a world where strength reigns supreme. Disputes over resources or personal vendettas typically culminate in direct confrontations. This resulted in frequent displays of fierce battles on Gaia Island, occasionally jeopardizing the safety of ordinary residents. Nevertheless, for those yearning for freedom and adventure, Gaia Island remained a coveted haven, continually drawing waves of pirates. Yet the once boisterous pirates found themselves subdued, akin to timid kittens, for before them stood the formidable Four Emperors pirate crew. Whitebeard. What was happening? Why would the Four Emperors venture from the New World to seek out mere newcomers? Hush, keep your voice down. The four emperors are ruthless and merciless that we must tread carefully to safeguard our lives. Who is that young man? I've never seen him before, yet he appears to be on friendly terms with Whitebeard. His status is undoubtedly extraordinary, standing even in front of Marco. Absurd. Such a position could easily qualify him as a vice-captain. Chapter 5. 3 Mythical Zoan Fruits. The Immortal Bird. Everything transpired as Ron had anticipated. The conquest of Gaia Island was achieved with remarkable ease, for the reputation of the four emperors commanded respect. Who would dare challenge them? Upon arrival at Gaia Island, Ron selected a grand estate to serve as the experimental base. Strategically situated at the island's center, shielded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the water. The location was undeniably advantageous, and the fortifications were reinforced repeatedly by Jozu and his crew. Meanwhile, potential threats in the vicinity were diligently eliminated by Marco and the proactive Ace, who had eradicated numerous large beasts, rendering them feast for the crew, even ensuring that not a single mosquito remained. For Ron, as an ordinary person, required utmost protection from any mishap. Subsequently, Ron commenced his experiments. For one must adhere to the expected protocols. What researcher would lack a laboratory? A week later in the hall, Whitebeard sat regally in his seat, his arms and chest adorned with numerous fur-lines. His breathing feeble, eyes dimmed, and his condition dire. Nevertheless, he still insisted on drinking. Gulalalala. Any news on Teach? Vista shook his head in disappointment. There was no sign of that scoundrel. Could Ron have been mistaken? Marco furrowed his brow, glancing towards Ron's laboratory, pondering why, after an entire week, no updates had emerged from Ron's experiments. Something felt amiss. Could it have failed? That was a staggering 3 billion berries at stake. Upon hearing this, Joseph sprang to his feet, his anger palpable. That I always said that Ron fellow was. Before he could finish, the group was abruptly interrupted by a deafening roar, as if the heavens had ruptured with thunder. Instantly, 3 radiant beams of golden light pierced through the heavy clouds. Soaring into the sky, the brilliance was dazzling, imbued with an indescribable mystery and power, hinting at the imminent arrival of something extraordinary. The surrounding air quivered as a wave of uncontainable excitement surged within everyone. Could it be? All eyes were firmly drawn to the 3 golden lights, collectively holding their breath, fearful of missing even a fleeting moment of this miraculous revelation. Whitebeard, filled with exhilaration, stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 beams of light, even pausing his breath for several seconds. There, that is Ron's direction. Could it be that he truly succeeded? Marco, equally electrified, turned to face the source of the golden light. This feeling is undeniable. Only a successful experiment could yield such luminescence. Ha ha, I knew Ron wouldn't fail. Ace, brimming with uncontainable joy, dashed out without a second thought. Let us go see. Whitebeard yanked off the 4 tubes, the metallic tubes arcing gracefully through the air with a crisp sound. His movements were swift and decisive, as if all his ailments and frailty had been cast aside in that instant. With a remarkable speed, he charged forward, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, showcasing his enduring strength and determination. Seeing this, Marco's eyelids twitched involuntarily, a chill running down his spine. Without hesitation, he followed closely behind, cognizant that while excitement was warranted, ensuring Whitebeard's safety was paramount. He could not allow any mishaps to occur at this critical juncture. Before long, the room was empty, leaving only Jozu standing there in stunned silence. He had anticipated Ron's failure. Yet to his astonishment, success had indeed been achieved. This fellow had to wait until he was about to declare Ron's failure before unexpectedly succeeding. It was as if he was deliberately trying to thwart him. Humph. After a cold snort, Jozu hastily followed suit, contemplating that if Ron truly could restore Whitebeard, he would undoubtedly fulfill the promise he made long ago. On the other side, Ron gleefully regarded the 3 devil fruits laid before him, internally lamenting the exorbitant cost. 1 billion berries each. Moreover, the success rate was not guaranteed, thereby escalating the expenses further, a burden that typical pirate crews could hardly shoulder. Additionally, to acquire the new technologies provided by the system, he must complete the current tasks, successfully enchanting 10 devil fruits. That IT seemed simple, yet it was far from easy, especially considering the costs involved. Fortunately, he had managed to remain within the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, even with the system, it would have been in vain. As Ron immersed himself in his contemplations, a sudden flurry of footsteps approached from outside. The sound grew nearer, increasingly distinct, infused with an unmistakable urgency and excitement. Upon recognizing the familiar footsteps, a knowing smile crept onto Ron's face. He was aware that the person he had eagerly anticipated had arrived. Indeed, the next moment, a resounding crash shattered the tranquility of the room. The firmly shut door was forcefully flung open, producing a deep and resonant sound. Following that, with the careful assistance of Ace and Marco, Whitebeard gradually entered the room, though his figure appeared somewhat weary. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Upon his gaze landing upon the 3 pristine devil fruits on the table, he froze instantly. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and an indescribable atmosphere enveloped the air. After a prolonged silence, he regained his composure, his eyes brimming with excitement and disbelief. Ron stepped forward to introduce, "Captain, these are the enchanted devil fruits, though we are still one step away from completion." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Marco, the captain, and said, "I need you to drop 3 drops of blood on the 3 devil fruits. Only then will they complete their final transformation." "No problem," Marco replied excitedly, stepping forward. With a trembling hand, he cut his finger and carefully let his blood fall onto the fruits the moment the pristine white devil fruit made contact with the blood. It seemed to awaken some mysterious power that began to rapidly absorb the surrounding blood, akin to a long-dried sponge encountering water. Soon after, the fruit emitted a dazzling blue glow, so intense that one dared not look directly at it. As time passed, the blue light grew even brighter, as if it were on the verge of breaking through some limit, igniting into flames. Throughout this process, the surface of the devil fruit underwent astonishing changes. The once smooth and flawless skin suddenly manifested a series of intricate and bizarre patterns that spread at a visible pace, ultimately enveloping the entire fruit. Each line radiated a faint blue light, evoking a sense of beauty intertwined with danger. Just as everyone held their breath in disbelief, within mere seconds, the 3 devil fruits completed their transformation. They each emanated a soft yet undeniable blue glow, resting quietly on the experiment table, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. This scene left all present in a state of astonishment, filled with shock and confusion. What Ron said was indeed true. Three mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruits. Chapter 6. Whitebeard, Mythical Zoan, Phoenix Form. The crowd rubbed their eyes in disbelief, examining the 3 identical devil fruits before them again and again, realizing that they were indeed real. Each one a mythical Zoan-type bird fruit, Phoenix Form. Marco's eyes widened in shock. He stepped forward with trembling legs, hardly able to believe his sight. He reached out, cautiously touching the surface of one of the devil fruits to confirm its authenticity. The smooth, cold sensation solidified his conviction that this was no mere illusion. With a quiver in his voice, Marco murmured, This is exactly like the one I consumed. It's simply unbelievable." Others gathered around, each wearing expressions of astonishment and confusion. "Ron is truly remarkable. He actually did it. Someone slapped me. Am I dreaming? Wow. Why did you kick me there?" That hurts. An atmosphere of incredulity enveloped the air, as everyone was shaken by this miraculous discovery. Marco took a deep breath, attempting to calm the excitement within that it was undoubtedly real. Ron stepped forward, handing one of the devil fruits to Whitebeard, saying, "Captain, give it a try." Whitebeard smiled, unfazed, accepting the devil fruit from Ron's hand, and looked at him deeply. "It won't explode, right?" It shouldn't." Ron scratched his head awkwardly, surprised that Whitebeard still harbored such concerns at this moment. Just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted. "Gulalala, Ron, if this works, you can be my son." "Ron." The others burst into laughter, their gazes towards Ron becoming more approving, a sign of camaraderie. Without hesitation, Whitebeard, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, swallowed the fruit whole. He slowly closed his eyes, seemingly attempting to capture every subtle sensation. The onlookers held their breath, as if even their breathing had become cautious, fearful of disturbing Whitebeard. The tension in the air escalated with every passing moment, beads of sweat forming in their palms, damp and cold. Every pair of eyes was fixated on Whitebeard, filled with anticipation and unease. That an indescribably tense atmosphere permeated the air, yet it was tinged with a glimmer of hope. In their hearts, they silently prayed, "Please let this succeed, old man." Ron felt no worry at all. For the moment he grasped the devil fruit, he had internally activated a 100 success rate, ensuring Whitebeard could not fail. Sure enough, before long, white flames began to engulf Whitebeard. This fire did not exude heat. Rather, it radiated a vibrant vitality that as time passed, it was visibly evident that the wounds on his body were healing at an astonishing rate. First, the bleeding ceased, then the skin began to scab, and eventually, the newly formed tissues gradually replaced the damaged areas. The entire process resembled the reversal of time, as all wounds healed completely. Subsequently, his breathing began to stabilize. No longer hurried and labored, he appeared as though he had regained 20 years of youth. Not only had his appearance changed significantly, but his spirit was also rejuvenated. The once weary eyes, dulled by battle, now sparkled with a newfound vigor, exuding an indescribable sense of power. In that moment, the very air around him seemed to be infused with this rejuvenating energy, becoming refreshingly vibrant. Old man, it worked. You truly attained dual powers. The crowd erupted in elation, realizing that while Teach had schemed tirelessly to obtain dual powers, the old man had effortlessly achieved it. Thank you, Brother Ron. Step back. The flames on the old man are intensifying. The crowd hastily retreated, clearing the area, for they observed the flames on Whitebeard growing fiercer and expanding. The flames blazed like a roaring inferno, radiating an intense heat that deterred anyone from approaching. Soon, the flames began to retract sharply, forming a cocoon-like structure that enveloped Whitebeard. This cocoon appeared extraordinarily peculiar. It was composed of flames, yet completely encased Whitebeard. The crowd felt Whitebeard's life force surging, as if a ferocious beast were contained within. They couldn't help but marvel at such formidable power. The old man was capable of controlling flames of such intensity and transforming them into his own strength. Phoenix Cocoon! Marco exclaimed in delight as he gazed at the cocoon, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. In this form, it can maximize the restoration of physical condition, healing long-standing internal injuries and ailments. Not long after, with a crisp cracking sound, akin to fragile glass shattering under pressure, the massive cocoon of white flames suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless tiny sparks that drifted gently through the air, vanishing as if they had never existed. When the last spark faded from sight, everyone present discovered Whitebeard standing firmly in place, his broad and imposing cloak billowing lightly in the wind, with not a single scar or wound visible on his healthy physique. This scene left all witnesses profoundly shocked. This was the ability of the Phoenix form. It not only healed all of the user's wounds, but also possessed immense restorative power and vitality. Capable of restoring Whitebeard to his peak condition, such powerful and mysterious strength was simply beyond belief. With a deep exhale, Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was bright and penetrating, as if he could perceive the essence of all things. Brimming with vitality and vigor, he gently moved his body, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Those long aching spots had vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. He felt as though he had been reborn, every cell within him rejoicing, filled with boundless energy. His heart beat strongly, each thump seemingly proclaiming his rebirth to the world, muscles taut and powerful, each one harboring immense vitality. Life is truly beautiful. In that moment, he genuinely experienced the beauty and power of existence, that he understood that he was no longer the weary, ailment-ridden old man of the past, that he had been reborn, armed with the courage and strength to pursue his dreams anew. He turned, looking at Ron with satisfaction, extending his right hand gently. "Ron, my boy, become my son." Chapter 7. Sengoku's Caution. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. Report: a frantic Marine burst into Sengoku's office. "What's with the haste?" Sengoku set down the documents he was holding and patted the goat's head, allowing it to play nearby. The Marine swallowed hard, placing a crucial document with a thud on Sengoku's desk. Report: Marshal, the Whitebeard pirates are making a significant move. The Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku furrowed his brow slightly. Whitebeard is half buried in the ground. What sort of major movement could they possibly be making? As he spoke, he slowly extended his hand to grasp the seemingly ordinary, yet extraordinarily significant document resting on the table. Flipping open the first page, with each line of densely packed text his gaze traversed, his brow gradually furrowed, as if each sentence posed a riddle begging to be unraveled. The further he read, the more intense his confusion became, showing no signs of abating. Rather, it swelled like a snowball, growing ever larger. By the time he reached the final few pages, he could no longer contain the turmoil of doubt and bewilderment within him. Finally, after meticulously reading the entire document from beginning to end, he lifted his head, his expression awash with incredulity, that he then turned his gaze towards the Marine standing not far away, his eyes brimming with questions. What exactly were they planning on Gaia Island? And why were they so fervently acquiring such vast resources? Did this band of pirates intend to establish a factory to cleanse their image? His tone was laced with both astonishment and sarcasm, clearly finding the situation utterly unbelievable. The Marine shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. Very well. Continue to observe. The moment the Whitebeard pirates make any move, report to me immediately. Yes, the Marine hastily exited the room, the entire exchange taking no longer than a minute. During this brief interval, Carp strolled in, nonchalantly munching on senbei while laughing heartily that he seemed entirely oblivious to Sengoku's furrowed brow and displeased demeanor. Carelessly plopping himself onto the sofa and beginning to relish this rare afternoon moment, that a subtle aroma of tea wafted through the air, yet this tranquility was somewhat disrupted by Carp's arrival. Carp appeared to be in high spirits, a relaxed smile gracing his lips, occasionally emitting sounds of satisfaction. He was wholly immersed in his own little world, as if the troubles of the outside realm bore no relevance to him. Carp! A furious roar jolted Carp from his seat. Sengoku, irate, hurled a stack of newspapers towards Carp, berating, "Look at the mess your grandson has created. He's about to upend Alabasta." Carp received the newspaper, and rather than being angered, he burst into laughter upon seeing Luffy's antics. "Well done, Luffy, Carp!" Sengoku, exasperated, felt an overwhelming urge to shove goat feed into this old man's mouth. Your grandson is nothing but a headache. Even Whitebeard, in his old age, is stirring up trouble that it's truly infuriating. Whitebeard? Carp inquired with a puzzled look toward Sengoku, shoving a handful of sunbae into his mouth as he ate, and questioned, "What about Whitebeard? He's halfway in the grave. What more can he do?" "No," Sengoku pushed the document forward. "That fellow has gone to paradise and occupied a small island." "Nanny?" Carp paused, suddenly intrigued. "Whitebeard has come to the Grand Line. When did that happen?" He picked up the document to read, and the more he looked, the more amusing he found it. A Whitebeard is picking out his own burial plot. Sengoku, however, believed the matter to be serious. Analyzing, Whitebeard is not one to act on a whim. Whatever he does is surely well thought out. There must be a reason behind his actions. Carp concurred. Then we should send someone to investigate. If Whitebeard truly harbors any hidden secrets, we ought to be forewarned and prepared. That seems the only course of action. Just as Sengoku was about to give the order, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. "Report! Report!" It was the same Marine, but this time he bypassed knocking and rushed in. "Reporting, Marshal. There is urgent intelligence to convey." "Speak." "Reporting, Marshal. Just now, 3 beams of golden light erupted from Gaia Island, which has just been claimed by Whitebeard. There must be some treasure revealed. Furthermore, the information indicates that the location of the golden light corresponds to the exclusive estate of one of Whitebeard's captains." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's composure shattered. He exchanged a glance with Carp, both reflecting shock and confusion in their eyes. Beams of golden light. It must be something extraordinary, or perhaps Whitebeard is conducting some sort of experiment. Indeed, Carp agreed. Otherwise, I can't fathom what could draw Whitebeard from the New World to paradise, claiming a small island. This matter requires immediate investigation. Sengoku recognized the gravity of the situation and turned to the Marine, instructing, "Go summon Admiral Akiji." Yes. Shortly thereafter, Akiji sauntered into the office, appearing somewhat lethargic. Marshal Sengoku, it seems to be my vacation time at the moment that a special situation has arisen. Your vacation is temporarily suspended." Sengoku then recounted the events he had just learned. Upon hearing this, Akiji furrowed his brow, that if what the marshal says is true, then something significant must have occurred there that necessitates thorough investigation. That is precisely why I summoned you, Akiji. He waved his hand and turned to leave. His voice drifting from the doorway. Understood. I will head there now. Just remember to double my vacation upon my return. Hey, this is your disciple, Carp, even bargaining with the marshal. Sengoku, one must offer a little incentive to get the job done. In a certain maritime area of the Grand Line, a scruffy, disheveled Teach was straining to row a small boat, his bright eyes brimming with ambition as he fixed his gaze ahead, his actions unceasing. Whitebeard, keep searching for me all over the world. You'll never guess I'm already on the other side of the red line. Teach surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. Though he had only managed to find a handful of crew members for the time being, the air of freedom invigorated him. Once I establish my own pirate crew, I will undoubtedly seek you out, old man, because I must reclaim the devil fruit that belongs to me as one of the 4 emperors. I hope you won't be too shocked then. I can't wait to see your expression, old man. He then rowed with renewed vigor, his primary goal being to form his own pirate crew and evade the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 8. Unexpected Gains. On Gaia Island, within the experimental base of the estate, Ron found himself somewhat troubled by Whitebeard's exuberant invitation. The man's habit of welcoming everyone with open arms remained unchanged. However, Ron was not inclined to reciprocate this warmth, preferring to address him in a more conventional manner. Captain, I can join the Whitebeard pirates, but I still prefer to call you Captain. Gulalala, what an amusing little rascal. It's just a title, call me whatever you like. Whitebeard boomed with laughter, reveling in his newfound vitality, the sensation of regained energy truly delightful and rare. Others gathered around, continuously congratulating Whitebeard. Ace had appeared by Ron's side at some point, wearing an apologetic expression. Ron, I apologize for my earlier attitude, What matter? I'd completely forgotten, Ron chuckled. Thank you, Ron. If it weren't for you intervening in time, I surely would have caused an even larger mess. That Ace's sincerity was evident. The hatred etched plainly on his face. Regarding Teach, as you suggested, simply killing him would be too merciful. He should live in fear every day. Witnessing Ace's transformation brought Ron a sense of comfort. And without Ace as a catalyst for conflict, the Marineford War should no longer occur, or so he hoped. However, even if it did, it mattered little. Whitebeard had acquired the mythical Zoan type, Phoenix Fruit, making it exceedingly difficult for him to perish. His vitality was now more robust than ever, comparable to his peak years. After all, the Whitebeard of his prime had not possessed the enhancements of a Zoan fruit, so the current Whitebeard could rival or even surpass his former self. Such an emperor, during the Marineford War, would certainly give Sengoku and the others a run for their money. Ron observed as Whitebeard picked up Sonya and Xie, beginning to wield the massive blade. With each slice, the blade gleamed like winter ice, carving silvery trails through the air. Each swing radiated strength and determination, not only showcasing his unparalleled power, but also exuding an indescribable aura, like a fierce tiger awakened. Freely roaming the jungle, roaring to declare his territory inviolate. With each strike, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this immense energy, emitting faint cracking sounds, leading one to wonder if such power continued to accumulate. Perhaps it could indeed cleave an island in twain, parting the sea. In the world of pirates, abilities, physical prowess, and hockey were equally paramount. True strength encompassed mastery of all forms. Yet he possessed none of these. Thus, relying on the strong or being relied upon by them was the only means of survival. At present, his physique is in a lamentable state. He possesses no martial prowess nor mastery of swordsmanship, relying solely on the ability to consume a devil fruit, which he has no intention of doing for the time being. This decision stems from 2 considerations. Firstly, there is no necessity for such an action, as the Whitebeard pirates provide ample protection, and he sees no reason to create additional vulnerabilities for himself. Secondly, he is awaiting the emergence of a more formidable fruit. The world of pirates is replete with wonders. Who can say whether an even stronger fruit might appear? Everything remains shrouded in uncertainty. Furthermore, he would never be so arrogant as to believe that a single fruit could render him invincible. The path to greatness must be traversed gradually, with each step taken in earnest. That as he pondered these thoughts, a melodious electronic voice resonated in his mind, announcing, Congratulations to the host for completing the first enchantment. Reward acquired. Automatic cultivation. Current task progress. Enchant 10 times, 110. Upon completion, new techniques will be unlocked. Automatic cultivation. What an unexpected boon. Ron gazed in astonishment at the reward presented by the system, unable to restrain himself from selecting it. Upon reading the description, he realized its simplicity. As long as he remains alive, even without actively cultivating, his strength will incrementally increase, mirroring that of those who diligently train. In the pirate world, the practice of martial arts or physical techniques is collectively referred to as cultivation. This is perfectly suited for him. Ron felt a surge of elation. A method of becoming stronger without exertion was tailor-made for him. Without this, he wondered how long it would take to attain true strength. Father, please pause your activities for a moment. Marco, suppressing his excitement, hurried forward. Father, your body has just recovered. You still require a comprehensive examination. Whitebeard, aware of Marco's temperament, resigned himself to the inevitability of the checkup and halted his actions. Hurry up. I feel an abundance of energy coursing through me that I must say, the powers of the phoenix fruit are remarkably effective. Understood, Father. Extend your hand, Marco replied with a smile as he produced a stethoscope. Meticulously conducting the examination, is everything all right, Father? Marco, please be thorough, Josu urged anxiously. Rest easy. Marco is our ship's doctor. Such trivial matters hardly require reminding. Came the reply that you're right. I was too hasty, Josu admitted, scratching his head sheepishly before lowering his gaze. Feeling somewhat embarrassed in Ron's presence, after a brief moment, Marco withdrew the stethoscope and announced with a smile, Father's health has remarkably improved. All previous ailments and hidden injuries have healed. He is currently in excellent health. The declaration sent a wave of jubilation through the crowd. Wonderful. Father has finally overcome his afflictions. Father, you are truly blessed. That statement is incorrect. It should be Father is fortunate to have Ron, for it was Ron who healed him. Yes, I misspoke. Brother Ron, I apologize, one individual said earnestly, prompting laughter from the crowd. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Ron, their eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration, repeatedly chanting his name. Ron Whitebeard, too, felt a long-lost joy. His eyes misting as he beheld the scene, all thanks to this young lad named Ron. Yet, amidst their celebrations lay a pressing question. Who among them would consume the remaining 2 enchanted devil fruits? Josu was the first to shake his head, expressing his stance. I shall pass. As a rough-and-tumble man with a tough exterior and a superhuman fruit ability, I am as resilient as Diamond and rarely sustain injuries. And if I do, they hardly require healing. Ron chuckled at Josu's unexpected humor. Vista also declined, stating, You know my principles, Father, that my swordsmanship relies on relentless forward momentum. To consume this fruit out of fear of injury would provide no benefit to my skills, and may even hinder my progress. Whitebeard then turned his gaze towards Ace. Ace, you should consume these 2 fruits. Do not refuse. Ace hesitated me. Yes, you should take them, Whitebeard insisted earnestly. The power of the mythical Zoan, Phoenix fruit, is extraordinarily potent. As long as he is not reduced to ashes in an instant, he can recover. This is Whitebeard's most genuine sentiment. Thus he wishes for Ace to partake in the fruit, ensuring his life is safeguarded. Chapter 9. Ron? The first mate, faced with his father's resolute stance, Ace did not persist in his refusal, in front of everyone. He picked up the devil fruit from the experimental platform and took a decisive bite. Once again, he was confronted with the notoriously unpleasant taste that don't spit it out. This fruit is worth 1 billion berry. Someone cautioned that it is important to note that the majority were envious. After all, it was a mythical Zoan, rarer than even a Logia fruit, with capabilities deemed extraordinary. Did they not witness how it healed Father S. long-standing injuries? It could be stated that with such power, one would find it difficult to perish. Other commanders gazed at Ace with envy, but most remained silent, acutely aware of their own standings. Compared to Ace, they were far behind. The devil fruits rightfully belonged to individuals of his caliber. Yet this did not preclude future opportunities, for Ron was always present. As long as Ron remained, they would eventually have their chance. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, while everyone felt envy, there was no malice. All looked upon Ace with hopeful anticipation. How do you feel, Ace? Marco inquired hastily, noting that Ace had not reacted after consuming the devil fruit. Had he failed, a sigh escaped Ace, revealing his disappointment as he glanced at the crowd. "I am sorry, everyone. I failed." Vista stepped forward to console him. "What is there to apologize for?" Brother Ron stated that enchanted devil fruits do not guarantee success. Whether successful or not, there is a degree of probability involved. It is not your fault. Ron also approached, placing a reassuring hand on Ace's shoulder, eager to ascertain the success rate of enchantment. "Ace, failure is a normal part of the process. Not everyone possesses father's luck. Give it another try." "Yes, it's just a little wasted money, a drop of blood," Marco said nonchalantly. "Now that father is at his peak, we will reclaim everything we lost." Ace nodded, picking up the last enchanted devil fruit. "Then I shall attempt it once more." With that, he cautiously placed the fruit in his mouth, the familiar vile taste flooding his senses once again, the intense stimulation nearly causing him to retch. Each encounter with a devil fruit was a trial. Yet this time he did not merely sample a small portion as before. Instead, he gritted his teeth and resolutely swallowed the entire fruit in one go. This spectacle left those around him utterly astonished, prompting them to raise their thumbs in admiration. "Ace, that was incredibly fierce." Beads of sweat formed on Ace's forehead, his complexion pale as a sheet, yet his gaze remained unwavering, that he understood that such a method was necessary to obtain the power of the devil fruit. Moreover, the enchanted devil fruit differed from conventional ones. Perhaps consuming it entirely would enhance the likelihood of success, despite the immense pain and risk associated with this power, for Ace, who yearned to grow stronger. It was all worth it. Observing Ace's resolute expression, a sense of respect blossomed within the onlookers. They recognized that not everyone possesses the courage to confront such a repulsive taste that Ace swallowed the devil fruit whole. Every individual present held their breath, their eyes fixated upon him, hearts brimming with a mix of tension and anticipation. They understood that this moment was pivotal for Ace. Should he successfully harness the fruit's power, he would gain unprecedented abilities. However, if he failed, it would be a tragic loss. 20 billion buri was at stake. Consequently, everyone's hearts raced, silently praying for a miracle. Meanwhile, Ace felt an extraordinary transformation unfolding within him. A peculiar yet formidable power seemed to awaken, first gently coursing through his limbs, and then surging forth like a volcanic eruption. As time ticked by, Ace's expression shifted from initial anxiety to sheer delight. For he discovered that he had not only sustained no harm, but had acquired an entirely new ability: success. Flames of a blood-red hue suddenly erupted around him, their ferocity remarkable, yet they did not emit scorching heat. Rather, they exuded an inexplicable vitality and life force. The crimson flames blazed brightly, as if to paint the very skies a vivid red. Within those flames resided boundless power and mystery, each flicker seemingly narrating an ancient legend. As time progressed, the flames gradually coalesced and transformed, ultimately taking the shape of a vividly lifelike blood-red phoenix hovering above Ace's head. The immortal phoenix is enshrouded in blazing and resplendent fiery feathers, each plume shimmering with a lifelike radiance. Its eyes resemble two brilliant rubies, exuding a profound and commanding gaze that as it gently flaps its wings. The air seems to brim with invisible waves of energy, leaving one both awestruck and reverent. Suddenly, a clear and melodious yet authoritative cry reverberates through the skies, penetrating the depths of every soul present, causing them to shudder in astonishment and envy. They have once again borne witness to the birth of a miracle, the emergence of a second dual fruit user. Even more astonishingly, under the influence of this enigmatic power, the once withered and lifeless weeds begin to regenerate, slowly taking root and sprouting, growing at a visibly rapid pace. "Haha, Dad, Brother Ron, I have succeeded," Ace exclaimed with exuberance, feeling the power of the immortal bird fruit as he attempted to harness it. Gulalala. Yet another dual fruit user has been born into the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard rejoiced, declaring it a truly fortuitous day, one that should be remembered in history. He expressed profound gratitude to Ron. Had it not been for Ron's intervention, the Whitebeard pirates might have been on the brink of extinction following Sachi's demise. It was Ron's arrival that altered their fate. "All right, Ace, retract your abilities," Whitebeard chided playfully, then turned solemnly to the crowd. "Sons, lend me your ears. I have an announcement to make. upon hearing Whitebeard's intention to declare something. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent, listening intently. They were all too familiar with their father's demeanor, recognizing that such an expression signified a momentous announcement, and thus, no one dared to jest from this moment forth. Ron shall serve as the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. If anyone has objections, now is the time to voice them. Boom! His words echoed like thunder in their ears. Ron, vice-captain, is this for real? If so, then that's absolutely fantastic. Chapter 10 Whitebeard. Little brats, do you wish to possess my powers? Any objections? Only a fool would object. Ron becoming their vice-captain was undeniably splendid. Henceforth, they had every reason to acquire enchanted devil fruits and become dual fruit users. Wonderful, Vice-Captain Ron. When will you grant us enchantments as well? I too wish to become a devil fruit user. Indeed, Ron was taken aback that Whitebeard had appointed him as vice-captain. He had merely hoped to remain with the Whitebeard Pirates to continue his experiments and fulfill system tasks. Never anticipating such an elevation. Feeling the enthusiasm of those around him, Ron's heart warmed. Faced with their inquiries, he found it difficult to respond directly due to the complexities involved that he turned to Whitebeard, his gaze conveying unspoken understanding. Whitebeard chuckled and continued, "Gulalala, you rascals. All you think about is becoming dual fruit users." His words resonated. The excited crowd fell silent. "That I know each of you desires to become a dual fruit user. That is perfectly natural. However, with so many of you, there must be an order. The captain takes precedence, followed by the exceptional crew members, and then the rest. Moreover, there's no need to rush. Each of you will have the opportunity to become dual fruit users. Perhaps even triple fruit users. But do ensure that Vice-Captain Ron gets ample rest. If you tire him out, I shall not spare you." Whitebeard established these rules to prevent chaos among his sons. He then turned to Ron with a softer tone. "Ron, do you have anything to add?" Ron pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, he had a few points that I understand everyone's eagerness to grow stronger. But there are a few things that need to be clarified. The crowd perked up their ears, listening more attentively than ever, as this concerned their future strength. Ron paused before continuing. "First, enchanting a devil fruit is not free. Each one requires 10 billion berries. Second, the success rate for each enchantment is not guaranteed, so be prepared for the possibility of failure. Third, it is advisable to prepare 3 devil fruits for enchanting, as I have found that the chances of consecutive success with 3 are significantly higher." After stating these 3 points, Ron nodded to Whitebeard, indicating he had no further additions. Did everyone understand? If there are no objections, let us proceed as Ron has outlined. Whitebeard once again supported Ron. The crowd nodded in agreement. Although the cost of enchanting devil fruits was substantial, it was not an unattainable goal for seasoned pirates who danced on the knife's edge of danger. With so many other pirate crews to plunder from the seas, they could easily acquire enough. If that wasn't sufficient, they could continue to raid. The thought of becoming dual fruit users, or even triple fruit users, filled them with excitement, and they clamored for a celebratory feast. Whitebeard, seeing their enthusiasm, readily agreed. "Sons, let us hold a grand feast today to celebrate Vice-Captain Ron and the Whitebeard Pirates. This era belongs to the Whitebeard Pirates. And even more so, to Ron. What? Ron. Soon, bonfires blazed upon the island, curling wisps of smoke ascending and drifting gently with the breeze. The warm glow illuminated the surroundings and reflected the radiant smiles on everyone's faces. The celebratory banquet officially commenced. Ron stood at the center of it all, basking in the adoration and praise from his comrades, each person radiating joy. They expressed their support and affection for Ron not only through words, but also by various means to curry favor with the evening's most illustrious figure. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. The music began to play, melodious and enchanting, compelling all to sway along. Amidst the singing and dancing, laughter echoed, enveloping the entire island in a joyous embrace, to Ron's astonishment. Several elegantly dressed and exquisitely made-up beauties gracefully entered the center of the gathering, some twirling and leaping with lightness, others dancing with elegance, adding vibrant colors to the festivity, and no wonder the ancients enjoyed the theater. Who could resist such allure? Ron savored the fine wine, and a couple of musically inclined beauties approached him, vying to pour him more drinks. The following day, Ron awoke from his warm slumber, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him. Is this the benefit of automatic cultivation? Without any effort, he could achieve the results of a full day's training from others. Clenching his fists slightly, he could distinctly feel the contraction and release of his muscles. Throwing a punch revealed a marked improvement in both power and speed compared to before. He was indeed rapidly growing stronger. This pace of enhancement felt somewhat abnormal. However, upon reflection, he understood. All of this was predicated on his earthly physique. After all, his current strength was based on the people of the pirate world, and the disparity was significant, making rapid initial progress quite reasonable. Feeling robust and healthy was exhilarating. Ron gazed at his hands with excitement. "Ah, Lord Ron, you are awake quite early. Lord Ron, would you like us to assist you with your morning routine?" It was then that he snapped back to reality, noticing the lovely companions from the previous night who had indulged in revelry with him. Smiling brightly, "Today is a day of rest. I rose too abruptly, so I shall continue sleeping." Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Ron's joyful life, Whitebeard was gearing up with a gathering of captains discussing their next moves. "Gulalala, little brats, do you want my powers? Then hurry up and earn some money." Whitebeard drank heartily from a large bowl, downing several barrels in one go. What a relief! Ever since falling ill, he had not enjoyed drinking so freely. Had it not been for Ron, he might have forgotten the last time he savored such unrestrained indulgence to father's powers. The group exchanged astonished glances, each seeing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. What does this mean? Father intends to enchant his powers for us. Hiss! A collective intake of breath echoed through the hall. Whitebeard nearly felt suffocated, immediately looking at them with a playful reprimand. "You little rascals, if it weren't for Ron, I wouldn't even have realized that that scoundrel Teach has been scheming for my abilities all along. Humph. After all these years of plotting, if he were to see us all with the powers he desires. What a sight that would be! Gulalala. Ron, that little brat is quite formidable. Gulalala." Chapter 11. The seas are in an uproar. What are the Whitebeard pirates planning? How unfortunate. We should never have let those pirates go when we first arrived on this island. Indeed, those pirates would rob even small amounts for millions of berries. Ouch! The pain is unbearable. They haven't gone far. Shall we pursue those fellows now? It would be wiser to confront the other emperors. We could swiftly recoup our losses. Marco immediately expressed his dissent. Now is not an opportune moment to challenge the other emperors. Firstly, although our captain has recovered from his severe injuries, he has yet to regain his peak condition and currently lacks the strength to contend with equally formidable, if not stronger, adversaries. Secondly, should the abilities of Ron or our captain be divulged too widely, it would pose a significant risk to our entire crew that if such information were to leak, it would not only attract heightened scrutiny from the Navy, but could also incite the covetousness and aggression of other factions. Therefore, until we possess absolute certainty, it is prudent to remain inconspicuous and fortify our strength. The division commanders understood this and temporarily relinquished the notion of attacking the other emperors, albeit with heavy hearts. Pondering why they had once shown mercy and allowed those charming little creatures to escape, especially considering the billions of berries at stake, each containing enchanted devil fruits, particularly now that our captain intends to bestow his powers upon them, which only exacerbates their anguish. The tremor fruit, the mightiest of all. Rumor has it that in his youth, during his prime, the captain possessed the ability to shatter entire seas. That is the most terrifying aspect. Now they too could acquire such power. How could they not be exhilarated? Time to amass wealth. It is imperative to amass wealth. Let us commence. Thus began a grand operation to accumulate riches, initiated by the Whitebeard pirates. With each member brimming with enthusiasm, united by a single objective, to amass wealth. 5 days later, in the Grand Line and certain areas of the New World, an unprecedented small-scale commotion erupted. During this time, the Whitebeard pirates executed a series of significant maneuvers. They not only swiftly and decisively eliminated several large pirate crews, but also successfully seized tens of billions of berries. Whitebeard, the man hailed as the strongest in the world, with every action he undertook, stirred the nerves of the entire pirate realm. Suddenly, he launched an unprecedented offensive, and this news detonated like a bomb across the seas, provoking shock and speculation among countless individuals. Yet, no one grasped the true motive behind this monumental action. Was it a desperate struggle as he neared death? Did he intend to intimidate the surrounding powers in his final moments, or were there more complex and profound intentions lurking beneath? In an instant, various conjectures and rumors began to circulate. Some suggested that the Whitebeard pirates were in search of legendary treasures, while others claimed they sought to challenge the authority of the Navy headquarters. There were even whispers that this was Whitebeard's ultimate struggle to protect his family and friends. Regardless of the truth, this unprecedented upheaval instigated by Whitebeard undoubtedly sent ripples throughout the world. People keenly followed the movements of the Whitebeard pirates, striving to uncover clues and unravel this enigma. However, just as all eyes were fixated on the Whitebeard pirates, they vanished silently into the vast ocean, as if they had never existed. This only deepened the already enigmatic situation. In Wano country, on Onigashima, Kaido sat majestically upon his grand and imposing throne, his stature unwavering like an immovable mountain. In his grasp was an ancient gourd, which he drank from relentlessly, as if it cost nothing. The liquor cascaded down his throat, a rebellious glint sparkled in his eyes, each sip seemingly igniting the fervor of his ambitions. Meanwhile, a subordinate stood respectfully nearby, cautiously reporting the latest intelligence. What is that old geezer Whitebeard up to? Halfway in the grave, and still causing a ruckus. Kaido's tone dripped with disdain and contempt, as if mocking Whitebeard's futile struggle. Does he still hope to take a few down with him in his old age? Umph. He scoffed, his voice laced with deep-seated scorn for Whitebeard and absolute confidence in his own might. Ignore it. Continue drinking. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom sat comfortably above, her eyes filled with desire as she gazed at the grand cake before her, her favorite delicacy, an obsession bordering on madness. Mama, the Whitebeard pirates are up to something again. The speaker was Perispero, Big Mom's eldest son, whose words carried weight among his siblings. That old coot Whitebeard. Big Mom seized the large cake before her, unhesitatingly shoving it into her mouth. Her enormous maw opened wide, resembling an abyss, as the cake swiftly disappeared within. After just a few chews, she eagerly swallowed, her face finally reflecting satisfaction. Tell me about their recent activities, Big Mom commanded in an authoritative tone, her voice tinged with impatience. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through all secrets, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, urging the others to respond quickly. An invisible pressure enveloped the room, the air thick with tension. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, then bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet Big Mom's gaze. Perispero cautiously began to report the recent developments, his speech slowed, fearful of misstepping. The Whitebeard pirates have attacked the territories they previously lost, seizing all the treasures of those pirates. They appear to be in dire need of money. Furthermore, whether in the New World or the Grand Line, any pirate crew that has previously attacked their territories has been thoroughly purged, their wealth completely plundered. They even spared no effort in looting the clothes of those pirates, digging 3 feet into the ground to take everything of value. As he spoke, Perispero felt a mix of shock. When did the Whitebeard pirates become so obsessed with wealth? Mama. Big Mom laughed heartily, shaking the entire palace. What an amusing old man. No need to concern ourselves with him. Keep a close watch on Fishman Island. It must not fall back into Whitebeard's hands. Yes, Mama. Perispero replied, firmly committing to memory the importance of Fishman Island, which Big Mom had her eyes set on. It absolutely must not be lost, although unaware of the Whitebeard pirates' sudden frenzy. Should they dare approach, they would certainly come to learn of the formidable might of the Big Mom pirates. Chapter 12. 300 billion berries. On Gaia Island, Ron was summoned excitedly by Ace. Feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction as he was interrupted while playing poker, a most unwelcome disturbance. Upon entering the hall, the sight before him left him momentarily astonished. The majority of the division commanders had gathered, each with grins stretching to their ears, their faces radiating an unmistakable joy. This atmosphere filled the space with palpable excitement, clearly indicating that some significant event was either imminent or had already transpired. What good news has occurred? Everyone seemed so elated. Marco playfully teased, mysteriously clapping his hands. With his gesture, an air of anticipation seemed to envelop the room. Shortly thereafter, several robust porters entered, each shouldering a massive box. These boxes appeared heavy, evidently filled with considerable contents. Following instructions, the workers carefully placed these large boxes on the ground, arranging them into neat rows until they counted over 100. Ron was taken aback, immediately deducing, Marco, these can't possibly. Haha, you guessed it, our esteemed Vice Captain Ron. Once all the boxes were set, Marco waved his hand again, signaling that they could begin. With a single command, all the boxes were opened almost simultaneously. The lid slowly lifted, revealing the resplendent treasures within. Instantly, the space was filled with gleaming gold, diamonds, gems, and various precious stones, sparkling under the light, dazzling the eyes of all present. Ron felt a tumultuous wave of emotion swell within him, standing there, dumbfounded by the sight before him. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such an astonishing treasure, a mountain of riches, each piece exuding an irresistible allure. Golden artifacts, weapons adorned with precious gems, and assorted artworks. If these were to be appraised on Earth, their worth would be beyond measure. That my heavens! Ron couldn't help but exclaim softly, this collection must be worth at least 100 billion berries. His voice was filled with disbelief and astonishment. For anyone, encountering such a staggering fortune would evoke an overwhelming sense of shock, let alone someone like Ron, who was experiencing such a spectacle for the first time. Ha ha, Vice Captain Ron is absolutely correct. These treasures are valued at nearly 300 billion berries. Vista was equally exhilarated, his eyes brimming with anticipation that we plan to enchant the abilities of all the captains of the divisions at once. All the captains? Yes, Ron furrowed his brow slightly. Even if these treasures are worth 300 billion berries, and each enchanted devil fruit costs 1 billion berries, it can only yield 30 fruits. The others listened intently, eager not to miss a single word. Enchantment carries a risk of failure. Considering 3 successes to 1 failure, we can enchant only 10 individuals. Ron couldn't help but feel disheartened. It seemed that 300 billion berries were but a mere drizzle in the face of a money-burning system. Captain, let us not be so pessimistic. Not everyone's luck is that poor. What if we only need 20 enchanted devil fruits to succeed? Vista encouraged, brimming with eagerness. Jozu also stood up, his gaze resolute. Father, there was only one successful enchantment before. I believe our luck ain't that dire. Indeed, Captain, your efforts are commendable. Please proceed with the crafting. I have faith in our fortune. The crew's eyes sparkled with hope as they looked at Ron, who was equally delighted to witness their success, for if 8 more enchantments succeeded, his task would be complete. At that point, the next new technology would be unlocked. All right, in the span of 2 weeks to a month, I will work tirelessly to make it happen. Await my good news, Ron declared, surveying the excited crowd as he made his pledge. Moreover, for those who wish to enchant other abilities, you can collect the blood of the individuals during this time. 1 fruit requires just a drop. With that, he turned away without a moment's hesitation, eager to discover what the next technology from the system would entail. In the days that followed, the island of Kaya remained remarkably tranquil. Upon hearing that the 4 Emperor's pirate crew was stationed here, no one dared to venture near. Thus the area remained serene. The division captains often gathered to converse, dreaming of a future where they might become wielders of 3, 4, or even 5 fruits. How magnificent that would be. Just then, a pirate rushed in from outside, flustered. Not good. Admiral Akiji is here. Marco was the first to rise, frowning. What? Akiji has arrived. How many people are with him? Not many, just 1 person. This time it was Marco who was taken aback. Only 1 person had come? Alone. Father, Akiji is here by himself. It seems he is not sent by the Navy, perhaps just passing through. Whitebeard set down his large drinking bowl, his gaze icy. What does Akiji want here? Does he not realize this is the private territory of the Whitebeard pirates? Ace also furrowed his brow, but soon his eyes brightened. Father, Akiji's arrival is quite fortuitous. What do you mean? Do you wish to? Whitebeard instantly understood Ace's implication, and the others quickly caught on, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Ace urged, Father, let me meet the Admiral. It's been a long time since I faced one. No, Jozu must go too. Jozu stood up, eager to join. After all, who didn't he know that to assist Ron in his enchantment, the blood of a devil fruit user was required? Akiji, being a Logia user, was someone everyone desired to have. Ha ha ha, my sword has long been itching for action, Vista declared, resting his hands on the hilts of his dual swords, scanning the crowd. He simply had to partake in this battle. Glug glug glug, you little brats, Whitebeard continued to lift his bowl. feeling no need to intervene with his sons so eager to act. Feel free, just do not disturb my drinking. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the division captains could no longer contain their excitement. Sprinting out the door at lightning speed, their target, Akiji, seeing his enthusiastic comrades, Marco chuckled and shook his head. Father, I'll stay here and drink with you that you're not going? Whitebeard downed the contents of his bowl and looked at Marco. Though Akiji's abilities are formidable, I have no desire for them. Chapter 13. Ace vs. Akiji. Though Akiji's abilities are formidable, I have no desire for them, Marco replied, subsequently pouring more wine for Whitebeard, that if I had to choose a Logia fruit, I would rather have a Kainu-S magma fruit that oh? Why is that? Whitebeard inquired, intrigued. Logia fruits come in various forms. The magma fruit allows for physical attacks, maximizing offensive potential. It is slightly superior to Akiji's ice fruit. Then why not choose Kizaru's light fruit? Whitebeard looked at Marco, considering the swift attacks that could arrive in the blink of an eye. Father, Kizaru's ability is of no use to us. Marco raised his hand. A blue flame igniting and burning fiercely. The flames of the phoenix can regenerate. Kizaru's powers would be ineffective against us, thus I see no point in acquiring them. Glug glug glue. Are you jesting with your father? A penalty drink. All right, I'll take the penalty. I'll drink. At the port, Akiji observed the throngs of pirates before him, their eyes shining with anticipation, as if a group of admirers had spotted a stunning beauty. He had merely come to inquire about something. Was it necessary to muster an entire pirate crew for his welcome? Ah, how lively it is, Akiji yawned lazily. Yesterday, something appeared here. What were those 3 beams of golden light? Ace frowned. So that was the reason for his visit. He had thought Akiji was merely passing through. Akiji, as an admiral, have you truly lost your wits? Do you think we would reveal that information to you? Ha ha, this admiral doesn't seem particularly bright. The taunts flew thick and fast, leaving Akiji feeling rather bored as he picked at his ears that a bunch of oceanic trash. How noisy. Let us cool you down a bit. With that, Akiji did not hesitate to launch an attack. His body began to undergo a transformation, shifting from flesh and blood into the hard, cold embrace of ice. This metamorphosis was not only swift but also magnificent. As if the very space around him was controlled by an irresistible force, Akiji accelerated. His speed reached unprecedented heights. Wherever he passed, vibrant flora and fauna fell lifeless, instantly encased in the exquisite artistry of ice sculptures, their beauty concealing a chilling brutality. Step aside, Ace and the others quickly retreated, avoiding Akiji's icy assault. Yet many ordinary pirates were struck and turned into ice sculptures. Ice ball. Akiji slowly lifted his palm, and the moisture in the air seemed to respond to an arcane force, swiftly condensing into 5 sharp, transparent icicles. Under his control, these icicles shot forth like arrows, targeting those who had yet to react. With a series of whistling sounds, several were struck, their bodies instantly cloaked in a thin layer of frost that gradually spread. Soon after, a more potent freezing energy erupted from Akiji's palm, enveloping the unfortunate souls within a massive, crystalline ice sphere. This sphere was not only visually stunning, but its internal temperature plummeted to extremes, rendering those trapped within immobile, forced to watch helplessly as sensation faded from their limbs, until they were entirely rigid. Throughout this ordeal, aside from the occasional faint sounds of struggle, silence reigned, only broken by Akiji's calm, yet resolute gaze, reflecting his unwavering confidence in the outcome of this battle. Flame mirror. Ace roared, his voice filled with fury as torrents of fire erupted from his right arm. Akin to a volcanic explosion, radiating an intense heat and brilliant light, tracing vibrant arcs through the air. These flames quickly coalesced, forming a vast and sturdy wall of fire before his comrades, not only halting Akiji's bone-chilling assault, but also providing warmth, offering a sliver of comfort and courage to those behind him. You scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Ace's other hand released warm flames, melting the ice enveloping his crewmates. Regret welled within him. If only he had acted sooner. Meanwhile, Akiji remained unfazed by this sudden turn of events, his expression retaining its signature calmness and composure, as if he had anticipated such a response. However, his demeanor showed no sign of alteration. Second Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace. Now this is becoming interesting. With a slight concentration, Qingji maximized his understanding of the ice element, and as he gently waved his hand, numerous translucent ice orbs, exuding a chilling aura, soared from all directions, targeting the barrier composed purely of flames. Humph. Is this the extent of a general's attack? Ace scoffed, then thrust his right hand forward forcefully, sending the wall of fire surging towards Qingji, as if intent on engulfing him in a sea of flames. Oh, Qingji observed calmly. When the ice orbs came into contact with the blazing firewall, they encountered unprecedented resistance. First, the intense heat caused their surfaces to melt, and then their entire structures gradually weakened. Ultimately, after enduring for several seconds, they disintegrated into puddles of clear, transparent ice water, dripping feebly onto the ground with a soft sound. That in that moment, everyone could feel the shocking impact of the fierce clash between two utterly contrasting forces. In a frozen time capsule, Qingji concentrated the cold air in his right arm and released an ice bird. This ice bird was not only lifelike in form, but also possessed formidable striking power. Wherever it flew, the air instantaneously froze, and the ground quickly became coated in a thick layer of frost. Enveloped in this chill, everything around seemed to be suspended in time, with even the tiniest particles in the air becoming distinctly visible. As everyone stood in stunned silence, taken aback by this sudden transformation, no one noticed that Qingji had quietly vanished. That moment, Ace erupted in flames, attempting to fend off the encroaching cold. However, despite the ferocity of these flames, they seemed utterly insignificant in the face of the boundless chill. Suddenly, a mass of cold air began to coalesce behind Ace, forming a colossal ice sculpture. The pervasive cold had, unbeknownst to anyone, frozen Ace's legs, rendering him immobile. To engage in battle, one must be prepared for death. Chapter 14. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor Bloodbath Fire Phoenix. In the next moment, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the ice sculpture. None other than the previously vanished Qingji. In his hand, he held an exquisitely transparent ice dagger, glimmering with a cold light. That in the depths of cold, I shall repent, Qingji stated coldly, his tone filled with resolve and ruthlessness. Without a moment's hesitation, he fiercely swung the ice dagger, plunging it into Ace's unguarded body. The strike was so sudden and swift that Ace had no time to react. As the ice dagger penetrated deeper, Qingji's gaze grew increasingly indifferent, his expression tinged with disappointment. The 2nd Division captain was rather weak, unable to withstand such an attack. Turning his back on the fallen Ace, Qingji fixed his sharp gaze upon the others, exhaling cold air. Now, does anyone wish to enlighten me about those 3 golden lights? The scene fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak. All eyes were fixed on Qingji, their expressions bewildered, as if they were observing a fool. What has come over the general? Is he so confident? Hey, Qingji, have you perhaps celebrated too soon? Haha, it seems the general isn't so frightening after all. He couldn't even scratch our 2nd Division captain. Upon hearing these jibes, an uneasy premonition welled up within Qingji. Could it be that the dagger had not incapacitated Ace? Just as he contemplated turning around to ascertain, he heard Ace's voice behind him. Ah, how terrifying, Qingji. This ice dagger is truly bone-chilling. That moment, Qingji caught sight of Ace's condition. The area where the ice dagger had pierced was ablaze with blood-red flames. The part of his body that had been impaled was swiftly healing. Yet, this flame was not the result of the Mera no Mi. It resembled your body. This flame is not your Mera no Mi. Qingji's brows furrowed in confusion, his mind momentarily stalling. What was happening? Healing flames reminiscent of Marco's phoenix form? How peculiar! Moments later, Ace touched the spot where the ice dagger had penetrated, and it had already returned to its pristine state. His skin was as smooth as a newborn's. Haha, the phoenix form is truly miraculous. Such a severe injury can be healed, Ace exclaimed with delight. Others gathered around, excitedly examining Ace, marveling at his complete recovery. Haha, First Mate Ron is truly exceptional. Not a single scar left. It must be Marco's phoenix form. Qingji's furrowed brow remained taut as he listened to their chatter. His heart sank further, sensing the situation was dire. What was this about Ace's phoenix form? Qingji, you've perhaps celebrated too soon. Ace stepped forward from the crowd, cracking his knuckles as he regarded Qingji, his enthusiasm for battle surging now that he knew he was unlikely to die. What is the nature of your body? How do you possess the healing ability of a phoenix? Qingji could not help but voice his curiosity. Ace replied, What? As a marine admiral, haven't you seen everything? A double devil fruit user. Are you unaware? What? Oh, a double devil fruit user. Qingji felt his mind whirl. Such beings were exceedingly rare in marine history. Indeed, let me test the legendary power of a general. As soon as the words left his mouth, a determined and battle-hungry light flickered in Ace's eyes. Clenching his fists, he unleashed the full might of the Mera Mera no Mi. It surged forth like boiling magma, transforming into a roaring inferno that coalesced in his hands. This flame was no ordinary fire. It embodied immense power and will, Great Flame Ring, Great Flame Emperor, Bloodbath Fire Phoenix. With a fierce roar, Ace released these spiraling, colossal flames into the air, where they twirled and intertwined, ultimately converging into a magnificent fireball more dazzling than the sun itself. Composed of countless tiny yet intensely hot flames, this massive sphere radiated a blinding light, as if it could illuminate the entire sky. Just as everyone assumed this was the entirety of Ace's assault, an even more astounding scene unfolded. Atop the brilliantly blazing fireball appeared an immortal phoenix. Enveloped in a blood-red glow, this legendary creature unfurled its vast wings, each flap igniting waves of crimson flames, seemingly aiming to scorch the clouds in the sky, casting the world in a scarlet hue. The phoenix's eyes brimmed with defiance and the essence of rebirth, standing atop the blazing fireball as if traversing an endless sea of fire. Reborn from the flames, Qingji, this is my strongest move. Unleash your full power. The blood phoenix dove down with incredible speed, as if transcending space itself, its claws grasping a colossal fireball. This orb shone brighter than the sun, its blinding radiance and temperature high enough to melt steel. Flames danced in the phoenix's talons, producing a deafening roar, as though the very air was being torn asunder by this force. With a sharp cry, the blood-red phoenix hurled the fireball toward Qingji, the orb slicing through the sky, leaving a magnificent trail behind. Wherever it passed, the moisture in the air evaporated violently, creating a veil of white mist. The ground turned a fiery red, rocks began to melt, and everything appeared unreal, as if conjured from a dream. Qingji stood rooted in place, his eyes narrowing. He could sense the immense threat posed by the fireball, fully aware that should it strike him, even he would struggle to withstand such an impact. Could a captain of the Whitebeard pirates possess such power? A sense of unprecedented crisis surged within him. He pressed his lips together, and the cold air enveloped him instantly, causing the surrounding moisture to freeze rapidly. Ice Age! Qingji roared, unleashing the icy breath within him, akin to a tempestuous winter gale, sweeping forth. This chilling air was so potent it seemed capable of freezing time itself, causing the surrounding atmosphere to solidify. Centered around Qingji, an invisible force rapidly expanded, covering everything in a thick layer of frost. Trees, rocks, and even the minuscule particles in the air were not spared from this sudden cold wave. Quickly losing their original colors and warmth as Qingji focused his thoughts, the intensely cooled air began to coalesce, forming a magnificent pillar of ice that rose from the ground, reaching towards the heavens. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, yet within it lay the destructive power to obliterate all. When the icy pillar met the oncoming colossal fireball, a violent reaction ensued as ice and fire, the most fundamental and opposing forces of nature, collided, unleashing an unprecedented release of energy. Chapter 15. None shall steal. Bang. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the entire space seemed to tremble at that very moment. The encounter of two substances, inherently contrasting in nature, immediately initiated a process of mutual annihilation, but on one hand, the intense heat caused portions of ice to swiftly melt into water. On the other, the biting cold gradually diminished the flames until they flickered out entirely. During this tumultuous exchange, a substantial volume of white steam ascended, enveloping the battlefield in a shrouded haze. While it appeared that both sides were evenly matched, in reality, each passing moment drained energy from one another. Ace is indeed formidable, having forced Aokiji into such a desperate situation. Haha, the dual fruit users are undeniably powerful. I eagerly anticipate the tremors of Popskra Granoam I. In truth, Akiji's abilities are commendable as well. If he were to acquire the High Nomi along with the Mera Nomi, could he not potentially develop a steam-based fruit? Why complicate matters? Lord Ron could enchant you directly. Ha, my apologies, I truly am a fool. Jozu and other captains of the divisions chuckled, yet their feet did not falter, drawing ever closer to the combat zone. As they approached, Vista and Jozu exchanged a knowing glance and a sly smile. And then they surged forward. Rose wheel, dance, radiant impact. Jozu's arms sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a composition of countless brilliant diamonds, muscles taut with explosive potential, each swing generating a tempest. Vista had ascended into the air, his figure glowing brilliantly in the sun's rays. His dual swords danced in his hands, akin to two agile silver serpents weaving through the air, while red rose petals cascaded from the tips of his blades. Each petal imbued with formidable sword energy, capable of effortlessly severing steel. These petals swirled in the air, creating a sea of crimson blossoms, intricately interwoven like a vast net that ensnared the entire battlefield. How infuriating! Akiji's brow furrowed tightly, his face a canvas of disbelief and fury. He had never anticipated such a treacherous ambush from Jozu and Bista at this critical juncture. Pirates indeed are relentless, resorting to any means to achieve their ends. Despite his profound dissatisfaction with this act of betrayal, the pressing concern now was how to confront the imminent crisis. He attempted to marshal his internal strength for a counterattack or defense. Yet it all seemed too late. Jozu's diamond-hard right arm collided with Akiji's chest with astonishing speed and force, delivering not only excruciating pain, but also propelling him several steps back, just as he struggled to regain his footing. Vista swiftly followed up, leaving a long gash on Akiji's unguarded back with his razor-sharp sword. Subsequently, Ace joined the fray, his fist imbued with overwhelming flames, striking Akiji's chest with the force of a battering ram, exacerbating the already grievous wounds and rendering Akiji incapacitated. Following this relentless and precise assault, Akiji could finally withstand no more, spitting a mouthful of blood. The remnants oozed from the corners of his mouth as his body succumbed weakly to the ground. Just as Akiji braced for the pirates to seize the opportunity to finish him off, an unexpected scene unfolded. Rather than rushing toward him as he had anticipated, the pirates instead flocked towards the blood he had expelled, feverishly collecting it. They handled the precious liquid with utmost care, as if dealing with some rare treasure. Ha! This is mine. All mine. The power of the High Nomi. Leave a portion for Ace and Jozu, and let no one snatch it away. Akiji gazed at this spectacle, filled with bewilderment and confusion. He could not fathom why these pirates were so enamored with his blood, even risking their lives to claim it. Could it be that his blood concealed some unknown secret or value? There was no time to ponder this, although he had yet to grasp the significance of the 3 golden lights. He had gleaned more useful information. The Whitebeard pirates had unveiled a dual fruit user. Ah, what an unforgettable experience. 2nd Division Captain Ace, I shall remember you. Akiji rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lazily regarding the group, he had matters to attend to and would fight another day. Moonwalk. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward with a force that seemed to penetrate the intangible air, leaving a faint afterimage in the void that he then continued to tread upon the air, each step elevating his speed to new heights. The very air seemed to tear apart in his wake, producing a cacophony of howling winds. The onlookers beheld Akiji's form becoming increasingly indistinct, resembling a bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. All that remained was the fading sound of wind and a multitude of grateful, reluctant gazes. Ace, I believe we could capture Akiji, Jozu exclaimed eagerly, clearly intent on increasing his bounty. Vista appeared particularly exhilarated, cautiously extracting a finely crafted glass vial from his pocket. His movements were meticulous, as if he feared wasting a single drop, and he began to carefully collect the blood from his weapon, each droplet seemingly of utmost importance. Jozu, it was no small feat for us to successfully ambush and severely injure Akiji, Vista remarked, shaking his head as he gently placed a vial filled with blood into his inner pocket, patting it to ensure its safety. However, if we wish to truly secure a Marine Admiral, At this point, Bista paused, his gaze growing profound, as though contemplating some far-reaching dilemma that I fear that we may need to pay a significant price. He added slowly, his voice laced with resignation and gravity. For them, while they had achieved a temporary victory, the path to ultimate triumph against such a formidable foe would not be easy and might entail sacrificing several comrades' lives as the cost. Is he really that formidable? Jose's eyes widened. Indeed, do not underestimate any admiral. Ace concurred, nodding in agreement. Admirals are indeed worthy of their title, he remarked, his complexion paling slightly as he staggered but regained his balance. Smiling as he reflected, the recovery speed in my phoenix form is truly astonishing. After such intense exertion, I'm nearly back to full strength in no time. Dual fruit users are indeed extraordinary. Let us go. Let us go. I need to return and ask the vice captain for one as well. I want Popsgura no me too. Chapter 16, Kizu. I'm on vacation. At the Marine headquarters, Akiji's return went unnoticed by anyone. For the commotion caused by an admiral returning from a mission, injured, was far too great that I in the marshal's office, Sengoku, Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the injured Akiji were all present in the conference room, each wearing a grim expression. Seated in silence as if brewing a storm, the atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression, so palpable that one could almost hear the sound of their breaths. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku rose from his chair, the first to shatter the stillness, his voice deep and commanding. Akiji, are you certain you did not miss-see? Akiji lifted his head, his gaze languid as he replied, I am certain, upon hearing Akiji's firm affirmation. Sengoku felt a pang of headache that he understood the implications. If Akiji was not mistaken, then the entire Marine headquarters would face a monumental threat, one that could jeopardize their safety and potentially destabilize the entire order of the seas. The situation was becoming dire. Garp, shouldn't you say something? Garp stuffed the last of the senbei into his mouth, chewing vigorously before swallowing. What can I say? Ace has always been headstrong, and I wasn't there when he set sail. After that, he acquired the Mera Mera no Mi and has become part of the Whitebeard pirates. The rest, as you all know, is history. And what about that mythical Zoan? Phoenix form? I'm just as clueless as you are. Garp laughed heartily, maintaining an air of detachment, yet inwardly feeling gratified that Ace could even hold his own against an admiral. Akiji observed the expression of his former mentor and shook his head. Ace had indeed surprised him. Garp, you are to blame for this predicament. Sengoku glared at Garp, wishing he could deliver a couple of punches at a dual fruit user. I never expected the Whitebeard pirates to possess a dual fruit user. Vice Admiral Tsuru's face tightened, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, the analysis commenced, beginning with the Whitebeard pirates' unusual decision to choose a small island as their base of operations, remaining there for several months. Then, 3 enigmatic golden lights appeared, shrouded in mystery. Perhaps they had known all along what lay hidden there. Lastly, the emergence of Ace's dual devil fruit abilities left one to ponder the connections between these events. Only a fool would dismiss their significance. Sengoku nodded in agreement, calmly gazing out the window as he remarked that Ace's transformation was undoubtedly related to the earlier appearance of the golden lights. He proposed the possibility that scientific research had enabled Ace to possess dual devil fruit powers. Sengoku's conjecture instantly sparked a memory in Akiji, prompting him to interject with a startling revelation. During their battle, the adversaries had shown a peculiar obsession with his blood, even at the risk of injury to themselves. They sought to obtain it, incessantly proclaiming their desire to become dual or even triple devil fruit users. This startling assertion caused Sengoku to sit up abruptly, affirming with conviction that the Whitebeard pirates indeed possessed a method to transform individuals into dual or triple devil fruit users. Vice Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow in concern. Should this be the case, the implications were dire, necessitating immediate action to avert widespread upheaval across the seas that it appeared that a scientist or similar talent had emerged on their side. As such phenomena had never before been observed with the Whitebeard pirates, Garp, too, adopted a serious demeanor, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, Tsuru's expression shifted to one of horror, a troubling thought lingering in her mind. Could it be possible that Whitebeard had also attained dual or even triple devil fruit powers? What? Came the incredulous response. Such a possibility exists that in an instant, the entire office fell into a tense silence, the atmosphere thick with anxiety, as they contemplated the ramifications of Whitebeard, now a powerful Yonko, acquiring another devil fruit ability, an event that could very well upend the balance of power. However, the hope seemed dim. Utilizing a devil fruit's powers required considerable stamina, and employing dual abilities would demand an even greater expenditure of energy. Given Whitebeard's current physical condition, it was highly improbable that he could manage such a feat. Let us not forget Ace's Phoenix form. He is not only a Zoan type, but also a mythical Zoan. His regenerative and healing capabilities are unparalleled. Tsuru analyzed, realizing the reality might be far more severe than they had anticipated. Akiji, massaging his temples in frustration, sighed, alas, if that were the case, the seas would certainly become tumultuous. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, noting, Marco's Phoenix form possesses remarkable healing and restorative abilities. Given Ace's situation, it is highly likely that Whitebeard has acquired such powers and has possibly returned to peak condition. Sengoku, do not be so pessimistic. All of this is merely conjecture. Perhaps Whitebeard wishes to avoid unnecessary turmoil and remains in his previous frail state. Who can say for certain? Karp chuckled, attempting to console. Though even he struggled to believe his own words. The true state of affairs necessitated the dispatch of personnel for further investigation. As he spoke, he turned to grasp the transponder snail on the table. Dialing it up. Moments later, the sound of dragging footsteps and a muffled complaint reached them, followed by the door creaking open. No, Mr. Sengoku, I am currently on a legitimate vacation. Interrupting me mid-holiday warrants compensation. Kizaru grumbled as he slouched into a chair, only to notice the room filled with individuals. Mr. Karp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Akiji, what is this gathering about? His demeanor shifted as he noticed the bloodstain at Akiji's mouth. Narrowing his eyes, Akiji, are you injured? Indeed, Palyasolino, there have been some developments. Sengoku interrupted Kizaru's queries, recounting the earlier events with emphasis on their seriousness, downplaying the topic of monetary compensation for the interruption, promising it would be addressed later. Kizaru, unconcerned, casually remarked about the alarming notion of these newcomers becoming dual devil fruit users. He then turned his gaze toward Sengoku, grasping the implication that the marshal was suggesting he investigate this matter further. Sengoku shot him a sidelong glance, as if to say, was this not obvious? Unbeknownst to him, he caught a glimpse of Akiji, who retorted, why are you staring at me when I'm clearly injured? Cough, cough. Fine, I shall go. Kizaru's expression morphed into one of dismay, though he was on vacation. Being summoned unexpectedly was a misfortune. Not only was he working overtime, but the prospect of compensation remained uncertain, making it all the more vexing. Chapter 17. This blood belongs to Akiji, it is all that wretched crew's fault. This time, we must reclaim our dues from them, Kizaru lamented. Furthermore, these individuals are truly bizarre. They have managed to accomplish what even Vegapunk could not fully comprehend, and have implemented it with remarkable efficacy. Akiji has been injured as evidence. At Gaia Island, a group of division captains returned to their base, their expressions brimming with excitement, grinning broadly as they celebrated their return. Whitebeard was practicing with his great sword in the yard, demonstrating mastery over the blade. Each swing resonating with a thunderous might that in the sunlight. His towering figure appeared especially formidable, the sword dancing in his hands like a nimble dragon, sometimes spiraling gracefully, other times striking downward with ferocity. Each move infused with both power and elegance. With a final slash, Whitebeard stood firm, having completed an entire set of sword techniques, his expression serene and breathing steady, showing no signs of fatigue from the vigorous exercise. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, clearly satisfied with his performance, that as he gazed at the sword in his hands, a profound sense of fulfillment washed over him. This blade was not merely a weapon, but a companion and ally. The surroundings fell silent, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds, as Whitebeard stood there, quietly attuned to the power coursing through him, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. After a while, he grasped the sword tightly once more, seemingly intent on another round of practice. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Ace and the others upon their return, who hurried forward with concern, cautioning, "Old man, even though your body has recovered, you must still heed the need for rest." Joza chimed in, grinning, "Old man, we all know your blade remains sharp, but you truly ought to listen to Ace and take care of yourself." "Gurura, you little brats, since when did it become your place to lecture me?" Whitebeard exclaimed, driving his sword forcefully into the ground, causing a massive crater to form, the cracks resembling a spider's web stretching outward. The blade seemed to possess boundless power, tearing the earth into countless fragments, the air rippling from the tremendous shockwave, as though even time had paused in that instant. Did I know my own condition? There is no need for concern. He then inquired why they appeared so jubilant, remarking, "What, did Akiji not fare well against you?" As they recounted their glorious triumphs in animated voices, Whitebeard listened intently, his delight growing. "Grrr, well done, you little brats." However, once Akiji returns to the Navy base, Sengoku and Carp, those old geezers, will undoubtedly not let this slide easily. This sea is destined for turmoil. Yet despite his words, Whitebeard's expression revealed no worry. Nor did the others exhibit any concern. They seemed utterly unperturbed, with Ron by their side, who had reason to fear whom? "Old man, let us first deliver this blood to Ron. Indeed, fresh blood is essential. It will be splendid to see the results of Vice Captain Ron's research. With the ice fruit, which belongs to a Marine Admiral, it is astounding that we have come to possess such power. I can hardly wait. I shall take the lead." Whitebeard, witnessing the fervor of his comrades, felt invigorated as he decided to join them in visiting Ron, exclaiming, "Grrara, what a splendid day. I too shall accompany you to see Ron." The group swiftly arrived at Ron's laboratory, observing the busy scene within. They felt a deep appreciation for their vice captain, recognizing the sacrifices he made while they indulged in revelry. This realization stirred a profound sense of gratitude within them. Vice Captain truly embodies selflessness, working tirelessly day and night for our strength. How can we ever repay him? A group of individuals stood at the entrance, overwhelmed with emotion, their cries echoing like the sound of thunder. They pounded their chests and embraced one another for comfort, repeatedly murmuring Ron's name, as if he had perished. Hey, what is this? Why are you all weeping so openly at my doorstep? It feels as though you are mourning for me," Ron remarked, stepping out of the laboratory clad in a pristine white lab coat, his face adorned with a look of perplexity and astonishment, his gaze reflecting the bewilderment of having just experienced something extraordinary. Ha, Ron. As soon as Ace caught sight of Ron, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Resembling a long-lost friend reunited, he dashed forward, enveloping Ron in a hearty embrace. However, Ace's exuberance proved overwhelming, catching Ron off guard with an unexpected force. Coughing slightly, Ron was taken aback by this sudden display of affection, struggling to catch his breath as he attempted to push Ace away, who seemed blissfully unaware of his excessive enthusiasm. All right, I hadn't even informed you yet. Why are you all here so early?" Ron finally seized the opportunity to speak, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness and jest. "Have you all consumed the foresight fruit or something? Did you know my experiment was on the verge of success?" Upon hearing that Ron's experiment was nearing completion, the crowd was struck with sheer astonishment. "What? Vice Captain, did you say the experiment is about to be completed? Does that mean I shall soon become a dual fruit user?" one exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. "Lord Ron, you are simply magnificent." Ron rolled his eyes at the flattery, yet he found it somewhat gratifying. "All right, what brings you all here today? Speak quickly." At Ron's urging, they wasted no time, producing small vials containing varying quantities of blood. Blood? Ron was taken aback that they had gone to such lengths for merely this. A small amount of blood. "Couldn't you have just sent a soldier to fetch it?" He glanced at Whitebeard, who was grinning at him. "Listen here, kid," Whitebeard began. "The blood they hold is from Admiral Akiji. And it's still fresh." Hearing Whitebeard's words, Ron gasped in astonishment. Feigning surprise, "What? Are you saying this blood belongs to Akiji?" He then broke into an exceedingly joyful expression. "This is splendid. With this blood, we can acquire the power of the ice fruit." Although a significant portion of Ron's astonishment was feigned, he was genuinely puzzled as to how they had procured Akiji's blood. Had they been exposed? It was highly likely. Chapter 18, 30 Enchanted Devil Fruits. Soon after, Ace excitedly recounted the source of the blood, particularly highlighting the technique he had developed that allowed him to exchange blows with Akiji, even inflicting injury upon him, which filled Ace with immense pride and exhilaration. Each time he reminisced about that battle, his eyes would gleam with brilliance, as if that moment of victory was vividly etched in his memory. Whitebeard listened to the conversation between his sons, a look of contentment gracing his face. For him, Witnessing his sons share joyous moments was one of his greatest aspirations. Ever since forming this family, Whitebeard had dreamed of providing warmth and love to each member, allowing them to grasp the true meaning of home. That moment. Observing Ace's exuberance as he shared his experiences, he knew that this dream was gradually becoming a reality. For Whitebeard, nothing was more important than having a united and harmonious family. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated, as if the very earth trembled. Following that, countless beams of dazzling golden light surged skyward like lightning, illuminating the heavens in an instant. These rays were densely packed, resembling a spectacular fireworks display, with dozens of them radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. This unexpected spectacle left everyone dumbfounded as they gazed upwards in wonder at this remarkable phenomenon, the air laden with a mysterious and solemn aura. As if the entire world was shaken by this force, members of the Whitebeard Pirates, they instinctively understood the significance of this event, their expressions a mixture of excitement and astonishment, pointing at the golden light, their bodies trembling in anticipation. The golden light, could it be that Vice Captain Ron's experiment has succeeded? It must be so. Oh my, we are incredibly fortunate. I can hardly wait to become a dual fruit user. Long live Vice Captain Ron. Observing the radiant golden light, Ron's heart swelled with realization. The experiment had indeed succeeded. Yet he had never anticipated that this moment would arrive so abruptly. It seems you all arrived just in time. Come, let us go and witness the fruits of our labor, Ron announced to the crowd, a barely concealed exhilaration gracing his features. Gulalala, you little rascals, give thanks to Ron. Whitebeard's deep voice boomed as he strode purposefully behind Ron. His eyes gleaming with excitement, the leader of the crew, he felt immense satisfaction at the success of this experiment, while also harboring boundless hopes for the future. The others, hearing his words, were equally thrilled, each one eagerly expressing their gratitude to Ron, their tones sincere and fervent. They all followed closely behind him, anxious not to miss any detail, fearing that the devil fruits might not fall into their hands. The atmosphere was thick with tension and hope, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the impending surprise. Upon entering the laboratory, the group beheld 30 pure, white devil fruits displayed upon the experiment table. These fruits emanated a gentle glow, as if they contained boundless power. It truly succeeded. Marco wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, nearly overcome with emotion. His voice trembled with excitement and disbelief, for this signified that their efforts had not been in vain, and they had finally welcomed the dawn of hope. Captain, here are 30 devil fruits, Ron continued. Based on our previous enchanting experiences, these can be allocated as shares for 10 individuals. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Their ears perked as they listened attentively to Ron's next words, knowing that this moment was crucial for the entire team, and any decision could significantly impact their future. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Ron slowly began. Initially, we had planned for 7 shares of the Tremor fruit and 3 shares of the mythical Zoan, Phoenix form. However, circumstances have changed, and we need to reassess our strategy. The air grew thick with tension and anticipation, as everyone understood that this was not merely a matter of power allocation, but a pivotal decision regarding their future direction. Whitebeard nodded slowly, signaling his agreement. You are correct. Akiji's abilities are indeed formidable, and his fruit powers are crucial for us. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. Let us proceed with the allocation of 3 shares of the Ice fruit, 2 shares of the mythical Zoan, Phoenix form, and the remainder will consist of the Tremor fruit. Whitebeard's words echoed through the room. Everyone present nodded in agreement, with no one daring to voice dissent. For Whitebeard's status and authority within the crew were indisputable. They all recognized that this allocation plan was the most reasonable and would maximize their resources effectively. Seeing this, Marco wore a satisfied smile as he stepped forward to speak. Currently, the individuals possessing the Phoenix form include myself, Ace, and our father, 3 in total. With the addition of the 2 who will soon gain this ability, we will have 5 wielding this powerful capability. This will undoubtedly enable us to respond swiftly to any situation on the battlefield and provide necessary support that if anyone is injured, they can receive timely treatment or protection, which will significantly enhance our combat effectiveness. Upon hearing this, the surrounding comrades expressed their excitement. knowing that with these powerful fruit abilities at their disposal, they would be far more adept in future battles. Indeed, previously, Marco alone with the Phoenix form was somewhat strained. Now, with so many of us, it will be more than sufficient. Absolutely, we must bolster our combat power. Father's Tremor fruit has unparalleled offensive strength. Even Kaido would be dazed by a single punch. Ha ha ha, enough with the banter. Let us commence the enchanting process, Ron urged playfully, as the other commanders prepared for the enchantment. Let us begin with the Ice fruit. Ron spoke, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. The trio of white, enchanted devil fruits was unveiled. 9 exquisite specimens laid before the assembled crowd, each radiating a soft glow, as if harboring enigmatic powers that a group of individuals breathed rapidly, their hearts racing at the thought of soon becoming wielders of the freezing fruit ability. Their gazes fixated on the fruits, brimming with hope and desire. Who will be the first to step forward? Ron inquired, surveying the tense yet exhilarated assembly, his voice echoing in the air. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Hesitating, they all understood that the first individual to attempt the fruit faced the risk of humiliation should they fail. Each person contemplated, silently wishing someone else would take the initiative, allowing them to observe from a distance. Time seemed to stretch, the atmosphere thick with palpable tension. That moment. A clear voice shattered the silence. I will. All eyes swiftly turned toward the source of the voice. That was a woman. None other than the sole female captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Ice Witch Voyage. Ron recognized her immediately. Her striking presence was unmistakable. The Voyage's hair cascaded like a waterfall, dark and lustrous, akin to the stars in the night sky. Her full, alluring lips curved into a confident and determined smile, and she donned a chic, striped blouse adorned with delicate floral buttons, exuding both fashion and individuality. That a lace scarf playfully wrapped around her neck added a flirtatious touch. Can I begin, Vice Captain Ron? Voyage gazed at Ron with sultry eyes, her admiration nearly overflowing. He was both handsome and formidable, precisely her type. Ron was taken aback by her boldness. Indeed, the women of the pirate world were overwhelmingly extroverted, especially when it came to expressing affection, being refreshingly candid. Yes, of course, Ron stammered, carefully retrieving a small glass vial containing Akiji's blood from his pocket, his movements meticulous to avoid any misstep. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ron slowly dripped the Akiji blood onto 3 of the white, enchanted devil fruits. Miraculously, as the blood made contact, a wondrous transformation unfolded. The pristine white surface of the fruits began to shift rapidly, the white stripes appearing to awaken under some mysterious force, instantaneously morphing into a deep, captivating blue. Moreover, the blue stripes grew, increasingly intricate and exquisite, resembling ancient runes infused with unknown power and allure. Though brief, the entire process left onlookers in awe. Despite having witnessed many extraordinary sights, the astonishing transformation still elicited profound shock. An ineffable aura filled the air, evoking both excitement and reverence. How marvelous! Every time I witness this, I feel an urge to worship Vice Captain Ron. Me too. I envy you. When will it be our turn? The 3 ice-blue frozen fruits lay quietly on the experimental table, and Voyage mused, I hope my luck holds out. She stepped forward, gingerly grasping one of the frozen fruits and taking a delicate bite. Her expression soured instantly. The taste of the devil fruit was indeed as repulsive as rumored. Voyage swallowed with great effort, carefully noting the changes in her body while under the eager gaze of the crowd. After various transformations, she felt no reaction. Normal. Let us try another, Ron remarked, aware of her failure, casually handing her another fruit. Voyage was taken aback by her initial failure, filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, she resolutely consumed a second devil fruit without hesitation, to her astonishment. As soon as she swallowed, her body underwent an incredible transformation. A mist of ice-blue vapors began to emanate from her, as if a mysterious power surged forth from within her. The mist rapidly spread, encasing everything around. Flowers, furniture, all transformed into ice sculptures. A bone-chilling cold filled the air, prompting involuntary shivers. Quick, retreat, someone shouted in alarm. The crowd hastily stepped back, stabilizing themselves just as the mist vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Voyage stood there, a touch embarrassed, offering an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry, everyone, that I got a bit carried away in my excitement after succeeding, she explained, her voice laced with guilt. The onlookers were both astonished and intrigued by the extraordinary power of the fruit. As the frosty mist dissipated, Wadeye's jubilant figure reappeared. Without a second thought, she rushed toward Ron, enveloping him in a hearty embrace, nearly suffocating him with her ample bosom. Cough, cough. Congratulations. You were fortunate to succeed on your second attempt, Ron managed to say, extricating himself from her embrace. Given the throng of spectators, he felt a tad bashful lingering in her arms. Wade-Eye stifled a giggle, delighted to see Vice Captain Ron flustered. Such a man was precisely to her liking. Leaning closer, she whispered, Vice Captain, Wade-Eye will be paying you a visit tonight to express my gratitude. Ron, I consider you a comrade, and yet you wish to seduce me? Cough, cough. Next, what's up? I will. Before long, as each devil fruit was consumed, the trio's share of freezing fruits was swiftly completed. The result surprised Ron. Out of the 9 enchanted devil fruits, 6 had succeeded. The Whitebeard pirates now boasted 6 wielders of the freezing devil fruit ability. It was unfathomable to think of the impact such power could have if it were to spread across the seas. Next came the enchanted devil fruit of the mythical Zoan type, the phoenix form. The process unfolded smoothly, yielding satisfactory outcomes, albeit not as astonishing as the freezing fruits that in total, 3 individuals gained the phoenix form ability. Then, it was time for the old man's tremor fruit. I'll go first. Jaws rushed eagerly from the crowd, having intended to enchant his father's tremor fruit from the outset, and now his wish was finally within reach. Captain, I beg your assistance. Gurura, this is but a trifling matter. Merely a drop of blood. Whitebeard stepped forward, extending his right index finger, gently slicing it open. Blood oozed from the wound, dripping onto each of the devil fruits, before the astonished gazes of the crowd. The white devil fruits began to undergo rapid transformations. Strange patterns, as if alive, intertwined and swirled across the surfaces of the fruits, sketching undulating designs that seemed to harbor some arcane power, instilling a sense of awe. Chapter 20, Jaws, Diamond Tremor, the strongest, the hardest. Even more astonishingly, the colors of the devil fruits shifted. The once pure white fruits gradually morphed into hues resembling earthy, rocky tones, as if they were undergoing a metamorphosis, becoming even more powerful and mysterious. This was Ron's first glimpse of the true form of the tremor fruit, that he had never anticipated that this fruit, capable of world-shattering destruction, would appear so ordinary. Yet, it was precisely this unassuming nature that concealed world-ending power, rendering the devil fruit a coveted treasure among pirates. Haha, I shall not hold back, Jaws declared, seizing the first tremor fruit from the table and swallowing it whole without so much as chewing. Jaws is incredible. He just swallowed it whole. Does this method help avoid the devil fruit's dreadful taste? I have no idea, but judging by Jaws' elated expression, it seems that way that I'll eat like that from now on. Me too. The other division captains and onlooking pirates were left speechless, eagerly awaiting Jaws' transformation. It feels like nothing has changed. Jaws sheepishly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed for disappointing everyone. Normal. Who succeeds on their first try besides the captain? Try again, Ace encouraged. All right, this time I will definitely succeed, Jaws proclaimed, once more picking up the second tremor fruit, chewing it thoroughly before swallowing it expressionlessly. Ron felt his scalp tingle, doubting whether this devil fruit was genuine. Was it possible for someone to consume a devil fruit without displaying any change in expression, and to chew and swallow it so meticulously? Such ferocity is simply astounding. Not only Ron, but the other members of the pirate crew were equally taken aback upon witnessing Jaws devour his meal. Their jaws nearly dropped to the floor in sheer disbelief that I would dare to call Jaws the strongest. I too share this sentiment. By the way, does Jaws lack taste buds? How else could he possibly show no reaction whatsoever? Amidst the murmured discussions of the crowd, Jaws was in a state of frantic desperation, on the verge of tears, as he meticulously sensed every change within his body, yet found none. It cannot be. How could my luck be this abysmal? With no response at all, I wonder if this could be a counterfeit tremor fruit. I refuse to believe it. Without waiting for others to dissuade him, he seized the last tremor fruit and forcefully shoved it into his mouth, biting down fiercely a couple of times. Disregarding whether it was properly chewed, and swallowed it whole. In but a moment, a look of elation suddenly graced Jaws' face, and he was consumed by a euphoric frenzy. It worked. I can feel it. It truly worked. Jaws slowly extended his right hand, palm facing upwards. As he moved, a translucent, spherical force field gradually coalesced within his hand, emanating a soft and mysterious glow, as if it contained an infinite reservoir of energy. Then, with a sudden clench of his right fist, a series of bone-chilling cracking sounds echoed through the air, akin to glass being scraped by a hard object, sending shivers down one spine. As Jaws tightened his grip with increasing speed, the cracking sounds became more frequent and louder, nearly merging into a singular cacophony. Simultaneously, countless tiny yet discernible fissures began to spread from the center of the translucent force field, radiating outward at an astonishing pace, making the air seem as though it were being torn apart, distorting the entire space and imparting a sense of imminent shattering. Ha! A smug smile crept across Jaws' lips, his eyes glinting with confidence and provocation. Before he could finish his thought, he swung his right arm with ferocity, unleashing the amassed power in a single punch. This blow not only carried immense impact but also wielded the capacity to shake the very heavens. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to tremble, and a series of even more intense cracking sounds resonated through the air, the noise of the atmosphere itself crumbling under the weight of such formidable pressure. At that very moment, a nearby tranquil hill suddenly faced an unprecedented assault. It shook violently as though ravaged by a natural disaster, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom! Accompanied by the colossal noise, the entire hill exploded into a shower of debris, sending countless stones flying, creating a scene both magnificent and heart-stopping. At that instant, everyone was left in a state of shock, unable to fathom that Jaws possessed such world-shattering power. Jaws, witnessing the spectacle, felt a flicker of surprise and exhilaration that he had not anticipated that a mere punch could yield such catastrophic destruction. The air still seemed to resonate with the residual force of that strike, rendering everything around him unusually oppressive. Again, Jaws bellowed, his voice laced with challenge. His hands grasped at the void once more, as if seizing some intangible essence, causing the air to warp around him. Then, with a sudden downward tug, it appeared as though he intended to rip the very sky from its moorings with his movement. Fissures manifested in the air, rapidly spreading outward until they converged upon the distant hill. In that moment, the hill seemed to be gripped tightly by an unseen hand, forcefully pressed into the earth. A resounding crash echoed, and the entire peak collapsed in an instant, dust swirling and stones scattering, transforming the once verdant hill into a desolate wasteland. The scene fell into an eerie silence. All present were dumbfounded by the sight before them, only the sound of inhaled breaths breaking the stillness. This is utterly terrifying, a single punch leveling a mountain. The tremor fruit truly deserves its reputation as the most potent of all devil fruits. Indeed, let us not forget that in his youth, dear old Dad was hailed as a man with the power to annihilate worlds. Old man's abilities are, without a doubt, the strongest. Jaws, the tremor fruit, also imposes a considerable burden on the body. Whitebeard spoke in his deep, forceful voice, patting Jaws on the shoulder as he continued, explaining, "Every time you employ the capabilities of the tremor fruit, while you can unleash tremendous destruction, your body simultaneously endures a corresponding reaction force. This force is bidirectional. It not only releases energy outward, but also impacts the user themselves. My own body has become so weakened due to the accumulated hidden injuries over the years. Those seemingly trivial wounds, when compounded over time, ultimately coalesce into a significant issue that cannot be ignored." Chapter 21. The Art of Devil Fruit Replication. Martial arts rewards. At this juncture, Whitebeard paused, seemingly reminiscing about the battles he had once fought. Then he turned his gaze back to Jaws, his tone resolute. "However, you will certainly be fine. The Glimmer Fruit has endowed you with unparalleled physical resilience, comparable even to diamond in its hardness. Under these circumstances, the reaction forces from the tremor fruit are virtually negligible. Your constitution is robust enough to handle all these challenges admirably." Upon hearing the old man's praise, Jaws' eyes sparkled with delight. "Ha. Thank you, old man." Beside them, Vista, the flower sword, watched the tremor fruit's overwhelming destructive force with reddened eyes, It's my turn now, my turn. The atmosphere was electric, yet no scuffles broke out. The reason was simple. Everyone would have their share. Next came the singular enchantment process. After a lengthy wait, all the devil fruit enchantments were completed, culminating in a successful 8 individuals obtaining the powers of the Tremor fruit. Was the outcome satisfactory? It wasn't bad, and although it exceeded the anticipated quota of 7, it wasn't too disappointing either. Each individual suppressed their bubbling excitement. They could not afford to continue frolicking here, for with their current capabilities, Ron's experimental base would be in jeopardy. Grrrr, little brats, go find a quiet place to acclimate to your powers, allowing Ron a proper rest. Whitebeard instructed, and the group expressed their gratitude to Ron once more. Some even kneeling in thanks. Without Ron, they might have lived their lives as mere foot soldiers, never having the chance to possess a devil fruit, let alone one as formidable as Whitebeard's. Thus, Ron had effectively bestowed upon them a second chance at life. And this bow was entirely warranted. Marco stepped forward with a playful grin, wrapping an arm around Ace's shoulders, raising his right hand, a circular force field instantly enveloping it as he inquired, "Ace, care to give it a try?" Marco, while Old Man's Tremor fruit boasts immense offensive capabilities, my Flame fruit is no slouch either. Are you certain you wish to compete with me? Ace replied defiantly, glancing at Marco. Earlier, during the enchantment ceremony, Old Man Whitebeard had suggested that he attempt to enchant the powers of the Tremor fruit, but Ace had promptly rejected the idea without hesitation. For him, this decision was rooted in a simple yet profound reason. The Flame fruit was not merely an ordinary devil fruit. It was a companion that had stood by him through countless nights and days, enduring numerous trials of life and death. Since embarking on his journey at sea, whether facing formidable foes or encountering perilous situations, it was the power of flames that had enabled him to navigate through danger. Each time crisis struck, that searing and intense flame had assisted him in breaking through obstacles and defeating adversaries. It could be said that without the unique abilities granted by the Flame fruit, he would not be the person standing here today. Thus, in Ace's heart, this bond transcended mere dependency. It resembled an inseparable connection of souls. More importantly, as a fighter renowned for his offensive prowess, Ace was acutely aware that his combat style was almost entirely predicated on his mastery of fire manipulation techniques. To abruptly switch to a different type of devil fruit ability would not only necessitate starting anew and adapting to an entirely different combat approach, but could also entail losing the inherent advantages he had long enjoyed. Considering this, Ace's resolve to retain the Flame fruit solidified even further. For all these reasons, while others eagerly participated in the Tremor fruit enchantment activities, he chose to stand aside and observe, his mind unwavering. Of course, rest assured, you have my Phoenix form. I certainly won't be able to kill you, Marco jested. Ace swatted away Marco's hand resting on his shoulder. Let us see who comes out on top. My Flame fruit will have you tasting defeat. Ha 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 ha. Let us wait and see. Upon witnessing the impending brawl between the two, the others grew intrigued and gathered around, perhaps hoping to learn a technique or two. Once everyone had dispersed, Ron returned indoors, quietly settling into a recliner, closing his eyes as the system panel materialized in his mind. Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. The rewards are as follows. 1. The unveiling of a new technology, the Devil Fruit Replication Technique. 2. Martial skill, the Sky-Slicing Sword Technique. 3. Automatic mastery of armament hockey. This time, Zhongzigu has certainly made a significant investment. Ron's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable excitement as he gazed at these rewards. Waves of warmth surged from within him, coursing through his limbs and bones, filling him with a sense of power, as if martial skills and hockey were at his fingertips. However, he restrained his exhilaration, deciding to study them further before proceeding. Moments later, Ron opened his eyes, filled with awe, and exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "The new technology is astonishing. The Devil Fruit Replication Technique can perfectly duplicate the abilities of the original user. And that so-called flaw is anything but a flaw, replacing the original ability. What is that if not a boon? If the original fruit is worthless, replicating it would truly be a leap to greatness." Ron's gaze shifted back to the Sky-Slicing Sword Technique, the newly acquired martial skill. Its description surprisingly succinct: can slice the heavens, shatter the galaxy. Based on experience, the more formidable the martial skill, the simpler its description. Slowly, Ron raised his right hand, fingers together, lightly tracing an invisible line in the air, as if sketching an ethereal trajectory. To at that moment, an indescribable force began to surge within him, coalescing with his focus into a sharp, intangible blade of energy. Although this blade appeared transparent, the aura it emanated was strikingly fierce, evoking an involuntary chill that not only contained immense offensive power, but also exuded a chilling intent to kill. As if a mere flick could sever any obstacle before him, but as time passed, this sword, composed purely of energy, became increasingly distinct, transitioning from a vague form to a clearly defined silhouette, resembling a true sword suspended in midair. Concurrently, its potency grew, each breath amplifying the power it contained. However, such strength came at a cost. Maintaining this highly concentrated energy blade required substantial stamina and mental fortitude. As the sword's presence lingered, Ron could distinctly feel his energy depleting rapidly. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he understood that if he could not swiftly eliminate his current adversary, he would soon find himself in an unprecedented state of weakness. Therefore, he had to exercise utmost caution in employing this technique, ensuring he could maximize its effectiveness against his opponent while safeguarding his own safety. Yet another card for survival. Chapter 22. The dead are paramount. Ron grinned, feeling a profound sense of reassurance. After all, in the ruthless world of pirates, the more means one has to preserve life, the better. He then turned his attention to the new task, completing the devil fruit replication 100 times to unlock the next technology. Ron pondered this, concluding that the task posed little difficulty, as replicating a devil fruit was not as arduous as enchanting. The success rate was 100%, merely replacing the original ability at this rate. As long as he had sufficient resources and blood, he could swiftly accomplish the task and subsequently unlock the next technology. With the Whitebeard pirate strength surging, acquiring some funds should pose no challenge. Teach stood at the shore of a secluded island near Gaia Island, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the distant Gaia Island. Silent and brooding, that a sense of unease and confusion filled his heart, as if an invisible pressure was gradually encroaching. "What on earth are those fellows up to?" he muttered, his voice tinged with anger and perplexity. Since a few days ago, he had noticed a series of strange golden lights appearing on Gaia Island, flickering erratically, seemingly concealing some unspeakable secret. Initially, he had approached the matter out of curiosity, intending to find an opportunity to infiltrate Gaia Island and uncover the truth. However, the events of today left him even more astonished. There, in the direction of Gaia Island, dozens of golden beams shot skyward, dazzling like a meteor shower against the night sky. The sheer quantity and intensity of these golden lights painted the entire sky in radiant gold. Such a spectacular sight caused Teach to gasp in awe. What unsettled him further were the continuous sounds of rending and trembling emanating from Gaia Island. This sound was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of the noise produced when Whitebeard unleashed his power. Whenever Whitebeard exerted himself fully, it was always accompanied by such a deafening roar. Yet now, this sound echoed incessantly from Gaia Island, as if Whitebeard were engaged in a fierce battle with someone. What could this mean? Teach's confusion deepened. He could not fathom why Gaia Island was enveloped in such strange golden lights, or why there were such intense tremors. Did Whitebeard encounter a formidable foe? Or was there some unknown upheaval occurring on Gaia Island? Regardless, all of this exceeded Teach's expectations that he knew he must swiftly uncover the truth, lest he plunge himself into greater peril. This prompted him to shelve his original plan of stealthy infiltration, opting to devise a more cautious approach. After all, nothing was more crucial than his own life. As night descended, the moon hung high, and the sea was tranquil, broken only by the occasional sound of waves and distant ship lanterns. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Ron resolved to wash up and retire for the night, having reaped substantial rewards. It was time for a good night's sleep. He shed his heavy coat, donning comfortable sleepwear, and was just about to lie down when he suddenly heard the door creak open softly. "Did I enter nightclothes?" Whitebeard appeared at the threshold, startling Ron. "Why? Whitebeard?" Ron exclaimed in surprise, a wave of inexplicable feelings washing over him. Suddenly, he recalled something. Could it be that what she said earlier in the day was true? Had she come to repay him in the dead of night? "Vice Captain, I cannot repay your kindness in gifting me the fruit, except by offering my very self." Huai Dibei's voice was gentle, yet resolute, her eyes brimming with gratitude and tenderness. She approached Ron slowly, each step seemingly imbued with an irresistible allure. Ron felt his heart race. Yet he attempted to remain composed. There's no need for that. The sentiment is enough. Before he could finish, darkness enveloped him as a fragrant breeze swept into his embrace. Huai Dibei clung tightly to him, as if to impart all her warmth that if the vice captain refuses, one might take offense. Huai Dibei lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance and playfulness. Her cheek rested against Ron's chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that moment. Ron inhaled deeply, sensing the softness and warmth of the woman in his arms. His defenses gradually crumbling, that he understood that tonight would be an extraordinary night. Ron, with strength inferior to others, this is quite challenging. With his current abilities, he was absolutely no match for someone of the captain's caliber. Thus, since resistance was futile, he could only silently endure. A night passed without a word. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the base, illuminating the spacious quarters. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were gathered together, each face radiating confidence and joy. After a night of diligent practice, they had not only become more adept with their devil fruit abilities, but had also mastered some new skills. Particularly, the powers of the Tremor fruit had been thoroughly explored by several captains. This formidable power, already awe-inspiring, became even more versatile and unpredictable in the hands of these seasoned warriors. Whenever someone invoked the Tremor fruit, the entire venue would tremble, as though the very air were being torn apart. The reason for their rapid mastery of these skills was simple. They had spent every day in close proximity to Whitebeard. Even those who initially seemed somewhat dull or less astute gradually learned in such an environment. Moreover, the captains were not lacking in intelligence. Old man, there are still many brothers who haven't been enchanted. Should we seize this opportunity to garner some funds? Let's take down that Kaido fellow. I've long been displeased with him, claiming to be the strongest creature in the world. What nonsense! Indeed, had it not been for the old man's prior condition, we would have dealt with that incessant pest long ago. And that Yuta fellow, truly the epitome of foolishness. Enough, no more talk. The dead are paramount. A group of individuals incessantly lamented, expressing their profound disappointment in Yutian, lamenting how he possessed formidable strength, yet met a pitiful demise that was utterly ridiculous. Yet out of respect for the occasion, they refrained from elaborating further. After all, Yutian was ultimately a former crew member of their pirate crew, and more importantly, he was their brother that was only right to offer support in both words and actions. Previously, they had remained silent due to their old man's health issues, but the circumstances had changed. Their father had risen again. He had recovered. He had returned to his former glory. It was high time to address some past grievances. As Ron listened without interjecting, he could not help but agree with the sentiments expressed by the group. They even acknowledged Yutian's pitiful state, a far cry from the demeanor of the Whitebeard pirate stalwarts. Chapter 23. The Celestial Dragons are the wealthiest. We must act against them. With this thought, Whitebeard, seated above, began to speak slowly. His voice resonated like a low rumble of thunder, echoing throughout the room, compelling everyone to hold their breath involuntarily. Young ones, Whitebeard declared, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. I have not forgotten these matters, especially regarding Yutian and Kaido. There must be a resolution. His words carried a weight that struck the ground like heavy stones, evoking an irresistible force. His gaze was cold yet resolute, as if he had seen through everything, including the future's victories and tribulations. But not at this moment, Whitebeard continued, his tone softening slightly, but still brimming with strength and determination. Kaido has thrived in Wano for many years, leading the Beast Pirates, basking in glory. Though our strength has surged, we still appear to be at a disadvantage. That he paused momentarily, scanning the faces of those present, seemingly searching for resolve and courage in their eyes. Then he offered a slight smile, one that conveyed both resignation to the present and confidence in the future. However, do not be hasty, Whitebeard reiterated, his voice filled with comfort and encouragement. As long as we have funding and Ron by our side, we will swiftly grow stronger. When we confront Kaido, we must thoroughly crush the Beast Pirates. Only then can we prevent Kaido's remnants from rising again. His words flowed like a warm current, instantly warming the hearts of all present. Each individual felt the trust and support emanating from their father, further solidifying their resolve that regardless of the challenges ahead, as long as they followed their father, no obstacle was insurmountable. Now, with Ron added to their ranks, victory was assured. Whitebeard gradually articulated his innermost thoughts, his penetrating gaze intentionally resting on Ron. Clearly, he had something he wished to convey to Ron. Ron, my boy, the crew's strength has grown tremendously, and I entrust everything to you. Would you care to share a few words? Whitebeard's voice, though deep, was filled with anticipation and trust. Ace immediately chimed in, yes, Ron, big brother. Please say a few words. His tone was laced with fervent support, his eyes betraying admiration for Ron. Here, apart from their father, only Ron could elicit such unwavering respect from him. Marco also applauded, welcoming Ron with a warm, genuine smile. Vice Captain Ron, come forth. Jozu, with a hearty thump on his chest, vowed, Vice Captain, whatever you command, I shall do. His rugged appearance and demeanor instantly instilled a sense of trust. Meanwhile, Whitey Bay gazed gently at Ron, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration, as if to say, this is my man, the mightiest of them all. Her gaze radiated love and pride, as if proclaiming to the world that Ron was the strongest in her heart. Given that, I shall speak a few words. Ron, unable to decline the warm invitation, stood up. His gaze traversed the room slowly, ensuring that each individual was attentively listening. Taking a deep breath, he began, what we currently lack most is funding. And who possesses the most wealth in this world? Before the gathered crowd could respond, Ron provided the answer directly. It is the celestial dragons. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of barely perceptible coldness flickering within. The celestial dragons, those self-proclaimed deities, control nearly all the wealth in this world. They live lives of unparalleled luxury, yet have never shown a shred of compassion for the common folk. Robbing them is far quicker than attempting to raid Kaido. And significantly easier as well. That Ron's tone was resolute and unwavering, particularly regarding the heavenly tribute. Those affiliated nations must pay tribute to the celestial dragons annually. This money was originally extorted from the common people of various nations. And now the celestial dragons utilized it to indulge in opulence, that if we could seize these ill-gotten gains, we would not only rid the world of their tyranny, but also perfectly fill our financial void. Ron paused, surveying the room, and after delivering his statement, a brief silence enveloped the space, tension mingling with hope, as if a storm were about to erupt. Every captain of the division stared at Ron in disbelief. Was this truly their vice captain? He looked like a pretty boy, yet here he was proposing to take down the most formidable figures in the world. No wonder he's the vice captain. Aiming to confront the celestial dragons, one captain murmured, a glint of admiration and incredulity in his eyes. What are the celestial dragons? Just a bunch of celestial pigs. Let us slay them. Another captain laughed, his tone dripping with disdain and provocation. Not only must we act, but we should make it a grand affair. Indeed, I will dispatch someone to gather intelligence on the heavenly tribute, and as soon as we have news, it will be delivered post-haste. Ron nodded slightly, internally approving of this individual's perceptiveness. Should the opportunity arise, he would consider offering him a devil fruit in the future. Marco turned to Ron, chuckling, we should receive word soon. The celestial dragons, those arrogant fools, never conceal their movements, always making a grand spectacle wherever they go. His tone held a hint of sarcasm, as if he had long grown accustomed to the celestial dragon's ostentatiousness. I encountered those scoundrels at sea once before. Ace seemed to reminisce, a flicker of disdain crossing his features, wearing glass domes in broad daylight, as if they wished to isolate themselves from the world. His words dripped with contempt for the celestial dragon's lofty demeanor. Jozu clenched his fists, seething, they're nothing but trash. My homeland was destroyed by them. One day, I will annihilate this scourge. His voice was low and filled with rage, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth, revealing his profound hatred for the celestial dragons. Gulalala, young ones, the opportunity will arise, I believe. That day is not far off. Whitebeard spoke solemnly. Ron echoed, indeed, I have more good news to announce. Upon hearing that there was good news, the group's eyes widened with surprise, their expressions brimming with excitement. The vice captain's surprises were never ordinary, and this could very well be monumental. Ace, Marco, Jozu, and the other captains all stood, eyes wide as saucers. Ron, what is this surprise this time? Chapter 24. The Vice Captain has new technology. Gulalala, Ron. Have you perhaps developed a 100 successful devil fruit? Whitebeard jested, though even he did not believe his own words. If he truly had, he would turn around and confront Kaido. The Azure Dragon fruit is no trifling matter, and his sons certainly deserve to possess it. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, everyone's eyes lit up with eagerness. Gazing at Ron like a pack of ravenous wolves, their desperate expressions seemingly pleading, "Ron, please say it's true. Ron, please say it's true." Ron couldn't help but chuckle at their expressions, deciding to drop the pretense. Well, it's close enough. The new technology is called Devil Fruit Replication, and the success rate is indeed 100. His gentle words floated through the air, yet they struck like thunderclaps in their minds. Each word, each syllable, resonated like a hammer upon their hearts, plunging them into a state of shock and disbelief. Each one staring at Ron as if he were a ghost, their eyes wide with incredulity and fear. Momentarily forgetting to breathe, nearly choking in the process, the atmosphere was thick with an indescribable tension, as if time had frozen at that very moment. Whitebeard was equally taken aback, his once sharp, hawk-like eyes now widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. The drink he had just swallowed went down the wrong way, causing him to cough violently, nearly reverting to his pre-empowered state. His cheeks flushed crimson from coughing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, rendering him a picture of disarray. "Ron, you mean to say, is it true?" Ron once again affirmed with a nod, and this time, Whitebeard felt a profound sense of relief. "Gulalala, you are indeed the lucky star of our Whitebeard pirates. This era is destined to belong to us. No, more accurately, it is an era that belongs to Ron." The others, witnessing this, were completely convinced. The impact of this news was overwhelming, and after a brief moment of stunned silence, they erupted in joyous exclamations. Heavens! If the success rate is truly 100%, then enchanting a devil fruit would only cost 100,000 berries. Hey brother, that's not enchanting. It's the replication technique of the devil fruit. The names imply a difference. Regardless of the technique, it is indeed astonishing. Vice Captain Ron, I am willing to be your first experimental subject. Please test me thoroughly. Get lost. I can hear your scheming all the way from the red line. Ha ha ha. Now we can all use Dad's abilities. How incredible! A group of people was so exhilarated they nearly leaped into the air, their spirits ignited like fireworks, soaring to the pinnacle of excitement. However, just as this fervor was about to spiral out of control, Ron gently raised his hand, as if possessing magical powers, bringing an immediate tranquility to the entire space. His simple yet powerful gesture was enough to command the attention of everyone present, urging them to focus intently on his every word. The replication technique of the devil fruit and enchanting are indeed fundamentally different. The success rate is well known, and the distinctions are quite clear. Enchanting grants additional abilities to the user, whereas the replication technique allows for the duplication of the user's powers for others. However, the individual consuming the replicated devil fruit will lose their original abilities, which will be replaced by those of the replicated fruit. Ron scratched his head, finding the explanation somewhat convoluted, in simpler terms. If you consume a replicated devil fruit, your original abilities will be supplanted by the fruit itself. Furthermore, Ron continued, if you possess no abilities to begin with, you will gain the powers of the replicated devil fruit. Ace furrowed his brow slightly, unable to suppress his curiosity. Brother Ron, what about the abilities gained through enchanting? Will they also be replaced? No, Ron replied. The replicated devil fruit will only replace the user's inherent abilities. For instance, if you have the Flame fruit combined with the mythical Zoan form of the Phoenix, consuming the Captain's Quake fruit will replace your Flame fruit, resulting in the combination of the Quake fruit and the mythical Zoan Phoenix form. Ace nodded in understanding, his doubts dissipating. Marco stepped forward gently, patting Ace's shoulder in a friendly manner, and with a light-hearted tone, encouraged Ace, stop hesitating. Hurry and replace that Flame fruit. Just think, if you acquire a fruit with abilities more suited to you, perhaps next time you'll emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, Ace's face displayed a hint of stubbornness as he scoffed. Humph. I merely lost one match yesterday. I was careless that I won to lose next time. His tone was imbued with a defiant spirit, clearly still troubled by the previous day's defeat. All right, we can find time to revisit this, Marco said, sensing the situation and refraining from further discussion. That he smiled and nodded. Fully aware of Ace's character, knowing that once he made a decision, it would be challenging to sway him. Observing the unwavering determination in Ace's eyes, Marco sighed inwardly. After all, the flame fruit had accompanied Ace for a long time, and suggesting its replacement was indeed a difficult emotional hurdle to overcome. Such emotional dependence and habits are not easily discarded. However, reflecting on the battle from the previous day, Marco couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The power of the Quake fruit was astonishing, shattering Ace's fiery punches into fragments without even approaching the opponent. Truly absurd. The disparity in strength left Marco profoundly shaken. Ron observed the two, aware of the underlying tensions from the previous day's battle. The outcome was clear. Ace had undoubtedly lost. What concerned Ron was whether Ace could genuinely exchange the flame fruit for the Quake fruit or another. Nevertheless, the priority now was to acquire funds. With Ace possessing the Phoenix form, he wouldn't easily perish, and any further exchanges could be addressed later. Well, I have nothing more to say. I wish everyone an increase in strength. Thank you, Vice Captain Ron. Long live Ron. Long live the Vice Captain. Finally, after 2.5 days, news akin to thunder reverberated throughout the island of Gaia. Heavenly Gold is news. This sudden announcement sent waves of excitement and tension through every inhabitant of the island. Dad, this time I must lead the charge, Jozu insisted vehemently, his voice brimming with determination and desire. Previously, I was always the shield, with no sense of involvement. This time, I will make the celestial dragons pay dearly. Jozu's tone carried a hint of anger and resentment, clearly dissatisfied with his past experiences. Above, Whitebeard, seated with his imposing stature, was amused by Jozu's words. Gulalala, do as you wish, but remember to be swift and decisive. Whitebeard's voice was deep and powerful, exuding an undeniable authority. Once those celestial dragons encounter any unexpected situations, the Marines will immediately dispatch admirals for support. While we do not fear their threats, our base cannot withstand their bombardment. Whitebeard continued with a note of concern, particularly for Ron's experimental base, one of the island's most precious resources. Any damage incurred due to battle would be an unacceptable loss for the entire crew. If you dare let him suffer even a scratch, I won't spare you, Whitebeard warned, his gaze piercing as it swept across everyone present, ensuring they understood the gravity of the situation. Jozu's lips twitched slightly. He patted his chest with determination, as if to fortify his promise. Rest assured, Dad, he declared, his tone resolute and confident. Even if I get blasted, I will ensure Ron's base remains unthreatened. Ron stood to the side, observing the scene with a bemused expression. While he had no doubts about Jozu's capabilities, being referred to as brother felt somewhat awkward, especially since Jozu appeared older than him. Consequently, he attempted to correct him. Jozu, just call me Ron. However, Jozu shook his head, a serious expression crossing his face that no, I lost that bet and received so much help and support from you. This title of brother is well-deserved. Seeing Ron's intent to say more, Jozu interrupted him, his tone growing more resolute. Ron, don't argue. I've made my decision. Ron remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right, since you've decided, I'll leave it to you. Marco also stood up at the opportune moment. His expression relaxed, that if there is nothing else, let us set off. His tone held a subtle hint of anticipation, clearly brimming with confidence for the impending mission. Wait. Ron hastily grabbed his small bag, his face set with determination. I am going too. Though his voice was soft, it was filled with unwavering resolve, as if he were fully prepared for the challenge ahead. Marco looked at Ron with surprise, evidently not expecting such a request. The others shared concerned glances, one unable to restrain himself. Ron is going too. That is too dangerous. They all understood the risks associated with the mission, fearing for Ron's safety. Brother Ron, you don't possess any combat skills. What are you going for? What if something unexpected happens? Another added, his tone laced with worry. After all, they perceived Ron as someone who wasn't particularly adept at fighting, and the unknown dangers inevitably stirred anxiety. However, Ron waved his hand, flashing a confident smile, don't worry. With all of you here, what could possibly happen? Besides, I'm not as helpless as I once was. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with determination, conveying to everyone that he was no longer the frail individual he once was. In fact, over the past few days, Ron's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Through self-training, his physical strength had significantly increased, surpassing that of the average pirate. More importantly, the martial art of sky-slicing swordsmanship he mastered had also grown stronger alongside his enhanced physique. Now, he was entirely capable of defending himself against ordinary pirates. Even when facing opponents of admiral caliber, he had the support of his comrades. In truth, Ron continued, I simply wish to see the scenery outside. In recent months, I have remained here, nearly suffocating from the confinement. His words brimmed with a yearning for freedom, evoking a palpable sense of longing for the outside world among those present. Upon hearing this, everyone finally comprehended Ron's intentions. Although apprehensions lingered in their hearts, they were nonetheless moved by Ron's resolve. Ultimately, they nodded in agreement, consenting to allow Ron to accompany them. Rest assured, I shall protect Ron closely. A fragrant breeze wafted through, revealing that Wade-Ibe had quietly taken her place beside Ron without anyone noticing. Her unexpected arrival astonished all in attendance, and an unspoken fear gripped them as it seemed her prowess had ascended to new heights. In light of this situation, while others harbored reservations, they found it inappropriate to voice further objections. After all, at such a critical juncture, any superfluous arguments could jeopardize the team's morale and operational efficiency. Thus, they turned their gaze toward Whitebeard, hoping that the old man would render the final decision. Marco, Ace, Jozu, Whitebeard's voice resonated deeply and powerfully. You three are responsible for safeguarding young Ron. Should any misfortune befall him, you need not return. Yes, old man, the three replied in unison, their tones imbued with unwavering determination. Fear not, old man. We will exert every effort to ensure his safety, Ace added. Even if I face peril, I will not let Ron come to harm. Jozu echoed, demonstrating the significance he placed on Ron's well-being. Hearing these words, Ron smiled slightly, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere with a light-hearted tone. Come now, how could anything go wrong? We shall act swiftly and decisively. Then let us embark on a certain small island. This once prosperous nation, blessed with an extraordinary environment and exceptionally fertile soil, boasted a thriving agricultural and livestock industry, with vast fields teeming with cattle and sheep, alongside a plethora of other edible livestock. Yet now, all of this beauty lay in ruins, ravaged by the ravages of war. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the tranquil countryside had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Wounded souls wandered amidst the debris, their cries of anguish echoing in the air, as the city walls lay shattered by cannon fire, charred remnants of structures narrating the ceaseless suffering brought about by conflict. Chapter 26 is this: The Whitebeard Pirates. We are truly out of money. We are utterly destitute. A ragged old man knelt upon the ground, trembling hands clutching an empty purse, his voice filled with despair and helplessness. His gaze was vacant and lost, as if he had relinquished all hope for life. You have taken every coin and grain stored in this country, another villager shouted in fury, his voice steeped in deep resentment and defiance. The wealth they had painstakingly amassed had been stripped away, leaving behind only insatiable poverty and hunger. Please spare my daughter. I implore you. I will bow before you. A mother knelt, tears blurring her vision as she clutched her daughter tightly, fearing the imminent loss of her precious child. Her voice quivered with desperation, each word imbued with the grandeur and helplessness of maternal love. Please, I beg of you, before she could finish her plea. A sudden gunshot shattered the air. The sound resonated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Instantly, a sharp, piercing voice filled with rage and disdain rang out. What a bunch of rabble, daring to defy the celestial dragons. You all deserve to die. A celestial dragon, clad in a glass helmet and possessing a corpulent physique, sneered as he drew forth his golden pistol, adorned with an array of jewels. The weapon sparkled brilliantly, a testament to his wealth and status. His gaze radiated boundless arrogance and cruelty, as if the kneeling masses before him were naught but mere insects. The faces of the crowd were etched with terror, their eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. Some clutched their children tightly, attempting to shield them from the impending danger. Others clasped their hands together in fervent prayer for a miracle. Yet, to the celestial dragon, their plight was a source of twisted delight, as he reveled in the torment reflected in their expressions. With a chilling laugh, he raised his pistol, aiming it at the terrified throng. Tension hung heavy in the air. Every breath held in anticipation of fate's decree that I end that moment. Time seemed to freeze, the world reduced to the icy barrel of the gun, and the lives poised to be extinguished. Lord Degus. Shall I eliminate them all? An attendant clad in a white suit respectfully inquired. His voice bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, clearly desensitized to the horrors unfolding before him. Not yet, Degus replied slowly, his tone revealing a chilling calmness and cruelty that I wished to savor the fear and despair of these wretches. Such exquisite emotions would be squandered if I were to kill them now. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon a mother weeping as she held her child. Her helpless eyes seemed to pierce his heart, yet this pain ignited within him an unprecedented thrill. Degus toyed with the golden pistol in his hand, the dark muzzle occasionally aimed at the terrified woman, then shifting to the innocent child. Each time the barrel pointed in a direction, piercing screams erupted into the air. A melody of horror that delighted him, he relished the sensation of omnipotence, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, he cackled, finally growing weary of the spectacle. How dull. Just kill this rabble. He spoke coldly, as if the lives moments ago considered worthy of amusement were now insignificant as mere ants. Yes, esteemed Lord Degus, the attendant promptly replied, swiftly turning to issue commands to his subordinates. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood, the scene transforming into one of gruesome carnage. Yet for Degus, this was merely a mundane aspect of his daily existence. The man in the white suit strode forward, his steps steady and ruthless, as if each footfall crushed the hearts of the terrified populace beneath him. His attendants followed closely, their faces adorned with cruel smiles, their eyes brimming with a thirst for the impending slaughter. An oppressive tension suffused the air, as all understood that merciless death awaited them. Foolish insects, the man in the white suit sneered, to die at the hands of the great celestial dragons is the greatest honor of your lives. His words dripped with arrogance and disdain, as if the lives of these commoners were utterly inconsequential. Having uttered this proclamation, he prepared to pull the trigger and bring an end to it all. In that critical moment, suddenly gunfire erupted. A barrage of shots rang out, and dazzling flashes of light cascaded from above, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the weapons held by those poised to shoot. With a series of sharp metallic clinks, the firearms tumbled from their owners' hands, crashing heavily to the ground. This unexpected turn of events astonished all present, inadvertently saving many innocent lives. Who? The man in the white suit swiftly turned, his gaze landing on a colossal pirate ship in the distance. Adorned with the familiar pirate flag, a skull and crossbones, and the distinctive mark of Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates? His eyes brimmed with disbelief, yet among the familiar faces of the Whitebeard pirates were Marco, Ace, Jozu, and the Ice Witch Waydibe, all crucial members of the crew. Strangely, Whitebeard himself was absent, and the young man standing amongst them was unfamiliar to him. Yet from the positioning of the group, it was clear he held significant importance within the Whitebeard pirates. CP0. What are you dawdling for? Eliminate these insects at once. They bore me. Degus urged, his brow furrowed in irritation. He noted the increasing disobedience of the CP agents. Upon their return, he would have to discipline them thoroughly. Lord Degus, they are members of the Whitebeard pirates. You should leave. Preserving your life is paramount. The man in the white suit hesitated to engage with these pirates, knowing they had ventured into the first half of the Grand Line, where the military presence had not warranted the accompaniment of an admiral. Thus, should a conflict arise, the unarmed celestial dragon would undoubtedly perish or be injured, both outcomes intolerable to them. Chapter 27, where there are celestial dragons. There are bound to be admirals. Upon hearing CP's advice to flee, Degus's head nearly exploded with rage. How dare these insects not bow before me, the great creator god? They all deserve to die. I now command you to eliminate them all at once. Upon hearing these words, the man in the white suit changed his expression, his face darkening. Instead of reacting with anger, he turned his head to signal another companion. The companion instantly understood the captain's intent and took out an emergency distress signal device, pressing it to alert all nearby naval forces of their location. Any Navy personnel receiving the command were obligated to halt their current tasks and rush to provide assistance. In that moment of distraction, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. Unbeknownst to anyone, Ron had already arrived before the celestial dragon, forcefully trampling his face underfoot. Damn it, celestial pig. I've always found you insufferable while watching anime. And you've mistreated such a wonderful girl like Stella. I swear I will extinguish your wretched life today. With relentless kicks, Ron assaulted the other's face, leaving the man in the white suit and all those around him utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. They stood there, dumbfounded, their minds momentarily paralyzed. With a crack, the glass barrier meant to isolate the celestial dragon from the air shattered under Ron's might. Help me! Seeing that the opponent still had the strength to call for help, Ron intensified his assault. I will kick you to death, you filthy creature. After delivering a series of brutal kicks, the astonished man in the white suit and his entourage finally reacted. Stop! He roared, turning to strike at Ron. Oh, you wish to harm our vice-captain? First, you must reckon with my fists. Jaws stepped forward in a swift motion, positioning himself firmly in front of the man in the white suit, his gaze radiating an undeniable determination. His right hand clenched slightly, and a transparent vibration field enveloped it, forming an invisible barrier around him. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a low yet resounding roar, a tremendous force erupted from his fist, surging toward the man in the white suit. This power not only vibrated the air, but also instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression. What? The man in the white suit had never anticipated such an attack. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely in the chest, his body launched backward like a kite severed from its string, that he tumbled through the air several times before barely stabilizing himself, his face contorted with disbelief. Wasn't it the invincible Diamond Jaws? How could he be sent flying with just one punch? That sensation of the air shattering felt eerily reminiscent of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. These questions echoed relentlessly in his mind, making it difficult for him to accept the reality before him. Jaws stood firm, coldly regarding the man in the white suit, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Chaos, such chaos. The man in the white suit struggled to rise, witnessing Jaws casually adjusting his wrist while smiling at him. What is wrong? You claim that punch carried decades of power. Subsequently, the man in the white suit became increasingly horrified to find that his companions had been intercepted by members of the Whitebeard pirates, unable to provide any support. Meanwhile, the seemingly ordinary young man continued to unleash violence upon Lord Degus. From his actions, it was evident that if he were not stopped immediately, Lord Degus would soon succumb to his injuries. Should Lord Degus fall, their group would undoubtedly face annihilation. How infuriating! What was that earlier attack? Oh, you mean this? Jaws clenched his fist again, the vibration field materializing once more. Yes, precisely this. How do you possess Whitebeard's powers? The man in the white suit confirmed again that this was indeed Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Haha, I must thank our Vice-Captain Ron for that. Jaws beamed at the vibration field enveloping his hand, dismissing it as mere scientific phenomenon that the man could not comprehend. The man in the white suit. Don't waste time. That last punch was merely a casual blow. This next one will be serious. Jaws' gaze sharpened, unwaveringly fixed upon his opponent. His voice imbued with undeniable conviction, he slowly extended his right hand, as if searching for something in the air. Suddenly, his arm lunged forward, and the air before him seemed to tear apart under an invisible force, producing a crackling sound that a cold smile crept across Jaws' lips. Ha-ha! Then, he yanked his hand back with ferocity, the sound of tearing air intensifying as colossal rifts emerged from his palm. As if all the air before him had been compressed into this one punch. Die. With that furious shout, Jaws released his grip, the air reverberating incessantly, akin to energy waves released after being compressed to their limits. With a thunderous crash, the man in the white suit had no time to react before being violently propelled away by an unseen force. His body traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, blood gushing forth as if it were free, his clothing torn and tattered. Ultimately, he crashed heavily into several massive trees, collapsing unconscious, the outcome uncertain. Brother Jaws, your mastery of Father's abilities has improved significantly. Ace congratulated Jaws after dispatching his own opponent and joining him. Ha ha ha, it's nothing special, merely a third of what Father possessed. Jaws replied modestly to AT that moment. A more anguished scream erupted, followed by Lord Degus, who had been relentlessly beaten by Ron. Losing consciousness, that is this truly all he can endure? Ron mused, somewhat at a loss, for he had not yet finished. This fellow is far too fragile. It would be better to end him swiftly. Don't rush. According to experience, wherever a celestial pig appears, an admiral is sure to follow. Let's wait a moment. We might encounter some unexpected gains. Had they heard such words before, they would have fled. The thought of facing an admiral-level threat was daunting, and the Whitebeard pirates typically wished to avoid such encounters. However, the current situation was different. They longed for daily battles with admirals, hoping to gather some blood for strengthening their own powers. Ron, you can't be serious. That Jaw's expression turned odd. Last time you claimed Teach would arrive at Gaia Island. Yet we have been waiting for nearly 2 months without a single sighting. Chapter 28. The Admiral truly arrives. Ron found this matter puzzling as well, but recalling Teach's character, he felt reassured. Teach was inherently suspicious and would never place himself in danger. Perhaps he had already arrived at Gaia Island and was currently observing the situation from a hidden location. Ace nodded gravely, seemingly recalling something. Brother Ron is right. I noticed Teach even before Sachi was born. That guy certainly knows how to avoid peril and always plans an escape route. Jaws. All right, I believe you. Ron, no sooner had he spoken than the entire space seemed to momentarily freeze. Then, a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky like a meteor, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Countless shimmering golden orbs began to converge from all directions, swirling rapidly in the air before gradually forming a distinct human silhouette. The figure composed of light became increasingly defined until it fully materialized as Admiral Kiz. He hovered serenely in mid-air, exuding the overwhelming presence of an admiral, as if the entire world had fallen silent in that instant. Whitebeard pirates, Kiz. Ron truly is formidable. An admiral has indeed arrived. Jaws couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Meanwhile, Kizaru's gaze fell upon the celestial dragon lying on the ground, his brow furrowing as he rubbed his temples in evident frustration. Pirates are truly barbaric. How could they reduce Lord Degus to such a state? It's utterly terrifying, but he simultaneously noticed Ron standing beside Lord Degus, and his pupils constricted as he discerned the bloodstains on Ron's fist, immediately grasping the situation. You did this to Lord Degus. Indeed, just a mere pig. Kizaru. The other's eyes lit up. It was clear that despite his lack of personal strength, the vice-captain displayed an undeniable courage in the face of an admiral. That Kizaru's expression darkened considerably. He felt his dignity challenged like never before. To so brazenly humiliate a celestial dragon in front of so many was a severe blow to the Navy's authority that he inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his inner fury, though displeasure still flickered in his eyes. Young man, you are truly frightening. I still do not know your name. The voice of Kizaru was laced with a hint of probing and warning as he sought to regain a semblance of control over the situation. Ron slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing and sharp, locking eyes with Kizaru as if he intended to see through the very essence of his soul. That in that moment, the air seemed to solidify, and all surrounding sounds faded into silence, leaving only the silent confrontation between the two. I am Ron, the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Each word he uttered was imbued with strength and resolve, akin to a proclamation of his return to the world, reverberating throughout the space and instilling an undeniable aura of power that enveloped everyone present. Upon hearing this, Kizaru momentarily froze, visibly taken aback by the revelation. As one of the admirals of the Navy, he was well acquainted with the various factions at sea, yet he had never heard of a vice-captain within the Whitebeard pirates. This unexpected information compelled him to reevaluate the young man before him and ponder the secrets that might lie beneath the surface. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, only interrupted by the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. However, Marco's subsequent confirmation solidified this truth for him. Marco stepped forward, subtly positioning himself between Ron and Kizaru, creating an invisible barrier in this stance. He was entirely confident in his ability to swiftly intervene should Kizaru attempt to strike Ron. This not only showcased his protective instinct towards Ron, but also demonstrated his formidable strength and sense of responsibility as a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Indeed, Marco's voice was resolute. Ron is our newly appointed vice-captain. This revelation, Kizaru mentally noted Ron's name with a sense of intrigue. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a flash of inspiration struck him. Reflecting on the recent occurrences, particularly the extraordinary golden light emanating from Gaia Island and the severe injuries sustained by Akiji, a daring hypothesis began to coalesce in his mind. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "Vice Captain Ron, may I ask if the recent changes within the Whitebeard Pirates are attributed to you? Whether it concerns Ace's acquisition of dual devil fruit abilities or the phenomena observed on Gaia Island?" Kizura scrutinized Ron's eyes and facial expressions, attempting to glean any revealing information. To his astonishment, Ron displayed no signs of panic or subterfuge in response to such a pointed and incisive question. Instead, Ron boldly declared, "Enough with the charade, it is I. What will you do about it, Kizuru? Since the matter is laid bare, there is no need for further probing. Are all young people nowadays so brazen? Have you ever been kicked by light?" With that, Kizuru raised his right foot, and blinding golden light rapidly converged, growing ever brighter, akin to a sun ascending the horizon. The dazzling radiance seemed poised to pierce through the very fabric of space, rendering it impossible to behold. That in an instant, his form vanished, charging directly towards Ron. "Humph! You wish to strike our vice captain? You must first contend with me." Jose's voice echoed through the air, having suddenly appeared before Ron, transforming his right arm into countless diamonds that shimmered with a cold brilliance. His emergence served as a formidable barrier between Kizuru and Ron. With a resounding thud, Kizuru's kick was wholly absorbed by Jose's diamondized arm, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent dust swirling outward in a circular formation around the two. The onlookers collectively held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding spectacle. As the dust settled, they discovered that Josu had not budged an inch. He remained steadfast, his diamond arm still gleaming, as if the earlier kick had been nothing more than a mere breeze. Chapter 29. The Encirclement of Kizuru. Meanwhile, Kizuru had returned to his original position, an expression of surprise flickering across his face. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Josu could so effortlessly withstand his attack. This scene left everyone present in a state of shock that Josu's strength was formidable. Not only was his defense robust, but he could also react with such swiftness. Kizuru let out a soft exclamation, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. When had he become so weak? Even if that kick had failed to injure Josu, surely he should have retreated a few steps for the sake of appearances? "Ha ha, Kizuru, now you shall receive a punch from me." Josu stepped forward, twisting his waist in a rapid 270-degree motion, his movements as swift and precise as lightning. The power that had just been dissipated seemed to be reclaimed in that instant. Following this, a formidable wave of energy emanated from him, activating the Tremor Fruit's unique shockwave. With a low, resonant roar, Josu's entire being was enveloped in a translucent white shockwave, a manifestation of awe-inspiring power. This force was not only immensely powerful, but also exuded an indescribable air of authority that made the surrounding atmosphere tremble. Witnessing this, Kizuru's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment and incredulity. "What?" He nearly gasped, for he could clearly see the white, translucent glow radiating from Josu's hands. This was the power of the Tremor Fruit. A power that had originally belonged to the legendary Whitebeard was now manifesting in Josu. An ominous thought flickered through Kizuru's mind. Had he too become a dual devil fruit user? Yet, at that moment, there was no time to await a response. The unique shockwave of the Tremor Fruit surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, tearing Kizuru's body into countless fragments. With a resounding crack, Kizuru's form shattered into numerous gleaming golden shards, scattering throughout the air. These golden particles gradually reassembled in the distance, restoring his original shape. He stared at Josu in shock, his expression a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Initially, when Akiji had mentioned the so-called dual devil fruit users, Kizuru had dismissed it as mere fabrications to excuse Akiji's failure. However, this scene utterly shattered his understanding. It was not merely Josu possessing the power of dual fruits. It was increasingly likely that everyone present harbored such capabilities. The very thought filled him with unprecedented fear and unease that if this were true, then the enemies they faced were far more formidable and dangerous than he had ever imagined. "Ha, old man Kizuru, how do you like my punch?" Using strength against strength is the essence of the Tremor Fruit. Kizuru's expression darkened, realizing that rescuing Saint Degull today would be no simple task. Yet even if he failed to save him, he bore little responsibility. After all, The man was merely a marginalized noble among the celestial dragons, reduced to personally collecting the heavenly gold. Moreover, his mission was nearly complete. He had discerned that the significant changes within the Whitebeard pirates were due to this young man named Ron, who appeared to possess a method for enabling individuals to become dual devil fruit users. Wait, could he possibly capture this young man? If he truly succeeded in seizing him and uncovering the secret to dual devil fruit abilities, he could retire by tomorrow and enjoy a life of leisure. Kizaru, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Ron shattered Kizaru's daydream. You wish to save this pig? Not a chance. As he spoke, Ron aligned his fingers like a blade. A faint yet razor-sharp sword energy forming silently between them. Though this sword energy appeared diminutive, it emanated a chilling aura, as if it could sever anything that obstructed its path. Merely gazing upon it caused a stinging sensation in one's eyes, as if the very gaze could be cleaved by this invisible force. Die. Ron's voice was cold and resolute as he swiftly slashed towards Saint Degull's neck. This motion was as swift as lightning, nearly imperceptible to the eye. Yet when the sword energy grazed Saint Degull's neck, no blood flowed forth. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all present, Saint Degull's body suddenly stiffened, then slowly collapsed, his life extinguished in that moment. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity that those around them scarcely had time to react. Everything had concluded before they could comprehend it. Saint Degull was dead. Kizaru fell silent, his expression darkening, his tightly furrowed brow unable to fathom what Ron had just wielded. Are you also a devil fruit user? Before Ron could respond, Joseph burst into laughter, taunting, our vice captain is no devil fruit user. Rather, he is an ordinary man. So, Kizaru, are you surprised? What a twist of fate. With the celestial dragon now dead, why do you linger? The yellow monkey gazed intently at the group of individuals before him, his eyes flickering with contemplation as he weighed his options for a countermeasure. Internally, he deliberated whether to forcibly seize Ron or to eliminate the opposition right here. That moment, Jaws subtly signaled to Ron, indicating that preparations for action were complete. Ron nodded in understanding and suddenly let out a loud shout, turning on his heel to flee. He could no longer bear the terrifying presence of the Admiral. He was out of the fight. Ron's unexpected escape instantly disrupted the yellow monkey's train of thought, compelling him to react immediately. You think you can outrun light, he declared, as his body transformed into a brilliant flash, poised to disappear. Just then, 5 figures surged forth from the Whitebeard pirates, joined by Marco and Jaws, totaling 7 individuals who converged from all directions to ensnare the yellow monkey. Unleash your ultimate moves. Tremor, 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 they cried in unison. Each of the 7 activated their respective tremor fruit abilities, striking fiercely towards the center point. The air vibrated in response, as if the very fabric of space trembled under the weight of their overwhelming power. The surrounding void appeared to be rent asunder, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds that echoed incessantly. The center of their encirclement was riddled with fissures, a testament to the forceful compression of air. The explosive sound sending chills down spines. Cough, cough. The yellow monkey was violently thrust back by the immense impact, reverting from his natural state to his original form. His eyes were wide with shock and confusion. He gazed incredulously at his surroundings, filled with uncertainty and dread, as so many users of the tremor fruit. The yellow monkey muttered, his voice quivering slightly. Chapter 30. The Yellow Monkey. It's over. Immediately following, 2 mouthfuls of blood erupted from him, as the recent onslaught had nearly inflicted severe injury. His body incessantly oscillated between his natural state and corporeal form, desperately seeking a means to mitigate the damage. Yet this incessant transformation meant he was inevitably subjected to repeated assaults. Each transition was accompanied by excruciating pain, overwhelming him with unprecedented pressure, ultimately leading him to spit forth several mouthfuls of blood. Yada no Kagami. The yellow monkey slowly spread his right hand, as countless golden specks of light began to coalesce in his palm. These luminous points, akin to summoned sprites, quickly gathered to form a radiant brilliance. This glow was smooth and bright like a mirror, reflecting the surrounding scenery. As time passed, the radiance gradually accumulated into a formidable energy, reminiscent of a sun poised to erupt. Suddenly, a beam of intense light shot forth from his palm, targeting the surrounding objects. This beam possessed not only immense penetrating power, but also the capacity to refract and rebound upon contact. Cleverly utilizing this trait, he redirected the beam in various directions, crafting a labyrinthine trajectory of light. This intricate path resembled a meandering river, threading through the battlefield, that it not only connected critical points, but also provided the Yellow Monkey with an excellent route for movement. With this trajectory, the Yellow Monkey's form instantaneously vanished from his previous location, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Through the ability to move at the speed of light, he was capable of traversing vast distances in mere moments, appearing wherever he desired. This astonishing velocity left onlookers agape, as if he had transcended the confines of time and space. Seizing this moment, the Yellow Monkey swiftly refracted his body in an attempt to escape the encirclement. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold surged forth unannounced, causing him to shudder involuntarily, as if his very soul were assailed by this frigid presence that in swift succession, 3 figures moved with blinding speed to form a perfect triangular formation, completely sealing off all of his avenues of retreat. Ice Age! Ice Age! Ice Age! With 3 thunderous exclamations, the 3 formidable foes wielding ice-based abilities unleashed their ultimate techniques almost simultaneously. Instantly, a dense and pure cold emanated from their bodies, spreading rapidly as if alive, freezing everything within dozens of meters into impenetrable ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. The air was thick with an icy atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Is this Akiji's power? The Yellow Monkey was utterly stunned by the scene before him, his heart brimming with disbelief and shocked as he remained engulfed in astonishment. The environment around him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The entire space enveloped in a thick layer of ice and snow, forming a colossal, crystalline ice block. Within this prison of absolute zero, any attempt to escape would become exceedingly arduous. The Yellow Monkey, encased in ice, resembled a transparent sculpture, with only his languid eyes able to move, betraying his inner turmoil and fury. That moment, he seemed utterly incapable of breaking free from the heavy shackles of frost. The others, witnessing this spectacle, collectively breathed a sigh of relief, though this sense of ease was fleeting. Their focus remained unwaveringly fixed on the Yellow Monkey, wary of any sign of relaxation. Ah, who would have thought we could capture an admiral? Jaws chuckled foolishly, clearly proud of this achievement, his laughter resonating with a touch of triumph and exhilaration. However, Marco maintained a heightened state of vigilance, fully aware that the time for complacency had yet to arrive. Jaws, revel all you want, but the Yellow Monkey could break free from the ice at any moment, Marco cautioned, his tone imbued with seriousness and caution that he understood that even in his frozen state, the Yellow Monkey's strength remained formidable. Should he find an opportunity, he could retaliate instantaneously. Well, we're just indulging in some verbal sparring, Jaws remarked, though his gaze grew more resolute that he too recognized that capturing the Yellow Monkey would not be a simple feat. The battle was far from over, and they must remain vigilant to preempt any movements from him. That he approached the massive ice block, grinning at the Yellow Monkey encased within, since he will inevitably break free. We might as well lend him a hand. Jaws gathered a transparent white force field between his hands, as if the molecules in the air were being manipulated by this power. He lunged forward, distorting the surrounding space, and a crack appeared in the void, as if reality itself were being torn asunder. Seize the moment, brothers, let us give it our all, Jaws bellowed, his voice brimming with the fervor of battle. The other users of the tremor fruit immediately grasped Jaws' intent. They aimed to deliver a fatal blow, while the Yellow Monkey was temporarily incapacitated. Captain Jaws, I'm coming. One crew member responded, his eyes alight with excitement. I am in too. Another followed closely, clearly eager to join the fray. Attacking an admiral is exhilarating. I've always wanted to do this, someone exclaimed, their voice revealing an intense craving for the impending clash. I am putting every ounce of strength into this punch. Yet another joked, though their tone conveyed utmost seriousness. All the users of the tremor fruit gathered together, each face reflecting sheer exhilaration. They clenched their fists, their inner strength rapidly coalescing. With Jaws' commanding shout, attack, the 7 launched their most potent maneuvers in unison. Tremor charge, mountain cleaving strike, I'm hitting, super tremor fist. Each declared their respective techniques, their voices hoarse from the effort. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, as if the very air had turned taut in that moment, that chilling instant. The yellow monkey felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart, clutching it tightly. Completely ensnared within the colossal ice block, he was rendered immobile, his formidable powers temporarily nullified. The singular assault from the tremor fruit had already pushed him to his limits, and now, a multitude of foes unleashed a relentless barrage upon him, the pressure nearly suffocating. It's over. Chapter 31. This is cheating. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the silence. Crack. Boom. With this force, the formerly unyielding ice layers shattered instantly, scattering into a multitude of fragments. The air was thick with a disquieting energy, a force capable of tearing through everything, resonating with an unsettling potency. Just as this power was on the verge of reaching him, the yellow monkey's heart contracted violently, as though foreseeing the impending catastrophe. Then, with a dull thud, the yellow monkey's form plummeted heavily from midair, followed by a spray of blood that tainted the surrounding air. As he rose to his feet once more, he appeared strikingly fatigued and disheveled. Dried blood lingered at the corners of his mouth, and his chest heaved violently, each breath seemingly a desperate struggle for survival. It was evident that Huang Yuan found himself in an exceedingly precarious situation, yet his eyes still sparkled with the fervor of rapid contemplation. Truly a formidable adversary. Suddenly, Huang Yuan's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His body radiated an incandescent glow, akin to a star on the verge of detonation, emanating boundless energy that as the brilliance intensified. Huang Yuan's form vanished from sight, leaving only a lightning-like silhouette streaking through the air. His speed was so extraordinary that it rendered him almost invisible to the naked eye. Just when everyone assumed he had dissipated into thin air, Huang Yuan reappeared mid-flight, palms facing downward. His hands were aglow with a multitude of luminous orbs, each pulsating with intense energy, as if on the brink of explosive eruption. The sheer number of these orbs was astonishing. They were densely arrayed in the sky, forming an immense matrix of light. Each orb harbored tremendous power. Should they strike a target, they would unleash a cataclysmic explosion, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Yet, Huang Yuan did not pause. He continued to gather more orbs, launching an even more ferocious assault. The 8th Sun Jewel. This time, Huang Yuan was genuinely enraged, for Ron could clearly perceive that the orbs generated by the 8th Sun Jewel were far more formidable than those he had witnessed during the Marineford War in the anime. Countless orbs cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour, indiscriminately wreaking havoc all around. These orbs not only numbered in the thousands, but each possessed extraordinary energy, carving radiant trails through the air as if to rend the very fabric of space itself. Both the ground and edifices seemed utterly fragile before this overwhelming force. The air warped and distorted under the tremendous velocity of the orbs, creating massive craters upon the earth, with dust swirling high into the heavens. The sound of each orb's detonation was deafening, as if the very earth trembled beneath the onslaught. Ron felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. This was the might of an admiral. At last. Can we make our move? We've waited so long that the flowers have withered. The old man Huang Yuan's drizzling attacks are hardly enough to tickle us. Admirals are not so imposing after all. At that moment, 3 individuals leisurely emerged from the rear of the crowd, their strides unhurried and self-assured, as though the surrounding chaos and tension were entirely irrelevant to them. They gazed up with ease at the impending deluge of luminous orbs. Mythical beast type, phoenix form, mythical beast type, phoenix form. 3 colossal phoenixes ascended from the heavens, their massive bodies awe-inspiring, engulfed in flames of every hue. These flames were not merely ordinary. They seemed to possess healing properties, rendering the phoenixes even more majestic in the skies. The wings of the birds intertwined, forming a unique triangular structure, with flames swirling around them, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Even more astonishing was the fact that the wings of these 3 phoenixes not only connected, but also formed a vast protective barrier above all present. This shield, composed of phoenixes, was not only visually stunning, but also functionally robust, capable of withstanding various external assaults. At that moment, the luminous orbs descended from the sky, striking indiscriminately against the wings of the phoenixes. Each collision was accompanied by violent explosions and blinding radiance, as if striving to illuminate the entire world. However, despite the immense power of the orbs, the wings of the phoenixes exhibited remarkable regenerative capabilities. Whenever a dent appeared from an impact, the damaged sections rapidly restored themselves, continuing to absorb Huang Yuan's orb attacks. This battle endured for an extended period, with the phoenixes growing increasingly resilient, showing no signs of faltering. Huang Yuan's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that these beings would be so shameless, his assaults failing to inflict any harm upon them. "You are cheating," Huang Yuan bellowed in fury. "Haha, Huang Yuan. There's no escape for you today," Josie taunted from below, his tone brimming with arrogance and provocation. Yet, Huang Yuan remained unfazed, his demeanor exceedingly calm, but he paid no mind to Josie's taunts, merely responding with a dispassionate remark. "Josie, your provocations are futile against me." Although Huang Yuan appeared composed, a significant portion of his attention was fixated on Ron, and he covertly directed a substantial number of orbs toward Ron's position, launching a fierce offensive. Even if some orbs were neutralized, the remaining ones could slip through the gaps as the phoenixes repaired themselves, relentlessly advancing towards Ron. Huang Yuan was acutely aware that his true target had always been Ron. "Danger!" Josie's furious roar reverberated through the air as he dashed toward Ron, his form transforming into an indomitable diamond state. But it was already too late. Ron was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. His body bristling with alarm, a profound sense of life and death urgency surging within him. Yet in that instant, he had no time for contemplation. Instinctively, he activated the martial technique he had honed for so long. Heaven-splitting sword technique, forming his fingers into a blade. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 sharp sword energies manifested around him, cleaving toward the incoming orbs like bolts of lightning. The orbs were instantaneously split in two, careening away, and as they struck the ground, they erupted with a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the vicinity. Nevertheless, the sheer number of orbs was overwhelming, even as Ron exerted all his strength to sever them. A few stray points still made contact with his body, triggering a series of explosions. Boom! A resounding blast erupted, engulfing Ron in a cloud of debris that obscured his vision, rendering his fate uncertain. As the entire battlefield fell into a profound silence, Ron, first mate, Ron. Chapter 32, A Bountiful Harvest. At that moment, Josie also arrived, throwing punches at the luminous orbs raining down from above, while the Phoenix Fruit users, witnessing their first mate's injury, became infuriated. They had not anticipated that the esteemed Admiral Huang Yuan would resort to such treachery. With no time for curses, they turned and combined their wings, forming a steadfast shield above Ron. Sigh. Huang Yuan let out a slight exhale, his gaze betraying a hint of surprise that he regarded the invisible yet razor-sharp sword energies beside Ron. Feeling astonished, such a young swordsman. Yet, something felt amiss. The Ron before him appeared frail and weak, entirely devoid of the presence and physique typical of a formidable swordsman. This stark contrast between his appearance and the powerful sword aura surrounding him was hard to fathom. However, Huang Yuan knew that even a true grand swordsman would undoubtedly suffer severe injury if struck by his 8th son jewel. Cough, cough. I'm fine. As the dust settled, Ron emerged from the wreckage of the explosion, coughing violently, his attire marred with grime and debris, yet seemingly unscathed. He immediately signaled Josie with urgency in his gaze. Josie, initially puzzled, scrutinized Ron a moment longer, musing. Is the first mate genuinely injured or merely putting on a convincing act? However, it appeared he truly had sustained little harm. Should the plan continue? Just as Josie pondered, Huang Yuan suddenly interrupted them. Ron, vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Huang Yuan elongated his words, scrutinizing Ron as if memorizing his visage. I shall remember you. With that, his body transformed into a multitude of luminous particles, shimmering like starlight, before vanishing into thin air. The others, witnessing this, collectively sighed in regret. Catching an admiral was no easy feat. We followed the plan and exerted tremendous effort, yet failed to capture him. Not necessarily. It's just that Huang Yuan's fruit ability is exceedingly formidable. He is the fastest among the 3 admirals. The glint fruit, we too can become glint fruit users in the future. Ha ha ha. Indeed, indeed. This is all thanks to the Vice Captain strategy. Vice Captain Ron is simply remarkable. All right, enough flattery. Let us gather Huang Yuan's blood. Ron chided these endearing sycophants with a smile. Prior to this, he had analyzed the likelihood of encountering Huang Yuan, reasoning that after Kizaru's injury upon returning to Marine headquarters, Sengoku would undoubtedly dispatch another admiral to ascertain the situation. Akainu would not appear, leaving Huang Yuan as the only option. Ron had long coveted Huang Yuan's glint fruit, not only for its rapid speed but also for its extensive range and pinpoint accuracy, making it exceptionally useful. Afterwards, a plan was devised with the others to encircle Kizaru, but unexpectedly, he managed to escape. However, it was of little consequence, for at least they had acquired his blood. Coughing violently, Ron felt a dull ache in his chest. The aftershocks from the recent explosion had inflicted considerable damage upon him, rattling his very insides. Thankfully, his physique had significantly strengthened. Had it been during the early days of his arrival, the residual shock would have surely claimed his life. Upon noticing his condition, Wideby hurriedly approached with concern and inquired, "Ron, are you all right?" As she spoke, she looped her arm around his, gently resting it against her fair neck. This gesture was both tender and considerate, bringing a flicker of warmth to Ron's heart. He managed a strained smile and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit shaken from the explosion, but I'll recover shortly." Wideby, however, was not convinced. She pouted and huffed. "I can tell you're not all right. There's no way you could look like that and be fine. Let little Wideby assist you on the way." With that, regardless of Ron's agreement, she cradled him in her arms, her ample bosom pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Nevertheless, Ron felt her concern and worry for him. A warm current surging within him, resolving to reward her handsomely tonight. A bountiful harvest, time to head home. Onward to Gaia Island, a place regarded as a second home by the Whitebeard pirates. Upon learning that the group had not only successfully reclaimed the Sky Gold, but had also unexpectedly acquired Kizaru's blood. An unparalleled joy and excitement filled the encampment. To celebrate this hard-won victory and herald a brighter future, a grand banquet was organized that very evening. The flickering flames illuminated the smiling faces of all, while the air was thick with laughter and the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes. In this jubilant atmosphere, Ron, as one of the team's vital members, naturally became a target for toasts, although he was not particularly adept at drinking. On such a special occasion, he found it difficult to decline the enthusiastic invitations of his comrades. One cup after another. Before he realized it, Ron had imbibed rather excessively, by the time he recognized he might truly have overindulged. It was too late to stop, and everything around him began to blur. When midday arrived the next day, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, gently rousing Ron from his slumber. The moment he opened his eyes, he thought he was dreaming. He was lying in the large bed of his own bedroom. Looking around, he noticed a lavish breakfast laid out on the table, beside it a small note filled with warm words. It appeared that much had transpired the previous night. Ron mused inwardly. Picking up the note left by Wideby, he read its heartfelt contents. "Remember to eat well." The simple yet heartfelt words brought warmth to Ron's heart. So this is what it feels like to be cared for? Quite delightful indeed. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips, reflecting on how he had never experienced such warmth before his arrival. He now found a sense of home in this foreign world, a delightful surprise that filled him with both astonishment and gratitude. Setting the note aside, Ron decided to indulge in the meticulously prepared breakfast before him. He understood that no matter what challenges the future held, with a group of friends capable of supporting one another by his side, there was nothing insurmountable. And today, he would begin by savoring this rare moment of tranquility. After finishing his meal, Ron commenced his experiments on replicating the devil fruit. Only by achieving 100 perfect substitutions could he unlock the next technological advancement. Although the Sky Gold they had seized was valued at 100 billion, it was still far from sufficient for his plans, yet it would sustain him for a few days. Moreover, their actions had already attracted the attention of the world government, and this incident would undoubtedly not conclude easily. Chapter 33. Bounty of 2 billion Ron. 2 days later, a bounty notice sent shockwaves across the seas. Ron, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, was offered a staggering bounty of 2 billion. Following this, a litany of his alleged crimes was listed. Injuring Admiral Akiji, killing Celestial Dragon Don Quixote, stealing 100 billion in Sky Gold, ambushing Admiral Kizu, illegally occupying islands, The list of charges was endless. It took Ron a full page of the newspaper to finish reading. "Ha, our vice captain's bounty is actually 2 billion, Jozu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement, as if that 2 billion bounty belonged to him. He waved the newspaper exuberantly, his voice filled with incredulity and pride. "That's 2 billion. Who would have thought our vice captain was worth so much?" "Hey Ace, the vice captain's bounty is 4 or 5 times more than yours," Marco teased, leaning closer to Ace with a playful glint in his eyes, seemingly attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere. "Even more than mine? Just so you know, I'm only at 13,730,000,000 berries." Marco exaggeratedly elongated his tone, infusing it with mockery and self-deprecation, causing Ace, who had been elated by Ron's substantial bounty, to suddenly grow somewhat irritable. Ace did not respond immediately to Marco's jest. Instead, he furrowed his brow, evidently displeased at being compared. "Humph, Marco, don't get too smug. My bounty is definitely worth more than this," Ace asserted earnestly, trying to prove that his value extended beyond mere numbers, that I played a major role in injuring Akiji. He must not have conveyed the truth to the Navy. And since their attention is now on Ron, that's why the bounty is what it is. Upon hearing this, Marco displayed a look of surprise. He hadn't expected Ace to analyze the underlying reasons so swiftly. "Well done, Ace," Marco praised. "You've certainly grown much smarter in just 2 days." That Ace's face flushed crimson, swatting away Marco's hand that sought to gauge his forehead. "Get lost." "Ha ha." Everyone present was amused by the light-hearted yet competitive banter between the two brothers and soon turned to congratulate their vice captain. Within a dilapidated ancient castle in the Baboon Kingdom, Dracul Mihawk sat alone in a dimly lit room, a glass of red wine in hand, his gaze fixated on the bounty notice laid upon the table. Seemingly captivated by its contents, the room was silent, save for the occasional whisper of the wind that broke the stillness. The vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the great swordsman, Ron, Mihawk murmured, his voice tinged with confusion and astonishment. "Is this fellow truly a great swordsman?" He reaffirmed the information to himself. For someone of his renown as the world's greatest swordsman, it was surprising that he had never heard of such an individual aboard Whitebeard's ship. Leaving him quite astonished, as time passed, Mihawk's expression grew. Increasingly contemplative, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing to the upper left corner of the bounty notice, where a vividly depicted figure emerged. Ron stood there, poised with his fingers shaped like a sword, surrounded by 8 distinct yet intangible sword energies. What was most peculiar was that these so-called swords lacked traditional hilts, merely embodying the form of pure energy. "This is sword aura." Mihawk finally recognized the essence of this extraordinary phenomenon. As a seasoned swordsman, he understood that achieving such a realm was no trivial feat. With this thought, a flicker of curiosity and desire for challenge ignited within him. If given the chance, he truly yearned to witness firsthand just how formidable this mysterious and powerful adversary truly was. Mihawk's emerald-hued pupils constricted sharply, evidently having recognized those sword energies, and according to the newspaper, Kizaru himself had praised it as swordsmanship capable of cleaving through the heavens. He pondered the 2 possible reasons that could provoke such ire in Kizaru. First, that Ron truly possesses such exceptional swordsmanship. Second, that Ron holds significant value for the Marines, who might inflate his bounty with these spurious claims. Regardless of the angle from which one considers it, such a young swordsman of prodigious talent undoubtedly merits his attention. The ability to cleave the very heavens, Mihawk mused, recognizing that swordsmanship of this caliber is exceedingly rare across the globe. Should Ron indeed wield such power, he would undoubtedly represent a formidable adversary. Yet on the flip side, he was acutely aware that deeper secrets might lurk beneath the surface. After all, the Marines would not exaggerate an individual's abilities without cause, unless that individual possesses remarkable worth to them. Intriguing. The very next day, a piece of news capable of shaking the entire sea erupted like thunder, its impact rivaling the commotion that followed the execution of the Pirate King. Roger. This revelation, procured at great personal risk by Morgans, the king of news, from a clandestine source, immediately sent shockwaves throughout the world. According to this unbelievable report, the Whitebeard Pirates were hiding multiple members with the ability to wield 2 devil fruits. This discovery not only utterly overturned the traditional understanding of the rules governing devil fruits, wherein a person could consume only one before facing dire consequences, but also provided the world with a newfound perspective on the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. The newspaper was laden with names. Whitebeard Pirate Crew. Jozu is a dual fruit user. Whitebeard Pirate Crew. Marco is a dual fruit user. Whitebeard Pirate Crew. Ace is a dual fruit user. The pages were densely packed with names, with a select few particularly eye-catching, all belonging to those who wielded dual fruit powers. These names leapt off the page, imbued with an aura of mystery and formidable strength. Interspersed among them were names of single fruit users whose abilities, while not as sensational, were nonetheless astonishing in their own right. However, the news that truly ignited the seas was a conjecture found at the bottom of the article. Morgan solemnly penned, "If the crew consists of dual fruit users, could their captain, the man with the power to devastate the world, the Yonko Whitebeard, possibly be a triple fruit user?" Chapter 34. Teach despair. This revelation detonated like a bombshell, sparking countless speculations and imaginings. Some began to question whether Whitebeard truly possessed the power of 3 fruits. If so, what terrifying magnitude would his strength reach? Even more unsettling for certain individuals was the prospect that, should Whitebeard indeed become a triple fruit user, he would ascend to the status of absolute dominion over the entire pirate world, unmatched by any rival. Good heavens, it is unfathomable that Whitebeard could potentially be a triple fruit user. This would surely turn the world upside down. I cannot help but shudder for the Marines. What is happening? Isn't the ice fruit the ability of Marine Admiral Akiji? How could it also belong to the Whitebeard pirates? And what of Marco's phoenix form? Indeed, the phoenix is a mythical Zoan devil fruit, rarer than even the Logia class. According to the list, there are now at least 5 or 6 phoenix fruit users within the Whitebeard pirates. Gasps of disbelief filled the air, as some were left dazed by this news, their voices trembling. The tides of the sea are shifting. I always thought the Whitebeard pirates were on the brink of decline. Yet it seems they have been hiding their true strength. Indeed, everything is poised for a complete upheaval that on a secluded island near Gaia, Blackbeard stood alone upon a desolate shore, clutching a newspaper tightly, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. The paper contains several astonishing revelations. Marco is a dual fruit user. Ace is a dual fruit user. Even that fool Jozu is a dual fruit user. These headlines struck him like a hammer, overwhelming him with an unprecedented sense of defeat and helplessness. Since departing from the Whitebeard pirates, it seemed as though everything had changed. He had believed that seizing the darkness fruit would render him invincible. Yet now he found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Not only was he pursued as an enemy by those he once called comrades, but the side effects of the darkness fruit began to manifest, inflicting unbearable double pain even from the slightest wound, as if the entire world conspired against him. What rendered Blackbeard truly despairing was his insatiable desire for Whitebeard's tremor fruit, convinced that acquiring such power would crown him as the true sovereign of the seas. Yet now, with each member of the Whitebeard pirates awakening their dual fruit abilities, that dream seemed ever more distant. Despite believing himself to be moderately skilled in physical combat, against foes wielding dual devil fruit powers, such advantages were nearly negligible at this moment. Standing upon the silent, desolate island and gazing at the tumultuous sea, Blackbeard was engulfed in confusion and resentment. He knew that if he wished to survive and fulfill his ambitions, he must find a new path. Yet he also understood that this path would be fraught with difficulties and uncertainties. How could this happen? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his fury igniting like a blazing flame. Were they truly toying with me all along? His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. After a moment of silence, his expression dimmed, as if hope had eluded him entirely. That he lowered his gaze, despair welling within his eyes. That Inno Wonder Gaia Island has been quaking daily. With flames and ice, it is certain that their second fruit powers are indeed the tremor fruit, he murmured, his voice heavy with reluctance and resignation. Damn it, that was my ability. Teach's anguished roar echoed through the empty room, his hands tearing the newspaper to shreds in a desperate bid to vent his inner turmoil and rage. Each fragment seemed to bear the weight of his disappointment and suffering. After a time, as his emotions began to settle, he fell into a deep contemplation. No, I cannot simply sit back and do nothing. That is absolutely unacceptable, he declared resolutely, a flicker of determination reigniting in his eyes. There must be some reason I was previously unaware of. Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind. Golden light. Yes, the golden light. Teach's eyes sparkled, as if he had grasped the last straw of hope that if I can understand what this golden light is and where it originates, I too can master the power of the tremor fruit. A faint smile crept upon his lips, a long-lost expression of joy that he then swiftly composed himself, his demeanor shifting as he gradually melted back into the shadows of the island. In Wano country, Onigashima, amidst this land steeped in mystery and terror, Kaido reveled in his drink, his visage flushed with the effects of alcohol, eyes sparkling with exhilaration. His companions, including the likes of King and Queen, gathered around him, toasting to their victories and burgeoning strength. The Flying Six were also present, their faces alight with pride, as if they could already envision their glorious futures. Numerous minions sang and danced, enveloping the island in an atmosphere of jubilation. Ha King, the success rate of this artificial devil fruit is commendable, greatly enhancing the strength of the beast's pirates. Kaido's voice thundered across Onigashima as he raised his massive cup and drank deeply. For nothing brought him greater joy than an increase in strength. The king's expression soured, instinctively reaching for the newspaper concealed at his waist. Clearly, this was not the appropriate moment to divulge the recently acquired information. Reluctantly, he could only respond with a forced smile. Yes. However, Kaido, ever perceptive, immediately discerned the undercurrents of King's thoughts. King, if you have something to say, just speak it. Kaido's tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I know your temperament all too well. Harboring secrets before me brings no benefit to this. Queen's interest was piqued, and he eagerly set down his microphone, eyes glinting with excitement. Any opportunity to embarrass King was one he relished. Thus, he leaned closer to King and proclaimed loudly, "Oh, King, how could you possibly hide something from Lord Kaido?" Quinn's voice drew the attention of those around him, and curious gazes were cast in his direction. With a heightened sense of pride, Quinn continued to provoke, saying, "Come and see. Jean is hiding something from us." Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, and the atmosphere immediately grew tense, seemingly unsatisfied with the commotion. Quinn escalated his taunts. "Come on. What is it? Do you intend to betray Lord Kaido?" Chapter 35. Only those who can kill me are the true strong. Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd and Quinn's provocations, Jean felt an unprecedented pressure that he understood that if he failed to handle this situation properly, not only would he find himself in an embarrassing predicament, but it could also jeopardize the trust within the entire pirate crew. The Flying Six exchanged uneasy glances, recognizing that Quinn had taken the joke too far. They shared silent communication but refrained from intervening. The reason was simple. Once Jean left, one among them would have the opportunity to become the new figurehead. Such a spectacle was not one to be missed. "Jean, just say what you need to say," Fuzzfur impatiently urged. "Indeed, judging by your expression, could it be bad news?" Sasaki chimed in. "Fear not. Who are we?" "The Beast Pirates. We ourselves are the harbingers of bad news." Jean gazed at these arrogant individuals, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. They were accustomed to their brazen demeanor, yet the current situation was far from a jest. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to face Kaido, who sat at the head of the table. "Lord Kaido," Jean spoke with a hint of caution, "is it truly the time to share bad news?" An instant hush fell over the room. All conversation ceased, and every eye turned towards Kaido. The air hung heavy with tension, as if even the sound of breathing had become audible. Kaido gave a slight nod, prompting Jean to continue. "Lord Kaido, the Whitebeard pirates have a double fruit user." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. "What? Jean, what did you just say?" Quinn's shrill voice pierced the air, akin to a duck having its tail stepped on. "What do you mean by a double fruit user? Is it possible for one person to possess the powers of two fruits? Are you jesting? That can't be true. I refuse to believe anyone can be a double fruit user." "Jean, you are a figurehead. You cannot spout such nonsense. One careless word from you could destabilize the entire Beast Pirates," Fuzzfur admonished, his expression dripping with disdain. Was he merely trying to provoke him with such fabrications? What double fruit user nonsense? The mockery from the crowd caused Kaido to furrow his brow, shaking off his drunken stupor. "Jean, you aren't intoxicated, are you? I'm fully aware of the situation with the Whitebeard pirates. There are only a handful of individuals aboard their ship. How could there be a double fruit user? Have you made a mistake? Jin's brow knitted in frustration. He anticipated disbelief. Initially, he too found it hard to accept. But the newspapers had reported it quite clearly, leaving little room for doubt. Moreover, this was reported by the esteemed news king Morgans, who would never risk his reputation with falsehoods. Coupled with Khazur's teasing and the substantial bounty of that young man. All signs pointed towards the truth. Taking a deep breath, Jin attempted to maintain his composure, but he knew that sometimes the truth is far more incredulous than any lie. Yet it remained an undeniable fact that a person with the ability to wield two devil fruits existed within the Whitebeard pirates. Despite the absurdity of the news, all evidence corroborated this claim. He reiterated to those present, "I understand this is hard to accept, but please believe me, this is not a fabricated story." Morgans is known for his rigor. He would not concoct something out of thin air. Furthermore, the Admiral Khazur's demeanor indicates something significant. More importantly, the bounty on that young man, Law, has reached unprecedented heights, attesting to his formidable power. Subsequently, Jin produced the newspaper and laid it before Kaido. "Lord Kaido, I assure you everything I say is true. Just take a look." Others gathered around, clearly intrigued, their skepticism waning as they exchanged glances. Everyone knew Morgans would never stoop to reporting false news, nor would he fear the Navy or the Celestial Dragons, nor fabricate stories about pirate factions. Thus, the claim regarding the Whitebeard pirates having a double fruit user was likely true. After articulating his deductions in one breath, Jin let out a long sigh, as if trying to expel the weight on his heart. To be candid, even he felt somewhat drained upon reading the news, as if an invisible pressure enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. That as Kaido perused the article, his previously jovial expression gradually morphed into one of seriousness. Deep lines forming on his forehead, as concern seeped into his gaze to be by the end, his countenance had turned grave, as if he were contemplating a matter of great significance. The others, too, recognized the gravity of the news, pausing their activities to focus on Kaido, awaiting his next command. That if this were true, the implications were terrifying. That a Whitebeard with 3 fruit powers. Who could withstand that? The balance between the 4 emperors would undoubtedly be shattered. This revelation detonated within the minds of the gathered, like a bombshell. Ha! Splendid! A 3-fruit user, Whitebeard. How delightful! Kaido bellowed, lifting his massive drinking bowl and consuming its contents without hesitation, the liquid cascading down his throat, igniting the fervor within his heart. "It has been far too long since I've relished such a hearty drink," Kaido exclaimed, his tone brimming with nostalgia and enjoyment for the exhilarating sensation. With a resounding crash, he slammed the bowl to the ground, shattering it into countless fragments. That as the shards scattered, a palpable air of battle surged through the atmosphere. Kaido rose slowly, his towering figure illuminated by the light, exuding an aura of formidable strength. That a powerful battle intent radiated from him, capable of tearing through the air, rendering it suffocating. His gaze sharpened, akin to 2 razor-sharp blades, pointed forward. After years of monotony, finally, a worthy opponent has arrived, Kaido declared coldly, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What 3-fruit or double fruit user nonsense? Only those who can kill me are the true strong." Upon hearing this, the others present erupted into raucous laughter. For the beast pirates had never feared anyone. Not in the past, not in the present, not in the future. In the land of Wano, at Whole Cake Island, Perospero rushed into the grand hall, his tongue flicking nervously, his face a mask of urgency. His voice echoed through the vast chamber, strikingly jarring. Mama, something terrible has happened." Chapter 36. The shock of Big Perospero nearly exhausted all his energy to shout this. As if only such fervor could convey the urgency and panic he felt to those present. The lively atmosphere within the hall abruptly froze, and all gazes converged upon him. The Whitebeard pirates had undergone a cataclysmic change, and the vice-captain was suddenly a bounty of 2 billion. This news detonated within the hall like a heavy bombshell. Everyone stared at Perospero in shock, unable to believe their ears that a bounty of 2 billion berries was unprecedented, indicative of the newcomer's extraordinary strength. Moreover, their crew members had somehow become double fruit users, and Whitebeard, suspected to be a 3-fruit user. As Perospero ran, he shouted, clearly rattled by the news. His voice trembled. his eyes filled with fear and anxiety. The existence of a double fruit user was already astonishing enough, but the possibility of Whitebeard being a three-fruit user shattered all preconceptions. Silence enveloped the hall, as the weight of the revelation rendered everyone speechless. The air grew thick with an oppressive atmosphere, making even breathing feel laborious. Perospero gasped for breath, finally reaching Big Mom, kneeling before her, sweat dripping from his forehead. Sitting in her luxurious chair, Big Mom was about to indulge in her delectable cake when she heard Perospero's frantic cries, causing her to frown and lose interest. She despised being interrupted while enjoying her sweet treats. Even by her own children, Perospero, what are you barking about? Do you not see that I am savoring this delicious cake? Big Mom's expression turned increasingly furious, her tone laced with impatience. She had intended to relish her sweet dessert, but was rudely disrupted by the unexpected clamor. Clearly, she had not grasped what Perospero had just said. Seeing her reaction, Perospero hurriedly attempted to explain. Mama, please let me explain. He anxiously shook his head, indicating that he had something of utmost importance to convey. Speak quickly if you have something to say. The lady responded coldly, yet refrained from immediately administering punishment. Her gaze remained fixated on the tantalizing cake, as if she were ever ready to indulge again. Observing that the lady was not erupting in anger, Perospero hastily produced the newspaper in his possession, attempting to draw her attention through the presentation of information. Mother, there's grave news. The paper states that a significant portion of the Whitebeard Pirates crew are wielders of dual devil fruit powers. Moreover, that old man Whitebeard, who is half in the grave, is suspected to possess the abilities of 3 devil fruits. What? The lady exclaimed, startled by the revelation from Perospero. She swiftly set down her fork and snatched the newspaper from his hands. Diving into its contents, the more she read, the more alarmed she became, her pupils dilating dramatically, her face a canvas of shock and disbelief that How could that scoundrel Whitebeard dare to do this? What on earth is happening? Wasn't he planning to perish in the old era? Why is he engaging in such antics now? The lady's voice brimmed with confusion and incomprehension as she struggled to grasp the situation before her. Whitebeard had long been one of her fiercest rivals, but the news now unfolding before her instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure. Noticing the growing chaos in his mother's demeanor, Perospero felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he understood that some matters had to be set aside for the moment. Mother, with the Whitebeard pirates' newfound strength and their unclear course of action, should we not consider halting our plans concerning Fishman Island? He inquired cautiously. The lady furrowed her brow. She had not invested much thought into the Fishman Island affair. To her, the outcome was insignificant. She merely hoped to gauge the Whitebeard pirate's stance through it. This would allow her to indirectly ascertain whether Whitebeard still possessed the strength to contend with the 4 emperors. However, given the current circumstances, if the report were indeed accurate, it appeared that Whitebeard wielded at least 2 devil fruit powers. If not 3. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions, the lady mused after a moment's contemplation. Although Morgans typically does not disseminate false information, it would be prudent for us to verify this with our own eyes. Upon hearing this, Perospero nodded in agreement. Indeed, that on Gaia Island, in an inconspicuous tavern that was so plain it could easily be overlooked, the establishment had already been assimilated by the Whitebeard pirates, becoming one of their auxiliary strongholds. Since that day, everything on Gaia Island, from the lush greenery to the winding paths, seemed to bear the imprint of the Whitebeard pirates. Even the air was permeated with the essence of the 4 emperor. Whitebeard. Yet for some, such a transformation was far from welcome. Bellamy was one such individual, deeply dissatisfied with the fate he felt was being thrust upon him. An my idol is Don Quixote da Flamingo. This phrase echoed in his mind during the stillness of night, serving as a reminder of his former dreams and aspirations. Just prior to the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, he had been prepared to depart, intending to gather his belongings and embark on a journey to join the Don Quixote family. However, plans are often outpaced by unforeseen events. Just as he was about to set forth, the Whitebeard pirates descended upon the island as if from the heavens, swiftly seizing control and enforcing a state of total lockdown. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Bellamy felt a mix of rage and helplessness. Although he was compelled to acquiesce to the status quo, his admiration for Doflamingo never waned. Each night, when the others had succumbed to slumber, Bellamy would quietly slip out of his room to observe the Whitebeard pirates' watchmen from the shoreline. and after several days, he finally unraveled their shifting schedules. Tonight, he resolved to escape. This moment was precisely when the guards were changing shifts. No one would be present. With a steely determination, Bellamy made his way to the hidden canoe he had prepared earlier, rowing with all his might. Meanwhile, within the well-guarded estate behind the encampment, Ron stood silently at a large window, his gaze piercing through the inky night, watching the figure gradually fade into the distance. As the silhouette vanished from view, a subtle smile crept upon Ron's lips, barely discernible. Once he confirmed that the individual had completely departed, he turned to a nearby small table where a delicate Din Mushy rested. That go on duty. That fellow has left. After placing the Din Mushy down, Ron returned to the window, though this time his expression grew somewhat contemplative. His eyes narrowed, as if he were pondering something of great significance. That guy is quite the golden goose, he muttered to himself, his tone infused with a blend of anticipation and caution that I hope you prove useful. Bellamy. Chapter 37. The Demon Extermination Order. In Marineford, within the Navy Headquarters Conference Hall, the atmosphere was thick with gravity. The overcast sky outside seemed to threaten rain, mirroring the oppressive emotions within the room that a majority of the naval commanders had gathered. Their faces etched with worry and unease, their eyes flickering with trepidation about the uncertain future. They understood that an unprecedented storm was brewing, one that threatened to plunge the world into chaos and turmoil. Admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru occupied the foremost positions, representing the Navy's highest combat power, their expressions equally solemn and tense. Akainu Sakazuki clenched his fists, his gaze intensely focused ahead. Akiji Kazan maintained his characteristic calm demeanor. Yet a hint of anxiety lingered in his eyes. Kizaru Borsellino wore his trademark smile, but the concern lurking beneath was undeniable. Vice Admiral Tsuru was furrowing her brow, contemplating countermeasures, while Garp, even amidst such dire circumstances, remained optimistic, munching on senbei. The other rear admirals were seated on either side, and then the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku reverberated through the conference room, shattering the stifling silence. That he took a deep breath, striving to quell his inner turmoil, and then spoke slowly. I believe you have all surmised the subject of today's meeting. After a brief pause, he continued that scoundrel Morgans has somehow acquired intel regarding the Whitebeard pirates possessing multiple devil fruit users and has disseminated this information far and wide. Now, the entire world is aware of this secret. Furthermore, a celestial dragon has been murdered, and the higher-ups have made their stance unmistakably clear. This revelation. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. The public disclosure of this information would not only severely undermine the Navy's control over the New World, but would also incite those coveting such power to stir. Some factions had already begun covertly plotting how to exploit this intel for their own gain, potentially igniting an unprecedented large-scale conflict. For the Navy, tasked with maintaining world order, this undeniably posed a monumental challenge and crisis. For a moment, the conference room fell into a profound silence. This stillness seemed to solidify the very air. Every breath felt amplified, becoming the sole sound in the tranquil space. Outside, the sun still shone brightly, but the atmosphere within was laden with a palpable heaviness, as if an invisible weight bore down upon each individual. Speak up. What are your thoughts? The Marshal of the Warring States spoke once more. His voice calm, yet undeniably authoritative. His gaze swept from left to right, scrutinizing each officer present, in search of an individual capable of breaking the impasse and providing a clear direction. However, confronted with such an unexpected turn of events, most found themselves at a loss, their thoughts seemingly frozen in that very moment. The officers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions, confusion, anxiety, and a flicker of hope. They seemed to be awaiting someone to step forward and offer a definitive course of action or suggestion to alleviate the current tension. Yet, the stark reality remained that without further intelligence, any decision could entail unpredictable risks. This uncertainty instilled a sense of trepidation, rendering them hesitant to speak. Thus, aside from a few seasoned officers, most either bowed their heads in contemplation, seeking answers within their own minds, or chose to remain silent, awaiting the Marshal's next directive. In such times, obedience to orders outweighed the impulse for rash action. After all, a misstep could yield catastrophic consequences. Time, at that moment, felt excruciatingly slow. Each individual silently awaited a voice to shatter the stillness, to find a pathway through the prevailing circumstances. Meanwhile, the warring states sat quietly, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if pondering a matter of great significance. The atmosphere grew thick with silence, the air seemingly frozen. Ultimately, it was Akainu who broke this stifling tension, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve, yet he refrained from mentioning the celestial dragons, as if the death of one held little significance for them. Marshal Waring states, there is still no conclusion regarding Whitebeard's three fruits, yet we must not overlook the fact that they have acquired the blood of Kazoo. This makes even the most dubious rumors somewhat credible. Upon uttering these words, Akainu inhaled deeply, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. True strength cannot be measured by the number of abilities one possesses, he continued. Take Whitebeard for instance. Though he was once among the mightiest on the seas, he is now aged, his vigor significantly diminished. Should he dare to challenge our Navy headquarters at Marine Ford, it would surely become his grave. Hearing this, Kizaru could not help but shake his head. Had these words been spoken prior to their departure, he might have conceded to some extent. However, after all they had encountered, his confidence in the outcome was far from assured. Meanwhile, Fujitora remained silent, his hands clasped behind his head, lazily reclining in his chair, with no one aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind at that moment. The room fell into silence once more, the only sound being the occasional crash of waves outside, a reminder of the impending battle. Very well, Waring states, let us proceed as planned. All changes concerning Whitebeard stem from that young man named Ron. Vice Admiral Tsuru directly interjected, shattering the meeting silence and ending the collective anticipation. She rose slowly, first surveying Marshal Waring states, then addressing all present. Her tone resolute that we must swiftly capture Ron and unveil the secret behind Whitebeard's crew becoming dual-fruit users. Only then can the Navy's strength be significantly augmented, truly bringing an end to the so-called age of pirates. Ha ha. Indeed, Vice Admiral Tsuru shares my sentiments entirely. Garp laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to Tsuru's slightly sullen expression. Waring states, I wholeheartedly support this viewpoint. Tsuru's declaration reverberated through the conference room, igniting a murmur of discussion. Everyone recognized the severity and urgency of the situation, that Whitebeard's transformation was not merely an enhancement of personal strength. It posed a challenge to the entire Navy structure. If action were not taken promptly, the consequences would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Marshal Waring states nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Tsuru's proposal. Although capturing Ron and unraveling the secrets of Whitebeard's crew would not be a simple task, it represented the sole opportunity to alter the course of events. Taking a deep breath, he stood and announced to all present, first, issue the Demon Slayer Order. Annihilate Gaia Island. We must demonstrate our resolve. Second, from this moment on, we shall dedicate ourselves to pursuing Ron and investigating the truth behind Whitebeard's crew. All departments must work in close coordination to ensure the successful completion of this mission. This is not only for the honor of the Navy, but for the peace and stability of the entire world. Third, notify all Navy divisions that upon sighting Ron or receiving any information regarding him, they must report to Navy headquarters immediately. Understood. Acknowledged. Chapter 38. The Gorosei's Fury. Bellamy meets his idol after the meeting concluded. Waring states sat alone in his office. Deep in thought, he understood that this incident would have monumental repercussions for the world government, not only tarnishing its reputation before the public, but potentially triggering a series of cascading effects. After considerable reflection, he deemed it necessary to report the situation directly to his superiors and seek further instructions. Thus, he picked up the phone and dialed the direct line to Saint Satan. The call was swiftly connected, but the voice on the other end was filled with fury and dissatisfaction. Waring states, do you comprehend the implications of a celestial dragon's death? This has brought us immense shame before the world. As the fleet admiral, you are accountable for this, though the speaker attempted to maintain composure. The underlying fury was palpable. Did I in the face of such stern reproach? Waring states remained unperturbed, responding with an even more composed demeanor. Saint Satan, please allow me to explain that in light of this incident, we have initiated urgent measures, issuing a Demon Slayer order against Ron and his accomplices, and dispatched our strongest forces to execute the mission. That I firmly believe that through our efforts, we can mitigate some of the losses. A scoff echoed from the other end of the line. Do you truly think this will resolve the issue? Do not forget the existence of the Whitebeard pirates. They are one of the 4 emperors. If mishandled, the repercussions will be unimaginable. Furthermore, now is not the time for war, you understand. Indeed, as you say, warring states conceded. Thus, we are actively seeking a balance, ensuring that justice is served while also avoiding a larger-scale conflict. After all, maintaining peace upon the seas is our foremost duty. However, his words seem to have little effect on the other party. Consideration is irrelevant. Saint Satan erupted, clearly dissatisfied with warring states' response that he then added. Others may be set aside for the moment, but we must exert every effort to capture Ron and unravel the mystery of his multiple fruit abilities. Additionally, we must swiftly collect blood samples from the members of the Whitebeard Pirates for Dr. Vegapunk's analysis. Upon hearing this, warring states realized the gravity of the situation. Recognizing there was no room for negotiation, he promptly replied, "Understood. I will act according to your directives." On Dressrosa. On this day, the island's tranquility was shattered. A disheveled, dark-skinned, and weathered vagrant appeared, seemingly having drifted at sea for an extended period, his clothing tattered, and his visage haggard. "I seek Don Quixote da Flamingo. I have urgent matters to report," he weakly exclaimed, a hint of desperation lacing his voice. No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground with a thud, as if he lacked the strength to remain upright. When this wanderer came to, he found himself lying in a humble yet clean room. The surroundings were silent, save for the occasional chirping of birds outside. As he attempted to sit up, a figure clad in a white cloak, wielding a golden scepter, entered the room. This individual bore a smile. Yet his eyes shimmered with a glint of cunning and curiosity. "Pray tell, who might you be? What business do you have with Doflamingo?" Toripole inquired, his voice laced with a nasal inflection and a teasing tone. Bellamy was startled by the unexpected voice, his body involuntarily trembling. Yet he quickly regained his composure, taking in the sight of his unexpected visitor, an important member of the Don Quixote family and one of Doflamingo's most capable aides. Toripole, realizing the stature of the individual before him, Bellamy felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation. After all, for anyone navigating the seas, encountering such a high-ranking figure was a rare occurrence. Why, you are Toripole. Bellamy's voice trembled, rendering his speech almost incoherent. His heart raced, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. "Hey, do you know me, if I hadn't happened to return?" "You might have been killed by those toys," Toripole remarked half-jokingly, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His tone was relaxed, yet a glint of cold malice flickered in his smiling eyes. Exuding a ruthless aura. For someone as enigmatic as Bellamy, Toripole had already made up his mind. It would be best to eliminate him. After all, in this perilous world, no potential threat could be overlooked. Bellamy instinctively shrank back, a chill creeping up his spine, but he could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from Toripole, and his heart sank as if a massive stone were pressing down upon his chest. Why do these people always resort to violence? Can't we communicate properly? He silently prayed for his safe passage through this ordeal. "Wait, my name is Bellamy, and I escaped from Gaia Island." Bellamy quickly clarified his origins. Noticing Torpole's expression remained unchanged before he continued, "I am a devoted fan of Don Quixote da Flamingo. I dream of joining the Don Quixote family and becoming part of it." The more he spoke, the more fervent his expression became, his body trembling with excitement. "I know that the Don Quixote family consists of 19 members, including the boss Doflamingo, you Toripole, Sika, Diamante." After enumerating all the members in one breath, Bellamy paused to catch his breath. Despite having raced across the sea for 7 days and nights, utterly exhausted, the mere mention of his idol filled him with an invigorating energy. "Stop, stop, stop!" Toripole finally reacted, his expression one of surprise as he asked, "You say you come from Gaia Island?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "Toripole, please let me continue, that I've always admired Doflamingo's bravery since childhood." "Wait," Bellamy was interrupted, noticing Torpole's intense gaze fixed upon him, which appeared somewhat unsettling, especially with a large blob of mucus hanging precariously. You must know about the Whitebeard pirates, right?" "Yes, I know a bit." Bellamy shrank back. "Are you interested in Akiji?" "Akiji?" Toripole was taken aback. "You mean you don't know?" I'll take you to meet Doflamingo." In the back garden of Dressrosa's palace, sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting dappled shadows, and the air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance. Doflamingo sat in an exquisite wicker chair, a playful expression on his face as he regarded Bellamy standing before him. His eyes held a mixture of disdain and curiosity, while a freshly printed newspaper lay beside him, prominently featuring the latest developments concerning the Whitebeard pirates. "Is everything you say true?" Doflamingo's voice was low and magnetic, yet it carried an unsettling undertone. "Indeed. Absolutely true." Bellamy nodded vigorously, his eyes alight with fervor. There was nothing more exhilarating than meeting his most revered figure. His hands clenched tightly, seemingly striving to contain his emotions, lest he lose composure from overwhelming excitement. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's expression darkened, a shadow falling over his crimson glasses. Chapter 39. There are stronger fruits. Toripole stood by, his face equally grim, clearly displeased with the news Bellamy had brought. "Doflamingo, I must say," Toripole interjected, his tone laced with evident sarcasm, "I find it hard to believe that the Whitebeard pirates have been hiding researchers." "Oof," Doflamingo scoffed, a flicker of anger and frustration in his gaze. "Who they've hidden is irrelevant. What matters is that they've developed a devil fruit with no side effects." His words were infused with shock and envy at this revelation. This news was undoubtedly a severe blow to him, signifying that the Whitebeard pirate strength would be immensely enhanced, a development that posed a dire threat to their family. The garden fell into a profound silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds, disrupting the oppressive atmosphere. Observing this, Bellamy dared not utter another word. Subsequently, Doflamingo slowly rose from his chair, gripping the newspaper tightly, his gaze flitting across each word and headline. Searching for a clue. "Ice fruit, quake fruit, mythical zoan. Phoenix form," he murmured, his voice heavy with an indescribable weight. The powers of these devil fruits were capable of shaking the world, and the prospect of them being mass-produced represented a formidable challenge to his existing power, rendering his smile fruit utterly worthless. Most importantly, the possibility of becoming a dual devil fruit user. Doflamingo's tone was filled with shock and disbelief. Should this technology become widespread, it would irrevocably alter the world's dynamics. Toripole quietly observed Doflamingo's changing expression, sensing the tense atmosphere suffusing the air that if their devil fruit can be mass-produced, what will become of our business with Kaido? Doflamingo suddenly raised his voice, tinged with anger and helplessness. He understood that without a countermeasure, everything they had painstakingly built over the years would turn to dust. His brow furrowed deeply, lines etched like rivers on his face, reflecting his inner anxiety and unease. A solution had to be sought immediately. Otherwise, all would be lost at that moment. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the fervent Bellamy. The glimmer of desire for power and unwavering admiration for Doflamingo shone in Bellamy's eyes. In that instant, a brilliant idea surged within Doflamingo's mind. "Bellamy, would you be willing to work for me?" His voice, low and magnetic, possessed an irresistible allure that he knew that Bellamy was a person who would sacrifice everything for his dreams and ambitions. Precisely what he needed at that moment. Gaia Island, once a tranquil and harmonious place, had become tense due to the manhunt for Ron. Ever since Ron had been pursued by the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates had not left this territory. Their daily task was singular: to patrol the island, ensuring Ron's safety remained uncompromised. Within their base, the atmosphere was particularly heavy. Whitebeard sat above, his eyes gleaming with determination and wisdom. The others were scattered, engaged in fervent debate over how to address the current situation. Voices clashing, and chaos ensued. "Gurara, little brats!" Whitebeard's voice suddenly boomed, resonating like thunder throughout the room. "The Yellow Monkey's Pika Pika no Mi is indeed impressive, especially its speed. It is simply unparalleled that if we could harness that for escape, I doubt anyone in this world could catch us." After a pause, as if contemplating something significant, he continued, "I've always had an idea. If I could imbue the power of the Yellow Monkey onto myself, combining it with my Quake fruit attacks, we could create an even more formidable force. Just imagine the astonishing effect when light-speed movement collides with a seismic shock. Such an assault would be nearly impossible for anyone to withstand." Upon hearing this, a profound silence fell over the room. Everyone was taken aback by the old man's proposition, though it sounded somewhat mad, considering he was one of the 4 emperors with immense strength and a unique understanding of combat. None dared to dismiss his suggestion lightly. Old man, while the yellow monkey's pika-pika no mi is indeed remarkable, it is only of use during escape. Marco furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation that a hint of concern and discontent flickered in his eyes. Clearly skeptical of the fruit's worth. .1 fruit, if solely for escape, is simply not worth it. Ace nodded in agreement, his tone resolute and powerful. In his immortal phoenix form, he brimmed with confidence, believing that even in the face of formidable foes, his defensive capabilities could withstand most assaults. Thus, he regarded the notion of relying solely on speed to evade danger with disdain. Whitebeard fell silent for a moment, his expression revealing a tangle of emotions. In this world, nothing is absolutely perfect. The Mera no Mi was indeed incredibly alluring. It could grant instantaneous movement to any location and significantly enhance the user's chances of survival. However, as Marco and Ace had pointed out, such a power seemed more suited for retreat than direct confrontation. At that moment, Jozu and Ron appeared at the entrance. Jozu called out loudly, "Vice Captain Ron has arrived." As his voice echoed, the previously quarrelsome crowd gradually quieted down, turning their attention towards Ron. Having already heard about the events unfolding here, Ron wasted no time in inquiring about the situation. Instead, he walked straight to Whitebeard and said, "Captain, while the Mera no Mi is undeniably tempting, it holds little utility for you, as it merely enhances speed." Whitebeard nodded in agreement, preparing to voice his thoughts when Ron interrupted him, "That I know of a fruit that is even more powerful." Ron continued, "This fruit not only grants unparalleled speed, but also amplifies the attack power of its user." What? Whitebeard was evidently taken aback by this revelation, pausing for a moment before asking, "Such a fruit exists?" The others appeared equally bewildered, their curiosity piqued about what kind of fruit could simultaneously enhance speed and offensive strength. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Ron smiled slightly and then pointed towards the sky, declaring, "It is the Goro no Mi Chapter 40. Preparing for relocation. Upon hearing the name of this fruit, some gasped in astonishment. The Goro no Mi. It grants control over lightning. Indeed, it is the Goro no Mi. Someone explained that it is an exceedingly rare and powerful Logia-type devil fruit, allowing the consumer to wield the power of lightning. Allegedly, this ability can unleash formidable electric attacks and render the user's body as swift as lightning, making them elusive to a Logia type. But Logia fruits are so scarce. Encountering one relies entirely on luck." Another crew member lamented that in this world, the number of Logia-type devil fruits is limited, each one immensely precious. To obtain such a fruit would undoubtedly make one the luckiest of individuals. Fool. Since Vice Captain Ron has mentioned it, he must know its whereabouts, an experienced old sailor remarked. Vice Captain Ron is the smartest among us. He wouldn't casually speak of something without certainty that if he has mentioned the Goro no Mi, he likely possesses some clues or information about it. Right? How could I not think of that? Another crew member slapped his forehead, appearing somewhat vexed. Indeed, we should trust Vice Captain Ron's judgment. Since he has named the Goro no Mi, there must be a reason for it. Perhaps we are not far from finding this fruit. The crowd nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with anticipation and excitement. After all, the Goro no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit, was a coveted treasure for any pirate. Securing it would undoubtedly enhance their strength and combat prowess significantly. When Marco heard the name Goro no Mi, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Should they truly be able to locate such a powerful fruit, it would serve as a tremendous boon for their pirate crew. Especially for their father, Whitebeard, it was undoubtedly the most ideal choice at present. "Brother Ron, I knew you would always find a way," Ace said, gazing at Ron with admiration. Since their acquaintance, Ron's stature in Ace's eyes had grown increasingly formidable, as if no problem was beyond his resolve. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was equally captivated by the discussion. Although he shared a keen interest in the Goro no Mi, he had never heard any previous mention of it. "Ron, do you know where the Goro no Mi is located?" Whitebeard inquired curiously. Ron smiled faintly, a mysterious curve gracing his lips. "That of course I do. And you've been there before." "Did I have?" Whitebeard was initially astonished. Then he struggled to recall when he might have visited such a place. Observing this, Ron sighed softly and slowly spoke. "That place is Sky Island." "Sky Island?" Whitebeard repeated the name, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze towards the sky, as if the two words evoked a distant memory. Indeed, I did visit that place once a long time ago, that he then turned to Ron, shaking his head in negation. However, during my time there, I encountered nothing known as the Goro no Mi. Nor did I meet anyone possessing such abilities that in response to Whitebeard's query, Ron did not immediately answer, maintaining his enigmatic smile, which only heightened the curiosity of everyone present. Ron mused internally. You must have been quite unlucky not to have met Enel. He only arrived at Sky Island later and has since remained there. Thus, it was impossible for them to have encountered him. The user of the Goro no Mi came to Sky Island afterward, so you naturally did not have the chance to meet him. Ron elucidated. Subsequently, Ron began recounting the long-standing tale of the Golden City on Gaia Island. He explained, the user of the Goro no Mi is named Enel. He has declared himself a god and currently rules over the entirety of Sky Island. He went on to mention the recent incident regarding the theft of the Golden City and the fallout following the exposure of the dual fruit user. With these revelations spreading, they had become the target of widespread scrutiny. While this was not particularly daunting for them, the prospect of all factions uniting against them would indeed pose a formidable challenge. Therefore, Ron proposed a bold idea. I have a suggestion. Let us relocate our entire base to Sky Island. The geographical position there is exceptional, almost unparalleled. Even the Navy would require considerable time and effort to reach it, granting us ample opportunity to grow and amass wealth. Once we have sufficient financial backing, every member of the Whitebeard Pirates could become a wielder of the Gura no Mi. We could even cultivate more dual and even triple fruit users. Ron's words resonated like crashing waves, passionately reverberating through the air, his voice rising and falling with unshakable resolve, that he firmly asserted that this seemingly impossible plan was indeed feasible and very likely to succeed. After hearing his fervent speech, the others were thoroughly inspired, raising their hands and feet in enthusiastic support of Ron's vision. This atmosphere of unity was exhilarating. Jozu was the first to step forward, declaring his support that a newcomer who cannot even use haki dares to call himself a god. Let me, Jozu, teach him a lesson. Saying this, Jozu began throwing punches in front of everyone. Each punch was accompanied by a sonic boom, the shockwave cleverly contained around his fists, but the force of the attacks doubled. This was ample proof of Jozu's hard work in this regard. Whitebeard watched Jozu's display with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Gura Jozu, your progress is remarkable. The abilities of the Gura no Mi are limitless. Developing techniques suited to oneself is the true strength. He then turned to Ron with a smile. Nodding, Ron, let us follow your lead and head to Sky Island. Chapter 41. The Vice Captain is so strong. Upon hearing Whitebeard's endorsement of their plan, the crowd erupted in cheers. They had grown weary of their current location, and the prospect of exploring the legendary Sky Island was undeniably thrilling news. Fantastic! I've heard that Sky Island is paved with gold. I will finally become a user of a devil fruit. Yes, Vice Captain Ron said it is the Golden City. It will surely allow us to become users of powers. There are many beautiful women there. I will capture them all and present them to Vice Captain Ron. Exactly. I cannot repay Vice Captain Ron's kindness, but I can offer beautiful women in return. Ron was momentarily speechless. Did he truly have such a fondness for beautiful women? Nevertheless, these trivialities were of little consequence. The sentiments of these individuals were what mattered most. He cast an encouraging glance at his enthusiastic crew and nodded vigorously in affirmation. This only heightened the excitement among the crew. This was a promise from Vice Captain Ron. In contrast to the fervor of the others, the captains found themselves rather idle. Ace was seated leisurely on a chair, gently swinging his legs, while Marco stood beside him, gazing at him with a warm expression. Ace, how is your mastery of haki coming along? Marco inquired, his tone laced with a hint of concern and anticipation. Ace proudly raised his chin, a glimmer of confidence sparkling in his eyes. It's coming along, more or less, that I haven't yet achieved externalization of the armament haki, but it's sufficient for now. Upon hearing this, Marco furrowed his brow slightly and urged, that simply won't do. Ace, that as the captain of a division, not being able to externalize your armament haki is rather disappointing. Ace, feeling somewhat defiant, stepped forward, draping an arm around Ron's shoulder, and half-jokingly remarked, but Captain Ron here is still the vice captain, and he's just an ordinary person who can't even use haki. Marco shook his head, about to voice a response when he was suddenly taken aback by the sight before him. Ron's right hand slowly lifted, a flowing red-golden energy gradually enveloping half of his forearm. This spectacle widened Marco's eyes in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground as he incredulously asked, "Vice Captain Ron, when did you learn to use armament hockey?" "Oh, is it merely armament hockey?" Ron chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Marco's astonishment. Then, the armament hockey covering his forearm began to flow as if it were alive. In the next moment, Ron swung his fist at a nearby decorative stone with sudden force. Boom! A dull thud echoed, causing the decorative stone to tremble slightly, appearing unchanged on the surface. Yet everyone present felt an invisible force spreading through the air. "No way," Ace said in disbelief as he approached and, following Ron's gesture, gently touched the decorative stone with his right hand. Instantly, the entire stone shattered with a thunderous crack, revealing the chaotic scene within. All the fragments of the stone were splintered, some even reduced to dust. Hiss! The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, finally realizing that Ron had just unleashed his armament hockey. This ability is typically mastered only after extensive training, and those who can externalize their hockey are exceedingly rare. But wait, isn't Vice Captain Ron just an ordinary person? How did he suddenly master armament hockey? Even more astonishing was that punch he just delivered. It was indeed an externalization of hockey. Most of the people present had yet to learn this skill, while Ron executed it effortlessly, leaving everyone in disbelief. Ron himself was taken aback by the power of that punch. He had merely intended to break the stone with his bare hands, never anticipating he would externalize hockey. The force erupted from his fist as if it had torn through the air, shattering the massive stone into pieces that, this is going to be hard to explain. Ron silently lamented, having only intended to showcase a fraction of his strength. Yet it had stirred such a commotion. Before he could utter a word, the crew erupted into thunderous cheers, their fervor akin to having shattered the stone with their own hands. "It turns out Vice Captain Ron has been sparing our pride all along, pretending to be an ordinary person," exclaimed an excited crew member, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Vice Captain Ron is incredibly kind, caring for our fragile egos so tenderly. This ridiculous pride. I shall cast it aside today. Vice Captain Ron, please allow me to pay my respects." Another crew member knelt before Ron, bowing deeply. "Sigh, I thought Vice Captain Ron was merely a scientist. I had even considered teaching him a few self-defense moves. But it appears the fool was me," lamented a crew member who once prided himself on his martial prowess, his face now etched with shame. The crowd was utterly disarmed, wailing in despair, as if they had been mercilessly struck. The scene descended into chaos, all present left in awe of Ron's power, simultaneously grappling with their own ignorance. For days later, upon the shimmering surface of the sea, the Moby Dick glided forth like a colossal sea creature. The navigators were busily and intently engaged, constantly observing and measuring changes in wind direction and humidity to ensure the ship's safe voyage. Whitebeard stood on the deck, his gaze piercing through the endless ocean, surveying the distant, slightly rippled surface with a furrowed brow. "Ron, is there truly a spiraling vortex here to aid our ascent to the Sky Island?" Whitebeard turned, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Ron nodded affirmatively, a resolute expression gracing his face. "Rest assured, Captain, this place is indeed reliable." His knowledge and confidence regarding this maritime realm instilled a sense of reassurance in all present. Ace, attempting to ease the tension, remarked casually, "Father, worry not. Even if we miss the vortex, we can still reach the summit of the western sky." He gazed up at the sky, which was clear and devoid of any sign of islands. Yet, whatever Ron declared, he believed without question. Subsequently, Ace turned back to Whitebeard, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Father, once you successfully enchant the Thunder Fruit's powers, you shall become the first individual to wield 3 Devil Fruit abilities in the sea. The Tremor Fruit, the Phoenix Form, and the Thunder Fruit, all with terrifying offensive, restorative, and speed capabilities, easily overpowering the other emperors." Marco echoed enthusiastically, "Indeed, Father, 3 fruits are more than enough to crush the other emperors, and your hockey is formidable as well. Certainly a super powerhouse." Chapter 42. Physics Joe, comparable to the king's. Whitebeard listened to his son speak with such fervor, a smile gradually spreading across his face, reminiscent of his youthful days. Jozu simply grinned foolishly, witnessing his father grow stronger. As if he could see his own future reflected in that strength, His eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning the moment he would become a formidable warrior. Ron, compared to the thunder fruit, I still wish to enchant the light fruit of Kazu. Josu's voice brimmed with yearning. Ron paused slightly, then turned to Josu, who continued, "My original form is the light fruit, allowing me to transform into diamonds. Since diamonds possess multiple reflective surfaces, if I were to combine that with the light fruit's abilities, my power would increase exponentially." Ron nodded, comprehending Josu's aspirations. He recognized Josu's long-held desire to grow stronger, and with this opportunity at hand, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Josu grew increasingly animated, his eyes glistening with fervor. Ron, too, was evidently inspired by Josu's words, his expression turning contemplative. "Ron, imagine this. When I attack, I could utilize the reflective properties of diamonds to make my light-based assaults elusive and unpredictable," Josu continued confidently. He paused, seemingly awaiting Ron's response. Indeed, Ron nodded, signifying his understanding of Josu's thoughts. "Moreover, I can scatter, focus, and diffuse light, thereby amplifying my attack power," Josu excitedly added, as if envisioning himself as an invincible figure in battle. "Incredible! I feel as though the light fruit was tailor-made for me," Josu exclaimed, his desire for this fruit palpable. However, he then shifted his tone to discuss another possibility. "But if I were to switch to the thunder fruit, the effect wouldn't be the same. This is precisely why I wish to enchant the light fruit." After hearing Josu's explanation, Ron was left speechless, his gaze darting back and forth as if he were seeing Josu for the first time. The surrounding individuals were equally astonished, their expressions filled with disbelief and reverence. "Refraction and reflection of light," Ron murmured, "and if we incorporate the principles of convex and concave lenses, the resultant effects will not simply equate to 1+1. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Wait, Josu is actually physics, Joe? This outrageous concept is simply too extraordinary." Ron could not help but praise him. Even more astonishing was that Josu's innate ability with the light fruit acted like a natural magnifying glass, capable of transforming ordinary attacks into devastating moves in an instant. But that was not all. Through clever application of this ability, Josu could even concentrate originally dispersed energy into a single point, thereby exponentially increasing its destructive power. Just imagine, when countless tiny yet concentrated energy beams converge and overlap, how terrifying would that force be? If a few more beams were added, their power could rival that of ancient weaponry. "Josu, your idea is entirely feasible, and there is ample room for creativity," Ron affirmed, his tone brimming with admiration and support for Josu's proposition. His gaze shifted to Whitebeard as he continued, "Captain, let us reserve one spot from that 50 billion funding for Josu." Whitebeard erupted in a hearty laugh upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Gura! Ron, Josu, you two decide for yourselves." His gaze reflected a profound trust and anticipation towards Ron, as if silently conveying, "You are now the vice captain. You must shoulder your responsibilities and refrain from troubling this old man with every little matter." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Ron was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in understanding, accepting the weight of this responsibility. "Very well, Captain, I shall do my utmost," he replied. At that moment, Jorge, too, rose with excitement, expressing his gratitude to Ron and Whitebeard. "Ha! Thank you, old man. Thank you, Ron. I will cherish this opportunity and strive not to disappoint anyone's expectations." Ja's spirit was invigorated, igniting envy in the others. Captains such as Marco and Ace extended their warm congratulations. As he still leaned towards Akanu's magma fruit over the glimmering fruit, given its formidable destructive power and explosive potential. Just as they were engaged in light-hearted banter, the previously tranquil sea suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. A colossal whirlpool emerged silently, its immense gravitational pull instantly altering the course of the mighty Moby Dick. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone in utter shock. The whirlpool was not only vast in scale, but also possessed staggering power. Its diameter spanning several nautical miles, resembling a monstrous beast of the deep, poised to devour all that dared approach. As the ship began to be engulfed, the surrounding waters roiled violently, forming towering waves that crashed against the hull with deafening roars. Confronted by such a magnificent yet perilous spectacle, all aboard held their breath in awe, their hearts filled with reverence and trepidation that my heavens, such a massive whirlpool. No wonder it can send one soaring into the sky. It is so deep. As you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Look at the sea's surface. It has already dropped 5 centimeters, and it continues to fall. Hiss. It's hard to imagine how spectacular the eruption will be. Hold on to the handrails, everyone. Don't fall overboard, Ron jested. The others quickly grasped onto the handrails, railings, and anything they could hold, clinging tightly, fearful of being flung into the tumultuous sea by this sudden, overwhelming force. Some attempted to voice their concerns or offer words of comfort amidst the panic, but before they could finish, a thunderous roar erupted, as if the entire world was trembling. Boom! A massive column of water, several nautical miles in diameter, erupted from the whirlpool's center, shooting skyward. This scene was awe-inspiring and utterly shocking. Those sharks and colossal sea creatures caught off guard were swept into the vast whirlpool, soaring into the heavens alongside the water column, as though a natural disaster was unfolding before their eyes. Numerous fish were flung out of the whirlpool by the powerful centrifugal force, crashing down onto the sea surface, shattering upon impact, meeting an instant demise. The ship rocked violently under this force, seeming on the verge of capsizing. The crew was filled with terror. Some, paralyzed by fear, fainted, but thankfully their companions were quick to catch them. Otherwise, they might have plunged into the raging sea, facing an uncertain fate. Chapter 43. Arrival at Sky Island. Joker Teach. Soon, under the meticulous control of the seasoned navigators, Moby Dick regained stability. They directed their crew with precise and professional movements. As the ship's speed accelerated to its limits, bolstered by the additional thrust from the soaring water column, propelling the entire vessel at an astonishing velocity. At that moment, the surrounding waves surged with towering sprays, slicing through the boundless sky like a razor-sharp sword, presenting an unprecedented spectacle. Wu Ace, braving the fierce winds, waved his arms, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Ron, we did it. His voice rang out, filled with exhilaration amidst the howling winds. Marco, too, felt this joy, gazing at the approaching clouds, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It has been a while since I felt such excitement. Sky Island truly holds endless possibilities, he murmured, seemingly envisioning the legendary, mysterious land. Ron stood quietly on the deck, his gaze penetrating as he watched the increasingly distant Gaia Island. From now on, Sky Island shall be my stronghold. I will transform it into an ideal realm. Such extensive clouds are indeed a rarity. Fool. This is the White Sea that the vice captain mentioned yesterday. Clearly, you weren't paying attention. The White Sea is 7,000 meters above sea level, and Sky Island is situated above the White Sea, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A group of people excitedly discussed as they passed through the White Sea, and after a considerable time, they finally arrived at the White Sea. Everything here seemed enshrouded in a layer of mysterious white. As far as the eye could see, a pristine and dazzling expanse of white. The sunlight illuminated this white ocean, reflecting blinding rays that nearly rendered one unable to open their eyes. The air was infused with a refreshing, slightly cool essence, making each breath feel particularly invigorating. Moby Dick glided smoothly through this white ocean, its hull gently undulating with the waves. The crew stood on the deck, filled with excitement, eagerly scanning their surroundings for every novel sight. Someone pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look over there! Something seems different." Following the direction of the finger, they indeed spotted the outline of Sky Island ahead. It was a small island suspended in midair, appearing as if a miracle had descended from the heavens. Quietly floating above this white world, the island was lush with greenery, a stark contrast to the surrounding pure white, exuding vitality and mystery. Witnessing this scene, everyone was filled with exhilaration. Sky Island! Look! We've finally reached Sky Island. Gura Gura no Mi, here I come. Newcomer Enel, come out and let us have a taste. Just a 10 or 20 pounds to start, then we can raise it for later use. Ha, you rascal, truly wicked. Amidst laughter, Moby Dick gradually approached the shore, and the group began to disembark. Gaia Island. Teach roared in fury, watching the Moby Dick soar into the sky, utterly bewildered, but more so consumed by rage. Those damn fools took away his Gura no Mi. Cursed, I was a moment too late. Teach slammed his fist against the rocky shore, causing a thunderous crack as the rocks shattered into countless pieces, debris flying in all directions. His eyes burned with boundless fury and resentment. Sky Island, humph. Teach gritted his teeth, his voice laced with a chilling intent. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I, Teach, will find you. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if to pierce through all obstacles, reaching those who had stolen his precious fruit. The power of Gura Gura no Mi represented not just a symbol of strength to him, but also a crucial tool for realizing his ambitions. Losing it meant a severe blow to his plans. After uttering a few more threats, Teach turned and vanished into the jungle, swiftly melding into the dense foliage that he intended to investigate the remnants left by the Whitebeard pirates, hoping to uncover some clues that he knew that time was of the essence. Every moment was critical. After Teach departed, Bellamy cautiously emerged from a crevice in the rocks, his heart racing as if he had just survived a life-and-death struggle. He gazed in the direction Teach had vanished, filled with dread and relief. Gently patting his chest to calm his fears, he inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling, as if expelling all the tension from his body. That was close. The guy's name is Teach. Why have I never heard of him before? Bellamy muttered. Brows furrowed, he recalled Teach's malevolent gaze and cold smile, sending a chill down his spine. But he does look rather sinister. He doesn't seem like a good person. Bellamy narrowed his eyes. Lost in thought, he began to reflect on everything that had just transpired, trying to piece together some clues. This guy seemed to have a vendetta against the Whitebeard pirates. He must have been secretly observing this place, surely plotting something. Bellamy calculated inwardly. Suddenly, a sly smile crept onto his lips. Finally some useful information. As long as it relates to the Whitebeard pirates, it's valuable. Bellamy knew this information was crucial for him, potentially a key to completing his mission. Just then, he looked up at the sky, realizing the soaring water column had vanished without a trace. That he sighed. Filled with helplessness and disappointment, that I didn't expect to arrive a moment too late. I had planned to endure and bear the humiliation to fulfill my idol's mission, but now it seems I have nothing at all. Bellamy shook his head, feeling a sense of frustration wash over him. With Doflamingo's arrival imminent tomorrow, he needed to devise a plausible explanation to navigate the impending situation. Alas, it seemed he had to ponder a suitable excuse. Bellamy reflected silently, beginning to contemplate his next move. That evening, a multitude of pirate ships suddenly appeared near Gaia Island, their flags boldly displaying identical skull emblems. These pirates brazenly showcased their strength and ambition. Ha ha ha! The first to trade with Whitebeard is I, the deadly Axe King, Hodges, bellowed a burly pirate, wielding a massive axe, his eyes radiating boundless confidence. Damn it, you trash. You couldn't even withstand a single blow under my command. The title of first belongs to me. Another pirate retorted disdainfully, his agile form brandishing a glinting sword. Chickadee chickadee, the Kunkin pirate crew has arrived. Anyone who doesn't flee shall taste my Iron Mountain crash. A peculiar group emerged from the pirate ship, brandishing weapons and charging fiercely toward the shore. Chapter 44. Doflamingo. Am I a substitute? An increasing number of pirate ships clamored to dock, each laden with meticulously prepared gifts aimed at exchanging for the coveted devil fruits. These offerings were not only of immense value, but also represented the substantial sacrifices they had made in pursuit of formidable power. As the vessels neared the island, the pirates leaped from the decks, hastening toward the land in fear of missing their chance to trade with the Yonko, Whitebeard, for the devil fruits. However, amidst this fierce competition, not all participants would achieve their desires. Those pirate crews that lagged behind felt an overwhelming sense of resentment and fury. Thus, they unhesitatingly opted for the most direct method of conflict. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted, illuminating the island as if it had been set ablaze. Accompanying the explosions were cries of agony, as waves of individuals were hurled into the air, creating a scene of utter carnage. The acrid scent of gunpowder pervaded the air, rendering it almost unbearable to breathe. Damn it! You cowardly sneak attack lacks honor. A wounded captain roared, his voice brimming with hatred for his adversaries and a yearning for victory. Men, strike back! He swung his weapon, rallying his subordinates to retaliate on another front. Hit hard, make them regret it. Let them know the Kunkin pirate crew is not to be trifled with. Another captain commanded loudly, his gaze resolute and cold, evidently prepared to exert every ounce of effort. Fight! Everyone, strike! Commands resonated from all directions. Each word imbued with power and determination that in an instant. The entire island transformed into a colossal battlefield, engulfed in flames and flashing blades. Scarcely a spot remained unscathed. This spectacle was a testament to the immense allure that the devil fruits held for these pirates. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight penetrated the clouds, casting their glow upon the harbor of Gaia Island, a group of pirates arrived, brimming with anger and disappointment. They had anticipated discovering the legendary Whitebeard pirates here, hoping to acquire vast wealth or intelligence. Yet, reality dealt them a heavy blow. The island was eerily tranquil, devoid of any signs of recent large-scale pirate activities. Nevertheless, these unwilling individuals resolved to remain and continue their search, hoping to uncover hidden secrets or treasures left behind on this seemingly ordinary island. Just as these pirates dispersed to meticulously explore every corner of the island, a magnificently adorned and uniquely designed ship slowly approached the dock. Its hull devoid of any iconic pirate flag, replaced instead by large golden characters spelling out, Don Quixote. It was none other than Doflamingo. As the vessel docked, Doflamingo descended from the deck, holding a transponder snail engaged in conversation. After listening intently to the other party with a serious expression, he swiftly ended the call and pointed toward the southeast, his tone revealing a hint of urgency and dissatisfaction, as if the information he had just received had displeased him. This sudden command left the other officers slightly alarmed, while simultaneously igniting their curiosity about the forthcoming events. 10 minutes later, Bellamy stood trembling before his idol, Doflamingo, his expression one of palpable anxiety. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to speak the truth. After all, lying in front of a figure like Doflamingo was akin to digging one's own grave. However, upon concluding his honest report, Doflamingo did not immediately respond, maintaining a cold silence that enveloped Bellamy in an unprecedented sense of dread, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. "Bella, you needn't be so tense." Surprisingly, Doflamingo spoke, his tone laced with a barely perceptible gentleness. "This matter is not your fault." His demeanor softened, seemingly alleviating some of Bellamy's trepidation. Then, lifting his gaze to the sky, a flicker of curiosity and contemplation crossed his eyes that I never expected the Whitebeard pirates to seek the elusive Sky Island. Subsequently, Doflamingo scanned the surroundings, noticing an increasing number of individuals converging upon Gaia Island. Their objectives were crystal clear. Each hoped to locate the Whitebeard pirates and obtain the fabled power of the second devil fruit. A swarm of parasites of the sea, seeking to acquire dual devil fruit abilities without even reflecting on their worth, Doflamingo remarked coldly, his voice dripping with disdain and scorn. The other family members echoed his sentiments with derisive snorts, their gazes revealing contempt for the weak. In this ruthless sea, only the strong could survive, while the weak were destined to be trampled beneath foot, serving as stepping stones for others' advancement. Observing this, Diamante quickly stepped forward to suggest, "Doflamingo, this place holds no further significance. I believe the Whitebeard pirates will undoubtedly resurface, and when they do, we shall be the first to arrive and acquire the dual devil fruit abilities we desire." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo contemplated for a moment before slowly rising, his gaze fixed ahead, deep and resolute, as if he could pierce through the dense fog to glimpse the future. However, just as he was about to turn away, his brow furrowed, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. "What is that?" he murmured, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The others followed his gaze, only to see a multitude of warships appearing on the horizon, densely encircling Gaia Island. The flags on these ships glimmered ominously in the sunlight, provoking a sense of foreboding. The Navy? How did these scoundrels come to be here? Doflamingo and his crew were suddenly besieged by the Navy, leaving him feeling astonished and enraged. Their original plans had not accounted for a direct confrontation with the Navy, but the situation had evidently surpassed their expectations. "This is bad. I've become a scapegoat." The other family members quickly realized that the Navy's sudden appearance was likely a consequence of the Whitebeard pirates' previous actions. Although they had not been involved, it was clear that they were now targets of the Navy as well. The feeling of being innocently caught in the crossfire left Doflamingo extremely dissatisfied. Chapter 45. We won't take the fall for Whitebeard, bang, bang, bang. Damn that Whitebeard pirates, they've already put us in a bind once. The Navy was drawing nearer. Decisive action was imperative, as time was running out. Doflamingo, we should make our exit. Confronting the Navy at this moment is not a wise choice. Doflamingo remained silent for a while, his expression darkening, but he understood that encountering the Navy this time, inexplicably taking the fall for Whitebeard, was a first for him. The Navy was evidently determined, as the sheer number of warships suggested a scale akin to a demon-slaying order. After surveying the situation around him, Doflamingo's conviction solidified. The Navy had dispatched a formidable force, clearly intent on eradicating the pirate presence in this region, that we won't take the fall for Whitebeard. Retreat. Break through from the rear. Ultimately, Doflamingo made his decision. Engaging in a battle with the Navy would yield no benefits. The only course of action was to find an escape route and withdraw swiftly. Just after Doflamingo departed, the sound of cannon fire erupted in the wake of his exit. Dark cannonballs rained down from the sky, trailing long black flames, resembling furious dragons plunging into the jungles of Gaia Island. Boom! 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 A cacophony of deafening explosions reverberated throughout the island, shattering the previously serene and tranquil atmosphere. The pirates, engrossed in their search for clues within the forest, were utterly unprepared for this sudden onslaught. Many were struck directly by cannonballs, meeting their demise on the spot, as blood mingled with the earth, creating a harrowing scene. The surviving pirates were engulfed in sheer terror. They had never witnessed such ferocious and precise assaults, plunging them into a state of extreme panic. Some even lost track of the escape route, darting aimlessly. Others sought refuge, desperately trying to evade the imminent next wave of attacks. When they finally regained their composure and began their frantic flight, their eyes were met with the sight of warships densely lined along the coastline, with fully armed Navy soldiers standing at the ready. Faced with such a formidable naval presence, even the fiercest of pirates felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and despair. At that moment, for these individuals who were accustomed to rampant tyranny, the only option appeared to be a hasty retreat from this hellish place. Where did all these Navy come from? Damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. I can't even count them all. This is a slaughter order. The Navy has issued a slaughter order against Gaia Island. We need to run. The annihilating decree hung in the air. Chaos ensued amongst the pirates as they rushed toward the shore, each vying to board the anchored pirate ships in hopes of breaking through the encirclement and escaping this perilous locale. However, as they hastily fled, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from above, revealing that the cannonballs were specifically aimed at their vessels. With each violent rumble, one pirate ship after another was torn asunder by the tremendous force, debris flying in all directions, creating a scene of utter carnage. Witnessing this, some pirates, unwilling to perish so easily, swiftly altered their course and fled deeper into the forest, hoping to find a glimmer of survival, while others, driven to desperation, rushed madly toward other ships that remained unscathed or only slightly damaged. Attempting to seize an opportunity for escape, in an instant, the entire area transformed into a hellish nightmare. Individuals fought viciously over scarce resources, while others recklessly sought to flee the scene amidst a series of tragic events unfolding. The air thick with dread and despair. On board the Navy warship, Rear Admiral Squirrel stood resolutely at the command post, his gaze piercingly fixed ahead. The flames on Gaia Island blazed fiercely, and even from a distance. The oppressive heat seemed to permeate the air, creating waves of unbearable warmth. Prepare the second wave of cannonballs. Rear Admiral Squirrel's voice rang out, firm and authoritative, echoing throughout the bridge. The target remained the pirate ships on the shore. Fire with intensity. We must make these pirates aware of the cost of daring to provoke the might of the Navy. As orders were issued, the soldiers sprang into action, adjusting the cannon angles and loading ammunition with precise efficiency. Soon after, a resounding boom shattered the tranquility of the sea, followed by a series of rapid explosions as cannonballs launched from the warship accurately struck their target area. The tremendous force obliterated several vessels docked at the shore, sending towering columns of water soaring into the air, glinting under the sunlight. Yet Rear Admiral Squirrel did not relent. Prepare the third wave of cannonballs. He continued, issuing commands for a comprehensive barrage across all areas, implementing a devastating strike. leave no opportunity for the enemy to breathe. This time, even more artillery joined the fray. The entire island seemed engulfed in flames and smoke. Each cannonball's impact left behind massive craters or reduced structures to mere rubble. The acrid scent of charred debris hanging in the air, the skies stained a dark crimson. At that moment, a Navy brigadier general beside him hesitated to speak, his tone laced with uncertainty and trepidation. Rear Admiral Squirrel. Should we consider evacuating the civilians on the island? After all, humph. Rear Admiral Squirrel scoffed, interrupting him. His gaze radiated coldness and resolve. Months prior, the island had been seized and purged by the Whitebeard pirates. Leaving no civilians behind, let us not concern ourselves with anything else. Fire with full force, especially at these pirates. Let not a single one escape. Understood, the officer promptly affirmed. Not even a mosquito shall escape. Yes, the other soldiers echoed, their morale soaring. They all exerted themselves fervently, firing relentlessly, as if to unleash all their anger and hatred upon the enemy. Did I end this moment? The Navy was finally declaring war on the four emperors. This news filled everyone with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and fervor. They were acutely aware that within the warship, a Navy admiral was resting, signifying their actions had the backing of the highest command. Let all pirates perish. Chapter 46. Gaia Island annihilated. Meanwhile, Doflamingo stood in a concealed corner, his gaze intensely fixed upon his pirate ship trembling under the onslaught of the Navy's cannon fire. Portions of the deck and the stern were devastated by the explosions. Though 2 cannonballs had not dealt fatal damage, allowing for continued navigation, this provocation undeniably crossed his threshold of tolerance. "Damn you, Navy!" he roared, his fury threatening to explode forth. "What does it matter? Now that we're here, let us sink 2 Navy ships before we leave." Upon hearing this, Treble nearly lost his footing, hastily interjecting, "Doflamingo, this is not the time for rash actions." His voice was filled with urgency and concern. Diamante furrowed his brow, attempting to reason with Doflamingo with a more rational discourse. The Navy has issued a slaughter order, and the likelihood that they are aware of the Whitebeard pirates' presence here is minuscule. This indicates that there are certainly admirals stationed aboard those mid-ranking warships. Should we engage in direct confrontation, a safe retreat will become exceedingly difficult. Faced with the pleas of his 2 subordinates, Doflamingo inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury within him, that he recognized that maintaining composure was paramount at that moment. Ultimately, after a silence, he grit his teeth and uttered a single word, "Leave," with the command given. Everyone hastily made their way to the pirate ship. Bellamy followed closely behind, remaining silent throughout the ordeal, that he understood that in such circumstances, silence was the wisest choice. Otherwise, provoking anyone by accident could lead to dire consequences. The atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression, as everyone moved cautiously, wary of inciting unnecessary trouble. Deep within the former base, Teach stood alone in the desolate laboratory. Silence enveloped him, only occasionally interrupted by the distant sounds of cannon fire piercing the stillness. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the chaotic mess of discarded papers strewn about, with nothing else of value remaining. The battle outside escalated further, the cannon fire growing increasingly louder, signaling the Navy's intent to sink Gaia Island. Upon receiving this news, Teach's mood darkened considerably, especially upon hearing that the Navy had issued a slaughter order for the entire island. His rage ignited instantly. Damn Whitebeard! And those accursed Navy, he seethed, his eyes brimming with hatred and resentment. His fury erupted like a volcano, causing his breath to quicken and his face to flush with agitation. Ultimately, this overwhelming emotion surged forth, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the cold floor. "As long as I, Teach, draw breath, I will ensure that you do not find peace," he shouted, his voice echoing with unwavering resolve and fury. Confronted with the impending danger, he realized that remaining here would only render him a target for the enemy. Thus, at the last moment, he chose to flee from this place filled with memories. After all, in such dire circumstances, staying meant nothing but surrender. "You bastards, even fleeing you still want to drag me down with you." Before his departure, he yelled at the empty room, then swiftly vanished into the darkness that on the shore, most pirates had completely surrendered. They despaired as they realized that no matter where they fled, they would face merciless bombardment. The cannons seemed to possess a sentience, accurately targeting them with relentless fire. This moment. Their ships lay in tatters, and the entire island was engulfed in overwhelming firepower, leaving no avenue for escape. Damn it, let's fight these Navy bastards. One pirate roared, his eyes alight with defiance and rage. No one can judge me. I am the Pirate King, a bunch of self-righteous garbage, pawns of the celestial dragons. Open your eyes and see who truly is the parasite of the sea. The Kuan pirate crew has also joined the ranks of those hurling curses, their words sharp and incisive, targeting the corruption and hypocrisy lurking behind the Navy. However, despite the pirates' soaring morale, their resistance appears futile in the face of the Navy's overwhelming firepower. Cannon fire rains down like a torrential downpour, and the figures of the pirates gradually become engulfed in smoke and flames. Simultaneously, Gaia Island is completely obliterated in this fierce battle, vanishing without a trace from the maps. Once a thriving island, it now lies in ruins and debris, a casualty of this war. On the outskirts of the Sky Island, Angel Island, the sun shines brightly, and the sea breeze gently caresses the shore, where a throng of people appears, making their way towards the island. The sheer number of individuals makes it nearly impossible for them to go unnoticed. Clearly, they are oblivious to the intense battle unfolding below. Particularly Ace, who is currently absorbed in his newfound toy, a salvaged impact shell. "Brother Ron, look at this shell. It's truly amazing," Ace exclaimed, holding the seemingly ordinary shell that harbors incredible power. "It can absorb my attacks and even rebound them." As he spoke, he pressed the impact shell against his chest, eager to test its effects once more. However, at that very moment, an unexpected event occurred. With a resounding boom, a powerful force struck Ace's chest, piercing his body. To his astonishment, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, a vibrant flame, as red as blood, ignited, a hallmark of the Phoenix's unique abilities. That as the flames began to burn, Ace's body swiftly healed, the severe injury remarkably alleviated. Even completely cured in a short span of time. Haha, this is fantastic. Ace was overjoyed, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, carefully tucking the magical impact shell into his embrace. Satisfied and exhilarated by this unexpected find, he turned to Ron. "Brother Ron, where is that repulsion shell you mentioned? The one that's 10 times more powerful than the impact shell? I've searched everywhere and can't find it." Ace inquired anxiously, his eyes filled with anticipation and a touch of urgency. Ron looked up with a smile. As the outline of Angel Island gradually became visible, the sea breeze brushing against his cheek, bringing a refreshing chill, that he glanced at Ace. "These special shells are not easily found." Ron replied slowly, a hint of playfulness in his voice. "Those functional shells have long been scavenged by the indigenous people here. Finding even one impact shell is already quite fortunate." Chapter 47, Rubbish Ennel. "Come out and greet your Grandpa Jaws. Those functional shells have long been scavenged by the indigenous people here. Finding even one impact shell is already quite fortunate." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Ace's face. He had initially believed he could find a repulsion shell, only to encounter such difficulties. Yet Ron pointed ahead and said to Ace, "Just ahead is Angel Island. If you want something, you can simply buy it. It's definitely easier than searching." Ace followed Ron's finger and gazed towards the distance, where Angel Island appeared exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight. The island's architecture was artfully arranged, and the streets bustled with activity, vibrant and lively. "Have we arrived so soon?" Ace remarked, as the grand avenue of Angel Island unfolded before them. The people here bore no significant difference from those below, except for the pairs of small, white wings adorning their backs. "Are these people really angels?" Jaws scratched his head in perplexity. Marco stepped forward and added, "These natives could be quite troublesome." Ron replied, "Let's not worry about them for now. There will be a time when we need them." First, let's find that fellow named Ennel." A sly smile crept across Jaws' face, as if he could foresee the events about to unfold. Under the gaze of everyone, he strutted boldly into the center of the road before coming to a halt. The surrounding natives took notice of the newcomers, regarding them with puzzled expressions while murmuring about the people from the Blue Sea. Despite their curiosity, they remained on high alert. That moment, all eyes focused on Jaws. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to gather strength for the impending action. Then he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Rubbish Ennel, come out and greet your Grandpa Jaws." After several shouts, all the natives were terrified. Scattering back into their homes, they swiftly closed their doors and windows, locking every possible gap as if to ward off any hint of danger from the outside world. Nevertheless, they left merely enough space to peek through, their eyes betraying an unmistakable blend of fear and unease. They could never have imagined that these outsiders from the Blue Sea would be so audacious as to directly provoke the deity Enlil. In their minds, Enlil was not merely a being of immense power. He was an untouchable, unquestionable supreme authority. Any attempt to challenge him was, to the locals, a fool's errand, devoid of any chance of survival. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, the natives were both shocked and terrified, praying that the actions of the outsiders would not entangle them, wishing not to become innocent victims. Indeed, not long after, the previously clear and sunny sky suddenly darkened. Clouds gathered rapidly, as if an invisible force was orchestrating them. Soon, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the heavens, akin to the wrath of the thunder god, intent on obliterating all disrespect from the world. In that instant, everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated on the sky, which was about to be torn apart by lightning that a brilliant blue bolt descended like a sword, striking directly toward Jaws. This lightning was not only strikingly vivid but also immensely powerful, seemingly tearing through the air with a sizzling sound. The hearts of all the natives trembled uncontrollably. They were so frightened that they shut their eyes, unwilling to confront the terrifying spectacle that lay in their minds. They envisioned Jaws being struck by the lightning, charred and unrecognizable, for they had witnessed such scenes too many times before, whether through words of discontent or deep-seated resentment. Any offense against the deity Enlil meant inevitable retribution akin to a thunderous wrath. Each time they saw someone treated so brutally for offending the divine, fear and despair filled their hearts. Yet, Ja's subsequent actions left them wide-eyed in disbelief. They were astonished to see the provocateur of Enlil suddenly enveloped in a layer of black substance, as if a mysterious power had awakened in an instant. This darkness not only shrouded his arm, but also exuded a chilling aura. Jaws then swung his fist, cloaked in the black mist, towards the descending lightning. With a resounding crack, the formidable bolt of lightning, which should have been overwhelmingly powerful, was rendered as feeble as a mosquito, fizzling out entirely. Had it not been for the residual electricity and faint vibrations in the air, they might have doubted that lightning had ever struck here. I asked that all. Jaws placed his hands on his hips, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips as he gazed skyward at Enlil, mockingly declaring, "That wouldn't even be enough to tickle your grandpa Jaws." Ron clearly perceived Jaws' impatient demeanor. It was evident that this hulking figure was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to confront Enlil, poised to commence his experiment the moment he received the order to imbue himself with the shining fruit. The air was thick with a palpable tension and anticipation, as if time itself had slowed to a standstill in that moment. Meanwhile, Whitebeard stood quietly to the side, allowing his sons to frolic around him. Yet his gaze wandered into the distance, seeming to touch upon some deep-seated emotion within his heart, beyond the immediate scene that lay in his eyes, which had weathered countless storms and bore witness to the passage of eras. There flickered a trace of subtle tenderness and nostalgia, as if stirred by a forgotten memory, prompting speculation about the emotions and experiences concealed within that tale. Marco astutely detected the nuanced shift in his father's mood. Being one of the few who truly understood Whitebeard, he recognized that this was not a manifestation of physical discomfort, but rather a reflection of some emotional turbulence deep within. Having confirmed that Whitebeard was merely lost in recollections of better times, Marco felt a sense of relief wash over him. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain vigilant, closely monitoring the surroundings to ensure that everything was under control, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. After all, in this unpredictable world, maintaining a sense of alertness was always prudent at that moment. The sky erupted once more with a deafening roar, the thunderclaps resonating as though the heavens themselves were on the brink of collapse. A second bolt of lightning descended instantaneously, its magnitude far surpassing the first. Is that it? How utterly uninteresting. Chapter 48. Beasts and spirits, all can be cleaved with a sword. Is that it? How utterly uninteresting. Jaws stood firmly in place, gazing up at the swiftly descending lightning with a blank expression. The skin on his head and shoulders transformed into a diamond-like hardness in an instant. Boom! The lightning struck his diamond-like skin, and the immense electrical energy rapidly coursed through Jaws' body, crackling like firecrackers. Jaws chuckled twice, intending to dismiss the sensation, but the next moment, he grimaced in pain. Hot, 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 hot. The searing heat carried by the lightning made Jaws feel as if he were barefoot traversing a pit of fire. The agony was unbearable. Though his skin had become as hard as diamond, the intense heat was still excruciating. With a sudden motion, Jaws violently swung his arm, sending a subtle tremor throughout his body. This force was not only powerful but precise, expelling all the lightning that had clung to his surface, pushing it away from his form. The air still buzzed with residual electricity, yet it posed no further threat to Jaws. Rog, you truly have put me in a predicament. You never mentioned how scorching the lightning would be, Jaws lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Ron, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation and dissatisfaction. Rubbing his electrified arm, he noted that while the pain had diminished significantly, the burning sensation lingered. What did you expect for running out on your own? You brought this upon yourself, Wade-Eye interjected protectively, pointing an accusatory finger at Jaws. Jaws shook his head in resignation. Internally sighing, he knew he could not win an argument against her, and a gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Thus, he turned his gaze skyward once more, directing all his ire towards the elusive Enel. Enel, come out quickly. Your Grandpa Jaws has matters to attend to and cannot waste time here with you. The air around seemed to grow even more tense with this proclamation. As everyone held their breath, waiting for what would transpire next, Jaws stood resolutely, his gaze fixed on the heavens, anticipating a fist to teach Enel a lesson. That as the words left his lips, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The natives appeared dazed, their minds buzzing with fear as they stared at these intruders. Ron, too, was taken aback. Given Enel's temperament, he should have emerged by now. Just as everyone was brimming with anticipation, the sky erupted with a series of deafening explosions, akin to mysterious drumbeats echoing from the heavens, shattering the prior tranquility in swift succession. For lithe figures descended from the sky, resembling divine warriors. Their imposing presence was immediately followed by a throng of over 100 Sky Island guards. A formidable and awe-inspiring sight. Intruders, halt at once, depart immediately, or the divine will punish your insolence. These Sky Island guards were mounted on peculiar transportation devices, powered by the unique shell-based propulsion systems of the island. These contraptions were far from ordinary, crafted from various shells imbued with mystical powers, each shell encapsulating the mysteries and strengths of nature, allowing these vehicles to soar freely across the vast expanse of sky. Ace's attention was instantly captivated by this astonishing spectacle. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, as if he had stumbled upon an entirely new realm. Ron, look? Is that what you mentioned before? The cloud shell, the wind shell, and those aerial vehicles made from shells that create shockwaves? Ace eagerly inquired. Ron momentarily froze, seemingly astonished by Ace's sudden curiosity and keen observational skills, before nodding in acknowledgement, pondering how he had never realized Ace held such a profound interest in these matters. How magnificent! I want one too, Ace exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Subsequently, he turned to Ron, seeking clarification. Ron, who are these individuals? Are they foes? Can we engage them? Yes, they are the four gods of Enel, and those behind them are the subordinates responsible for maintaining order here. Ron's explanation was abruptly interrupted as a burst of flame shot forth. Ace had already made his move. As long as we can fight, that's all that matters. Ace's back ignited with crimson wings, his right fist enveloped in blazing flames, the intense heat radiating outward. Fire fist. The priests, having never encountered such a spectacle, were utterly dumbfounded, realizing these individuals possessed abilities akin to those of the deity Enel. That is divine power! Boom! As the group made their entrance, Ace sent them plummeting from the sky, eagerly seizing the specialized vehicle they had been standing upon to examine it with great enthusiasm. Marco shook his head, not overly concerned, recognizing it as a pure domination scenario, allowing them to enjoy themselves and unwind that moment. Within a nearby dwelling occupied by the natives, a door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. A figure broke free from the throng, stumbling toward them, inadvertently collapsing at Ron's feet. Ron looked down at the golden-haired, blue-eyed woman before him, her delicate wings fluttering adorably behind her. My lord, I implore you, save our sky island. My lord, I beseech you, boom. Before she could finish, a blinding flash of light split the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning that descended with a deafening roar, as if intent on tearing the earth asunder. Is that lightning aimed at me? Ron slightly raised his head, his gaze piercing, radiating calmness and resolve. He raised his right hand, forming a blade with his fingers, and in an instant, a fierce sword energy coalesced at his fingertips, manifesting an almost tangible presence in the air, exuding a chilling aura. Facing the oncoming powerful lightning, Ron exhibited neither hesitation nor fear, instead cleaving towards the lightning's trajectory with his sword, as all eyes focused intently on him. A sharp ding rang out, and the once menacing bolt of lightning, capable of annihilating everything, was effortlessly bisected by Ron's sword energy, flowing harmlessly around his body and dissipating into the void. After executing this feat, Ron maintained his composed demeanor, standing as if the events that had just transpired were merely inconsequential interludes, that he understood that this was not mere luck. He had long since discovered that the sword energy produced by his technique, the heavenly cleaving sword art, was capable of severing anything, whether it be a natural element or a mythical beast, with his intent. Even the most grotesque entities could be cleaved in twain with a single stroke. The scene fell into a profound silence, particularly among the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, who gazed at Ron as if witnessing a ghost. What on earth did I just see? Lord Ron just cleaved through lightning. Chapter 49, proficient in cooking, playing the piano, and flute. Hiss. The first mate is extraordinarily powerful. He can cleave through natural elements. Hey kid, as long as one masters hockey, they can cleave through anything, okay? Don't act so naive. Just make sure you don't mention being from the Whitebeard Pirates when you go out. Do you think I'm foolish? I just observed the first mate's sword energy closely. It didn't even possess the slightest trace of armament hockey. Hiss! Around them, gasps of astonishment erupted, as they witnessed, for the first time, sword energy capable of cleaving through natural elements without the aid of hockey. The scene before them was utterly unprecedented, as if the very fabric of the world had been altered by this singular sword strike. The last engagement against the Yellow Ape had involved only a small contingent, leaving most of them bereft of first-hand experience regarding Ron's true prowess. Now, as they bore witness to this spectacle, they were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. This the legendary great swordsman? Truly formidable. Even the typically composed Whitebeard found his gaze drifting towards Ron, a flicker of surprise and curiosity flashing in his eyes. He scrutinized Ron more closely, seemingly reassessing his potential. While he had encountered great swordsmen capable of cleaving through natural elements without the use of hockey, he had never seen one as youthful as Ron. He murmured under his breath, audible only to himself, "Ron Roger." No one could discern his thoughts, for all eyes were riveted upon Ron. Then, a voice tinged with a hint of apology and worry shattered the tense silence. Thank you for saving me." The tremor in her voice barely concealed the struggle against her inner fear and anxiety. Ron's gaze descended, and upon recognizing the woman's visage, his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. The lady, named Cornus, not only possessed striking beauty, but also exuded an indescribable resilience and courage from her eyes. "Greetings, my lord. I am Cornus, Her voice quivered noticeably, not solely due to the harrowing ordeal she had just endured, but also from a profound sense of reverence towards the individuals before her. After all, she had just witnessed this formidable being effortlessly counter the divine punishment of Enel. Such power was beyond comprehension. Yet, despite being engulfed by fear, she summoned the courage to continue. "I implore you, my lord, save Skypea." Her tone brimmed with desperation and helplessness, evoking a wave of sympathy from those present in response to such a plea. Ron did not immediately offer his assent, but he was neither a foolhardy altruist nor a simpleton who would be swayed by beauty. He understood that in this world, aid seldom came without cost, and there were no free lunches. Thus, he calmly inquired, "What is your bargaining chip?" "There is no such thing as a free meal." The onlookers observed the exchange in silence, fully confident that whatever decision the vice captain arrived at would be the correct one. Hearing this question, Cornus grew increasingly anxious. She realized she must quickly present an answer that would satisfy this powerful individual, lest all her efforts be in vain. Hence, she began to enumerate her various skills. I can cook, play the piano, play the flute, sing, and, with each skill she listed, her gaze grew more resolute, as if she were exerting every ounce of her being to validate her worth. Ultimately, after a rapid and somewhat chaotic self-promotion, Cornice clutched Ron's pant leg tightly, nearly falling to her knees as she pleaded, "I can do anything. If you would only lend your hand and drive away Enel, restoring peace and tranquility to this place, I would be willing to do whatever you ask." Her tone was filled with a desperate hope, as though she had entrusted all her faith to the man before her. Ron smiled in response, finding no conflict with their goals. "Rise, for I am in need of a maid, and you shall do." Furthermore, he required Cornice's assistance to locate Enel. Otherwise, any information he divulged would seem overly contrived to avoid unnecessary complications. He opted for Cornice. Yet he found himself puzzled as to why Enel had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps he was intimidated? It was indeed a possibility. He might have gleaned certain information through the network of his mind. "Thank you, my lord, thank you," Cornice said, apprehensively rising. "Do you know where Enel is?" Ron inquired cautiously. Cornice nodded gently, preparing to respond, when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, as if the sky were raging in fury. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved through the night, illuminating the sky, the electric lights seemingly choreographed by an unseen hand, crackling in the air to form a humanoid silhouette. As the lightning dissipated, a figure gradually materialized. It was Enel, his ears resembling sausages. However, this time, Enel was markedly different. His countenance was dark, almost dripping with malice, and his eyes sparkled with wariness and unease, devoid of his usual composure. In truth, this transformation belied a heightened vigilance regarding the current situation, coupled with an indescribable tension deep within. From the moment these intruders set foot on his territory, every action they took was meticulously observed by Enel. Through his unique abilities, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from them, compelling even his typically confident self to re-evaluate the circumstances. Initially, he had planned to emerge only after these individuals had departed to address any subsequent matters. But he had not anticipated their direct summons for him, nor the presence of a traitor aiding them. This realization compelled Enel to recognize that remaining hidden was futile. Discovery was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. Confronting the challenge head-on, after a brief moment of contemplation, Enel chose to reveal himself. Upon witnessing Enel's emergence, Ron's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in his eyes that he secretly rejoiced. For he knew that once Enel appeared, there would be no escape for him. After all, for someone as concerned with pride as Enel, once a battle was promised, retreat was not an option. "Hey, you took your sweet time showing up. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted." Jaws, already irritable, erupted into a tirade upon seeing Enel, pointing an accusatory finger at him, his expression brimming with agitation. His pent-up fury had finally found a target for release. Chapter 50. The arrow that rends the sky, piercing Enel. Enel's expression darkened. He had endured Jaws' provocations for far too long. Given the timing, he decided to make an example of this insolent insect. The majesty of a god is not to be trifled with. Grasping the shining golden staff tightly, he struck it forcefully against his right shoulder drum, summoning forth a cascade of thunder. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. A brilliant light erupted from the depths of the drum, quickly coalescing into the majestic form of a gargantuan thunderbird, composed entirely of lightning. This thunderbird possessed a piercing cry and iridescent feathers. With wings spanning the height of 7 men, without hesitation, this meticulously crafted thunderbird surged forth at an astonishing speed towards Jaws, intent on obliterating every obstacle in its path. Interesting, Jaws mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He swiftly summoned the power of Haki from within, enveloping his right fist in an invisible armor. The thunderbird hurtled towards him with incredible velocity. Jaws extended his hand and seized it by the throat with pinpoint accuracy. The ensnared thunderbird emitted a shrill cry, thrashing violently in an attempt to escape its captor. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not break free from Jaws' iron grip. That moment, Jaws bellowed Quake. With that fierce shout, a wave of translucent white energy erupted from his fist, creating a powerful and awe-inspiring force field, showcasing the true extent of the Quake fruit's abilities. Subsequently, with every ounce of strength. Jaws crushed the Thunderbird, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the once mighty creature. The being that had once been so formidable, wielding the power of lightning, was instantaneously transformed into countless tiny, scintillating arcs of electricity, scattering into the air as if it had never existed. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity that the onlookers scarcely had time to react. The battle was over before they could comprehend. The indigenous people stood agape, their minds reeling with shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, the members of the Shandian tribe, concealed in the shadows, were utterly astonished, for they understood that they had just witnessed one of nature's most enigmatic forces, lightning. To think that one could bare-handedly seize and obliterate such a formidable foe. This is utterly contrary to all common sense, rendering its authenticity hard to believe. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates has long been accustomed to the sight of using hockey to counteract the powers of the Lodia type. For them, it is merely a part of their daily existence that in their eyes, such a mode of combat is as commonplace as a routine meal. This also reflects the severe disconnection from the outside world, to the extent that even such shocking news was not received in a timely manner. Enel was initially taken aback by the scene before him, his expression swiftly morphing into one of disbelief and terror. How could this be possible? The lightning I control has been caught bare-handed. This must be a fabrication. Enel's gaze gradually became frenzied. 30 million volts, Reiju. 60 million volts. Rajin Bang. Enel struck the drum on his left shoulder with great force, unleashing a torrent of lightning that erupted from the drum as if summoned. These bolts rapidly coalesced in the air, forming a wolf-like creature of lightning. Its eyes flickered with blue, electric light, exuding an aura of ferocity and majesty. Immediately thereafter, Enel turned to strike the drums on both shoulders again, generating an even more potent surge of electrical energy akin to an unstoppable force with each strike. The lightning coalesced once more, this time transforming into a colossal lightning dragon. The dragon, adorned with dazzling arcs of electricity, opened its gaping maw, emitting a deafening roar as if it sought to devour the entire world. These two lightning-formed beings, the Reiju and Raijin, shimmered with electric energy as they charged towards Jaws. Their singular objective, to completely engulf their adversary. Jaws chuckled, yet his smile appeared exceptionally sinister in Enel's eyes. His hands manifested shockwaves, as if invisible energies coalesced within them. Jaws assumed an archer's stance, one hand gripping the bow, the other drawing back the string, executing the motion with a fluidity and strength that was striking. As Jaws moved, the air before him was instantly torn asunder, fissures spreading rapidly like a spider's web. These rifts seemed to harbor boundless power, evoking a sense of fear and reverence. Arrow of the rift. Jaws bellowed, releasing the shockwave arrow towards Enel. Whoosh! As Jaws' fingers gently released, an almost invisible arrow shot forth from the string with dizzying speed. Where the arrow passed, the air seemed to tear apart, creating a distinct trajectory. The surrounding void trembled violently, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading outward. The lightning dragon and wolf, once formidable, now appeared fragile and powerless in the face of such overwhelming force. They barely had the chance to approach their target before they were shattered by the powerful energy radiating from the arrow, disintegrating into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. This spectacle left all witnesses utterly astounded. Yet the shockwave arrow continued on its path with astonishing speed and power, unwavering in its course towards Enel. Confronted with such a sudden assault, even Enel, a formidable wielder of power, displayed an expression of incredulity that he attempted with all his might to resist or evade. But it was far too late. The unseen arrow struck true, piercing through his chest and leaving a deep wound. Crack! His body was instantly pierced. Enel looked down at his chest in disbelief, astonished that he had been so effortlessly penetrated in a single encounter. His eyes brimmed with shock and incredulity that he had never anticipated such a defeat in this battle. Nor did he foresee that his opponent possessed such immense strength. His complexion soured dramatically, as a fierce tearing sensation emanated from the wound, as if countless invisible hands were rending his body apart. With a resounding boom, his entire form was obliterated, shattered into fragments scattered across the ground. Chapter 51. Commencing the plunder, exchanging gold for qualifications. In that moment, Enel completely lost control over his own body. engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair. This cannot be, he muttered, his voice trembling slightly. Even now, he could not accept this brutal reality. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he had always believed himself to wield divine power. Yet now he found himself so utterly vulnerable. However, despite enduring such grievous injuries, Enel did not perish immediately. The abilities of the Logia-type fruit allowed his body to revert to its former state. But he had lost all will and confidence to fight, that he understood that this battle was irrevocably concluded. Jaws strode forward with purpose, his right hand instantly clad in armor, enveloped in a layer of impenetrable black substance. Akin to steel, his movements were swift and powerful, devoid of any hesitation, as he seized Enel by the neck, gripping him firmly as one would a chick that a slight exertion of force emitted a powerful shockwave from his palm. Penetrating Enel's body, Enel let out a piercing cry. This nearly shattered his internal organs. Yet even so, he coughed up a copious amount of blood that splattered upon the ground, appearing exceptionally glaring. Heh, kid, weren't you quite the formidable one earlier? Still trying to play God. Now just sit still, Jaws sneered, releasing his grip, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery. Soon after, a group of underlings approached, securing Enel with sea-prism stone handcuffs. These specialized cuffs greatly restricted the abilities of devil fruit users, rendering Enel utterly incapable of resistance. However, Enel was perplexed to see that they collected every drop of blood he had spat out. What on earth are they planning? He was filled with confusion and dread. You. Who are you? Enel managed to ask, his voice quivering. Jaws smiled slightly, his gaze icy as he regarded him. Don't fret. You will soon find out. He then turned to Ron, smiling. Brother Ron, I did not disgrace my mission. Little Enel captured Enel. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to end his own life. Jaws. What was that move called? Quite impressive. Marco's eyes lit up. He was now immensely eager for new techniques, particularly those that were flashy. Heh. It's naturally something I developed, though I had a tad of guidance from Brother Ron. Jaws boasted nonchalantly. Ron paid little heed to Jaws' boasting and directly approached the utterly powerless Enel, who hung his head, his mind still buzzing. He could not comprehend how he had been so bewilderingly captured. Truly, one sits in the heavens while calamity arises from the earth. Moreover, how could these outsiders be so formidable? In just a single encounter, he had been defeated. The most absurd part was that his prized lightning was effortlessly manipulated by the opponent. Treated like a mere toy, his worldview had completely shattered. For the first time, he found the title of God to be profoundly ironic. Ron gazed at Enel's eyes, filled with resentment and devoid of spirit, and smiled. Enel, in a few days, you will come to realize how fortunate it is to have been captured by us. Noticing that Enel remained silent, Ron chose not to say anything further, allowing him to process the situation. Though arrogant, this fellow was not a fool. Ron was confident that in a matter of days, Enel would be begging to join them. The reason Ron wished to keep Enel was due to the strength of his observation hockey, which was akin to having a 360-degree surveillance camera installed on him. No matter where he was or what he was doing, everything would be crystal clear. Based on this capability, Ron found it immensely valuable. Although the current Sky Island area was limited, once he obtained the blood of the Golden Lion and mastered its abilities, he would expand the Sky Island's scope infinitely. As the area grew, it was inevitable that some places would be overlooked. And since his own strength was not particularly formidable, despite possessing the sky-slicing sword technique, which was linked to his physical condition, his current physique was akin to that of an ordinary pirate, only slightly stronger than the average civilian in the world of pirates. Thus, when that time came, Enel's abilities would prove invaluable. Lord Ron, can we commence the plunder here now? Indeed, this is the land of gold. It will surely enable me to become a devil fruit user. What about these natives? They clearly appear quite wealthy. The crowd stirred, many eagerly anticipating the opportunity to plunder gold, for Lord Ron had proclaimed that merely 10 billion berries would grant them the status of devil fruit users. Benefactor, you. Cornus's beautiful eyes brimmed with fear as she looked at Ron, unable to believe he intended to seize this place. Ron noticed Cornus's fear and gently ruffled her golden hair. Cornus, I have dealt with Enel for you, so you must fulfill your promise to me. Cornus nodded vigorously, indicating her unwavering resolve to comply. Furthermore, it is a well-known adage that there are no free lunches in this world. You must summon everyone from Angel Island and exchange treasures such as gold for the privilege to remain here. Huh. The privilege to stay here. It was evident that Cornus did not fully grasp the implications, yet she was familiar with gold. However, she could not fathom why these individuals would desire such aesthetically pleasing but ultimately useless items. Ron declared from this moment forth, "This place shall serve as the headquarters of the Whitebeard pirates, and all who wish to remain must possess value. Those who do not hold value shall be dispatched to the depths of the sea. For I am not a bloodthirsty fiend who indiscriminately slaughters." That a flicker of despondency crossed Cornus's eyes, as she experienced an unsettling sensation akin to escaping the jaws of a tiger only to fall into the den of a wolf. Nevertheless, reflecting upon Ron's earlier words and the actions he was poised to undertake, an instinct deep within her assured her that he would not impose the same cruel and absolute dominion as Enel. "Very well, Lord Ron," Cornus replied respectfully, bowing before turning to sprint towards the path known as Angel Avenue. "Hey, everyone come out," she called loudly, attempting to rally more individuals to their cause. "We have been saved." Witnessing Cornus's thoughtfulness and swift actions, Ron felt a profound sense of satisfaction that he turned to address all the members of the pirate crew, his tone resolute. "Everyone, please exert your utmost effort to scour this road for all valuables, including those from the neighboring Divine Isle, Appiato. Should you encounter the local inhabitants, clearly communicate our intentions. Those who comply may remain. The others who refuse will be sent below once all is said and done." As Ron's orders were issued, the entire pirate crew erupted with enthusiasm and anticipation, each member eagerly dispersing to seek out gold and other precious items. As for the specific amount required, Ron did not provide explicit instructions. In truth, he was indifferent to the quantity of wealth amassed. What mattered more was to observe the attitudes of the indigenous people through this process. Those who displayed obedience would be permitted to stay, while those exhibiting rebellious tendencies would find their fates determined by whichever crew member encountered them. Enel cast a cold gaze upon the throng of individuals frantically scavenging. They resembled a horde of avaricious locusts, stripping the island of its treasures and resources, leaving no ornamentation or decorative feature untouched, as if the entire island held no value beyond its utility. Witnessing this scene, Enel felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. It was not merely the loss of his precious wealth that pained him, but the revelation of humanity's most grotesque traits: insatiable desire and selfishness. What right do these individuals have to call themselves strong? Enel scoffed inwardly. True strength should embody unwavering conviction and noble qualities, rather than the loss of self for trivial gains. This thought intensified. His disdain for the crowd reached its zenith. Him. Regardless of their might, those whose hearts were filled with greed and depravity could never truly be considered strong. That No one paid heed to Enel's musings. As long as he lived, his blood could still flow. The tasks of the following days became relatively straightforward, with the crew members each fulfilling their designated roles. Scavenging here, collecting payment there. Ace and Marco accompanied Ron in establishing the experimental base. This base was situated in Enel's hideout on the Divine Isle, Appiato, which was essentially a part of Gaia Island, now transformed into the legendary land of gold due to the tumultuous sea currents that had swept it to its current location. Reflecting on Gaia Island, Ron felt a wave of nostalgia. It has been nearly half a month since we departed, and I wonder how things are faring there now. Hearing this, Ace, who had paused to sweep the floor, looked up and inquired, "Ron, when shall we return to take a look?" Clearly, he still held deep concern for that place. "Indeed, it is dreadfully dull here," Marco chimed in recent days. He had learned much through his interactions with Jaws. Eager to find an opportunity to put his newfound knowledge into practice, in response to his companion's inquiries, Ron offered a slight smile, inwardly contemplating the list of potential challengers they might face in the future. Shiki the Golden Lion, Barrett, Tesoro Kaido, Big Mom. These were all formidable names in the world of pirates, each deserving of caution. Do not fret. There will be ample opportunities for you to prove yourselves. Soon enough, the setup of the experimental base was completed without a hitch. Ron wasted no words and immediately plunged into the rigorous and orderly experimentation. His eyes brimmed with focus and determination, as if the entire world outside held no significance to him. Jaws took on the role of lookout, ensuring Ron's safety. Despite Ron's attempts to persuade him that such protection was unnecessary, Jaws stubbornly insisted on fulfilling his duty. Unable to sway Ja's tenacity, Ron could only feel grateful for his loyal friend. Meanwhile, Cornus was taken away by Voyage, who claimed to teach her how to serve Ron and mentioned the need for someone to tidy up his quarters. Although Cornus was somewhat reluctant, she understood it was for Ron's benefit, and thus followed Voyage without protest. Elsewhere, Whitebeard, accompanied by Marco, strolled casually through the surroundings. Their figures soon vanished into the dense jungle, leaving behind an air of tranquility and mystery. Ace joined the aerial defense team, captivated by the array of fascinating shells. Some shells could spout water, some could capture images, some could belch fire, and others could even emit clouds as hard as iron. Ace observed these wondrous shells with excitement, his heart brimming with curiosity and a desire for exploration. The Sandia tribe retreated deeper into the thicket, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the marauding pirates. Whenever they encountered the pirates, they would always take a detour, striving to avoid direct confrontation. This behavior stemmed from their deeply entrenched memory of Enel's defeat, having witnessed this formidable god fall in a fierce battle, with the screams of those imprisoned echoing hauntingly from the holding cells, instilling in the Sandia people a profound fear of engaging with these outsiders. However, mere avoidance could not address the root of their problems, that in pursuit of a long-term solution for peaceful coexistence. The Sandia chieftain resolved to take action. After much contemplation, he reached out to Jaws, hoping to negotiate a means to secure their right to remain on this land. Ultimately, an agreement was reached. The Sandia tribe would pay a certain amount of gold in exchange for the opportunity to continue residing there. For the Sandia people, although gold and other precious items held little practical value in their eyes beyond mere aesthetics, using them to barter for living space represented a worthwhile investment. Therefore, upon learning they could exchange something they did not hold in high regard for their safety, the entire tribe felt no hesitation or sorrow. Naturally, if possible, the Sandia people hoped to acquire some soil, as it was one of their most coveted resources. However, considering that even seemingly useless gold had garnered the interest of outsiders, it was clear that they would not easily agree to trade for the exceedingly rare and precious soil samples. Nevertheless, this negotiation temporarily alleviated their immediate crisis, allowing the Sandia tribe to continue their existence on this land. Ultimately, like the indigenous people, all chose to pay to remain. This decision stemmed from a complex and profound rationale. Firstly, they had lived on this land for far too long, having deeply rooted themselves here. The ways and environments of the outside world felt foreign and even somewhat terrifying to them. Departing meant confronting a wholly new world, one they knew almost nothing about. This uncertainty bred discomfort, leading them to prefer staying in familiar surroundings. Chapter 53. Whitebeard enchants the Thunder Fruit. Meanwhile, under the influence of the Whitebeard pirates, no overt conflicts had arisen between the Sandia and the indigenous people. On the surface, it appeared as though the two parties could coexist peacefully. However, this was merely as time passed. The grievances between them deepened, akin to a bomb poised to detonate at any moment, merely awaiting the right opportunity to explode. 3 days later, as the first rays of morning sunlight gently streamed through the laboratory windows, casting a warm glow upon the intricate instruments and cluttered workbenches, the entire space seemed to bask in a soft, golden radiance. Suddenly, 10 blinding beams of golden light erupted from the experimental table, as if summoned by some mysterious force. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10. 10 devil fruits have been successfully created. Oh my goodness, Lord Ron is truly remarkable. Long live the Vice Captain. It is no surprise that it is Lord Ron. This time, I must become a wielder of the devil fruit powers. What have you achieved? You insignificant fool? Just 30 million. I'm almost there. A throng of people, overwhelmed with excitement, hurriedly rushed toward Ron's location at Appieto. Their footsteps echoed rapidly against the ground, as if the very air were infused with their fervor. Upon reaching their destination, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The legendary figures, Whitebeard, Ace, Marco, Jozu, and other commanders, had long been awaiting their arrival, each face adorned with a smile brimming with anticipation, eyes gleaming with eagerness for the moment to come. On the table lay 10 devil fruits, with 6 of them conspicuously placed together, drawing particular attention. Captain, these 6 are enchanted devil fruits. Immediately, Ron gently clapped his hands, signaling for silence. Daies's gesture fell, Two subordinates emerged from the nearby confinement room, dragging the still slumbering Enel into view. This man, who once proclaimed himself a god, appeared far from fully awake and expressed his displeasure at the sudden disturbance. "What are you doing? How dare you interrupt my divine slumber?" He struggled to resist, but upon seeing the individuals surrounding him, he immediately transformed, becoming as docile as a mouse before a cat, no longer speaking, but surveying his surroundings with wary eyes. "Let the blood flow." Joseph stepped forward, his face adorned with a simple smile, and with a gentle yet decisive motion, he grasped one of Enel's fingers and made a slight incision at its tip. Instantly, crimson blood began to flow from the wound. To avoid wasting this precious resource, he meticulously dripped each drop of blood onto the 3 pure white enchanted devil fruits. The entire process unfolded remarkably smoothly. "What are you doing?" Enel's eyes flickered nervously, his tension palpable. He keenly sensed that these individuals seemed to harbor a profound interest in his blood. "Hey!" Joseph suddenly gave Enel a sharp rap on the head, eliciting a grimace of pain as he nearly lost his balance. "Stay quiet and watch something entertaining," Joseph chided playfully. Enel dared not speak further, inwardly grumbling. These guys are excessively violent, striking heads at whim, truly a band of brutes. Yet he understood that resisting at this juncture would only bring him further misfortune. So he complied and fell silent. However, when Enel's gaze landed upon the white fruits, his eyes widened in shock. Before him, the fruits transformed at a visible speed into a deep azure hue, their surfaces adorned with lightning-like patterns, intricately entwined and appearing both mysterious and eerie. This scene evoked memories of the repugnant fruit he had once consumed, flooding him with an indescribable sense of awe. What? Enel was rendered speechless by the sight, his mind engulfed in disbelief. Countless thoughts raced through his mind in an attempt to comprehend the unfolding events, yet he could find no reasonable explanation. Joseph turned and chuckled. "How familiar does this seem?" "Haha, let me enlighten you. These 3 devil fruits before you are all variants of the thunder fruit you once devoured. Consuming any of them would grant you the same power over lightning, transforming you into what you once called a god." Joseph patted his shoulder, gazing at him with a tinge of pity. "So, do you still feel invincible now, Enel?" At that moment, his spirit suffered a 1,000-fold blow. He could hardly believe Joseph's words, yet the 3 devil fruits before him were irrefutable evidence that forced him to accept the truth. How could this be? No one paid heed to Enel's dejection, as they had anticipated this scene. "Gurara la la la, having you here is indeed a stroke of luck for our Whitebeard pirates," Whitebeard exclaimed from the heart. He stepped forward and picked up one of the thunder fruits. "Captain, no need for thanks. Encountering the Whitebeard pirates is my fortune as well," Ron replied. Whitebeard smiled, then without hesitation, swallowed the enchanted devil fruit whole. He closed his eyes, quietly attuning to the changes within himself. Yet after a moment, no extraordinary transformations occurred. This prompted everyone present to hold their breath, anxiously watching the legendary powerhouse. Moments later, Whitebeard picked up another thunder fruit and consumed it without a second thought. This time, the crowd's hearts raced in unison, their focus keenly fixed on the anticipated miracle. However, as seconds ticked by, nothing transpired. An unexplainable sense of oppression filled the air, as if the atmosphere had solidified. "Don't worry, old man. The 3rd enchanted devil fruit is bound to succeed." Ace attempted to break the silence with comforting words, his voice imbued with resolve and hope. "Indeed, 3rd time's the charm. That's a lesson Ron taught me." Joseph chimed in, striving to lighten the mood. Whitebeard chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Enough, you youngsters. Your old man is not that fragile." With that, he unhesitatingly swallowed the 3rd thunder fruit before the watchful eyes of all. Every gaze was riveted upon him, yearning for a different outcome this time. Yet the wait felt interminable. As the final moment arrived, still no change occurred. Whitebeard furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes, confusion and perplexity evident within them. That he turned to Ron beside him, his tone laced with bewilderment. "Ron, what's happening? How could all 3 enchanted devil fruits fail?" Chapter 54. Tremor Phoenix Thunder. Success. The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for answers. The room fell into a profound silence, with only Whitebeard's somewhat heavy voice resonating in the air. Ron, too, was perplexed. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Could it be that as the number of successful enchantments increased, the the probability of success diminished. He hastily connected to the communication system. Suko, why did the 3 enchanted devil fruits fail to succeed? The probability of success for the same individual decreases with each successful enchantment. Indeed, just as he had surmised, now he found himself in a predicament. He had only prepared 6 enchanted devil fruits, 3 for Whitebeard, 3 for Jozu, and the remaining 4 had all been converted into replicated devil fruits that he had not anticipated such a scenario, which was quite a surprise that he then glanced at Whitebeard and explained to the others why success had eluded them. After a brief moment of silence, they expressed understanding. After all, granting someone an additional power was already extraordinary, and such probabilities were quite normal. Garara la la la. I see. Ron, I was beginning to think that I had developed an immunity to the devil fruits. Whitebeard quipped, a rare jest escaping his lips. Jozu quickly added, what are we waiting for? Old man, you should try these 3 right away. Don't let time slip by and lose their efficacy, without hesitation. Jozu seized Enel's wrist, causing the scabbed wound to rupture anew under his vigorous grip, blood gushing forth instantly. That hurts like hell. Enel screamed in agony, yet at that moment, no one cast their gaze upon him. All eyes were fixated on Whitebeard, hoping he would successfully consume the 3 white devil fruits and transform them into enchanted thunder fruits. The air was thick with tension and hope, as if time had slowed to a crawl in that moment. Boys, this time your old man will surely succeed, Whitebeard resolutely declared, subsequently grasping one of the devil fruits and placing it into his mouth, although the taste of this fruit was utterly unbearable. At that moment, no one paid heed to such trifles. Everyone's thoughts were solely concentrated on whether Whitebeard could successfully harness this newfound power. After the first devil fruit was swallowed, no change occurred. Then came the second, which elicited no reaction either. As the final fruit approached, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Should this attempt also culminate in failure, the price paid for acquiring a 3rd unique ability would be exceedingly steep. At this moment, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, intently observing Whitebeard's actions, fearful that even the slightest distraction might disrupt his focus. That a palpable sense of oppression filled the air, as all silently prayed for a miracle to unfold. Without hesitation, Whitebeard raised his hand and consumed the last devil fruit. The revolting flavor had long since numbed him. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to nausea, rendered weak and helpless. Yet the instant the fruit was swallowed, he felt currents of energy surge throughout his body. I can feel it, Whitebeard exclaimed with exuberance. Guraguragura, it worked. This is the power of lightning. His voice resonated with excitement and joy. Boys, I have succeeded. As he spoke, thick blue bolts of lightning erupted from his form, the crackling sounds causing those present to retreat several steps. Wary of being struck by such formidable energy, they gazed in awe and reverence at the spectacle before them. Now, this is speed, Whitebeard marveled. Before the echoes of his words dissipated, his figure vanished from sight. And almost simultaneously, numerous tiny arcs of electricity materialized 100 meters away, swiftly coalescing into a human silhouette. As these arcs converged, Whitebeard's form reappeared. Less than a second to cross 100-meter distance. Enough. This is more than sufficient. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, reveling in the tumultuous power of lightning coursing through him. This unprecedented strength filled him with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Congratulations, old man. You truly did it. Dad's speed surpasses that of the Phoenix. He's on an entirely different level. Now, Dad is the sole user of 3 devil fruits upon the sea, the Gura fruit, the Phoenix form, and the Raijin fruit. A trifecta of attack, recovery, and speed. I can scarcely fathom how powerful Dad has become, Marco exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the scene before him. The other captains stood equally awestruck, their gazes filled with a mix of joy and admiration for their father, Whitebeard. The excitement swelling within them was beyond mere words to express. This day had been long awaited. Since joining the Whitebeard pirates, they had yearned to witness their father reach such a pinnacle. Yet as time wore on, they gradually accepted that this might be a dream too distant to grasp. After all, their father had grown old, his health waning. They had envisioned spending his final years aboard the ship, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful retirement, unperturbed by the strife of the seas. However, fate is often rife with unpredictability. Just when they believed tranquility had returned, Ron appeared. Furthermore, he became their vice captain. Not only did he possess formidable technology, but he also ushered in numerous unexpected changes. With Ron's assistance, their father began to gradually regain his former vigor, even growing stronger. Witnessing their father ascend to this moment was a complex tapestry of emotions for them, and one could comprehend the depth of their feelings. A myriad of sentiments coalesced into a singular thought. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Vice Captain. It was precisely due to Ron's help and support that their father could rejuvenate, transforming into an invincible entity. For them, to witness this metamorphosis was undoubtedly a profound honor and joy. Meanwhile, Ron felt a wave of relief, grateful that the last devil fruit had succeeded. Otherwise, the odds of failure would have been staggering. 0.6 enchanted devil fruits, and only one had succeeded. It cost a staggering 60 billion berries to unlock the third ability. Truly exorbitant. P.S. There is a matter on which I seek the opinions of esteemed readers regarding a bonus chapter event. 300 love-powered contributions will yield an additional chapter. To clarify, this book currently has over 10,000 followers, and each person can contribute 3 love-powered tokens, making the goal of 300 easily achievable. Importantly, love-powered contributions are free gifts, requiring merely a 15-second advertisement view that, if feasible, the event can commence today. The author will tally the daily contributions and announce them in the latest chapter. Once the requisite amount is reached, an automatic addition will occur. For those who do not wish to provide free gifts, please note, click on the gift option, typically located in the first row with a love-powered option, which is labeled as free. Simply click, and in the bottom right corner, there is an option to watch an advertisement to support the author. Watching a 15-second ad suffices, even if encountering longer ads. Only 15 seconds is necessary. The author extends heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. Chapter 55, Perfect Replica. P.S. Esteemed readers, your enthusiasm is truly commendable. Thank you, thank you, thank you. An important matter reiterated thrice. The number of love-powered contributions has reached 379. An additional chapter will be added. Other gifts converted into love-powered contributions also total over 278. Although not enough for 300, this number is recorded as of 23/16, and the author is confident that the total will not only meet but exceed 300. Therefore, 2 additional chapters will be added. I promise, not even Jesus could stop it. Additionally, immense thanks for the abundant support from the ever-generous D.K. Kane. Another chapter will be added. All at once. Completed without delay. Finally, once again, heartfelt thanks for everyone's support. You all are simply incredible. The inventory has been exhausted, and the author must diligently write. Regardless of the type of gift, even a small, love-powered contribution serves as the author's greatest motivation. The cheers of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming the entire space with a fervent and exhilarating atmosphere. Yet, amidst this cacophony, one figure stood out starkly. That he stood there, his gaze vacant, expression blank. As if time itself had come to a standstill, that he had once believed he had seen through everything, thinking that the people before him were merely futilely struggling to breach an ostensibly impregnable barrier. However, upon witnessing Whitebeard successfully unleash that familiar and awe-inspiring blue lightning, all his confidence and pride crumbled in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of confusion and shock. How is this possible? Enel inwardly gasped. What in the world has transpired? Why does such immense power exist? Could it be that all my previous understandings were mistaken? He found himself questioning his judgment incessantly, even beginning to doubt whether the beliefs he had held steadfastly were indeed correct. This sudden shift left him profoundly uneasy, as if he had lost his sense of direction, uncertain of where to turn. Everything around him seemed to lose its reality, leaving only an inexpressible fear and bewilderment intensifying within. The concept of divinity was unraveling before his very eyes. After the cheers subsided, the crowd turned their attention to the remaining 4 devil fruits. These fruits exuded a mysterious and alluring luster, as if whispering the powers and secrets concealed within them. Ron, how shall we distribute these 4 replicated devil fruits? Ace eagerly inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Others too turned their gaze towards Ron, awaiting his decision. Trust and expectation shone in their eyes, as though they had begun to view Ron as the soul of the team. Even Whitebeard was no exception, his eyes fixed on Ron, conveying trust that needed no words. The 4 replicated devil fruits, as the captain previously stated, will be prioritized for the captains. Abilities may be selected from the existing bloodlines that Ron's gaze slowly traversed each member present. His voice deep and resonant, as if each word carried an irresistible charm. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his tone imbued with an air of mystery and allure. "Besides our esteemed captain, there are also those loyal subordinate pirate captains who have fought alongside us. As long as your hearts remain with the Whitebeard pirates, you will have the opportunity to gain the power of the devil fruits." Upon hearing this, whispers of excitement rippled through the crowd, each person's eyes glimmering with enthusiasm and anticipation. Observing this, Ron smiled slightly and carefully retrieved a delicate vial from his pocket. The vial, crafted from transparent crystal, was filled with a vibrant red liquid. This was the precious blood of Admiral Kazoo. "Behold," Ron raised the vial for all to see. "This is the esteemed blood of Admiral Kazoo. For those yearning for lightning-like speed and reflexes, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward the throng ahead, urging the captains eager to replicate the abilities of the yellow ape to step forward. With his words trailing off, several figures, clearly eager, yet slightly hesitant, slowly moved forward a step. He then gestured toward Enel, who was waiting to be bled, and continued, "Of course, aside from the yellow ape's powers, there are also the Rumble fruit and the Ice fruit. However, it is imperative to note that the current supply of the Ice fruit is exceedingly limited, available on a first-come, first-served basis." Finally, Ron emphasized with a weighty tone, "One crucial point to remember is that the abilities acquired through this method of obtaining devil fruits can perfectly replicate all the skills of the original user. This means that no matter which fruit you choose, you shall possess formidable power that aligns entirely with it." Instantly, the crowd was engulfed in a fervor of excitement. What did this signify? It was as if a miraculous dream had descended upon them. By consuming this replicating devil fruit, they could master all the skills of the yellow ape. Moreover, they had the option to select from the Ice fruit, Rumble fruit, and other nature types. Good heavens, is this truly real? The news was so astonishing that it stretched the limits of belief. This revelation struck like a bolt of lightning through the tranquil atmosphere, leaving everyone stunned and incredulous. "Lord Ron, I still cannot believe that consuming the replicating devil fruit would allow one to become another yellow ape." Someone could not help but inquire. "Yes and no." Ron pondered for a moment before patiently explaining to the crowd, "You must understand that while the devil fruits can endow individuals with extraordinary abilities, they are not omnipotent. They merely confer the skills of the original user. The reason the yellow ape has ascended to the rank of admiral is closely tied to his martial prowess and hockey. Additionally, inherent factors such as physical constitution and reflexes play a significant role. Do not delude yourselves into thinking that consuming a single fruit will transform you into another yellow ape," he continued. "The strength of the yellow ape lies not solely in his Pika fruit abilities, but also in his exceptional application of those powers combined with his own skill. Training in martial arts and hockey requires extensive time and effort. It cannot be achieved overnight. Furthermore, each individual's physique, talent, and experiences differ, all of which directly influence their ultimate strength. Therefore, even if you acquire similar abilities, tremendous effort will be necessary to adapt and enhance them." Ron paused, his gaze sweeping over each person present, his tone carrying a note of seriousness. "Remember, power itself is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is the failure to understand how to wield it correctly. If you solely rely on the fruit's abilities while neglecting your own training, you will ultimately sink into mediocrity. I hope you grasp this and strive continuously in the days to come to pursue a higher realm." Upon hearing Ron's words, the crowd nodded in understanding. They recognized that true strength is not merely about possessing powerful abilities. It is equally vital to exploit those abilities to their fullest potential and to enhance overall strength by leveraging one's advantages. "Oh, thank you, Vice Captain," one person said, awkwardly scratching his head, a hint of an embarrassed smile gracing his face, indicating his newfound comprehension. After a while, the atmosphere became hushed, as if everyone were waiting for something. As time passed, more and more individuals gathered, and the air was thick with anticipation and tension. Chapter 56. Have they truly all become users? Ron surveyed the surroundings, noting the dense crowd behind him, and felt a pang of difficulty. After all, there were only 4 devil fruits available, yet so many were yearning for this power. Well, it seems everyone is quite intrigued by the yellow ape's abilities. Ron cleared his throat, attempting to break the silence. But regrettably, we only have 4 fruits to distribute. Thus, we must select 4 fortunate individuals from among you. That no sooner had he spoken than a wave of commotion erupted in the crowd, each person hoping to be chosen. Ron carefully observed the throng before finally making his decision. Draxi, he called out loudly. The first person named nearly leaped from excitement, joy radiating from his face as he stepped forward. Then came the second, the third, until the final name, Izang, was called, causing the entire venue to erupt once more. The 4 selected individuals appeared exceptionally elated, as they understood that acquiring powers through the replicating devil fruits nearly guaranteed success. With no possibility of failure for them, this was a rare opportunity, a pivotal step toward altering their destinies. None of you have ever possessed a devil fruit ability. Have you never encountered one? Ron inquired curiously, eager to hear their responses that no, devil fruits are incredibly rare, one person replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. That in this world filled with uncertainty and peril, possessing a powerful devil fruit was undoubtedly a dream for many. Yet the chances of obtaining such an opportunity were exceedingly slim. That I have. Another individual suddenly proclaimed, pride tinged in his voice. But it's an animal-type ability, wild horse. It's almost worse than having none. That he chuckled ruefully, clearly dissatisfied with his power. While transforming into a strong and swift horse might sound appealing, in combat, such an ability often proved inadequate, particularly against foes wielding even more formidable or unique powers. Indeed, I too possess an animal type. It's rather lackluster. A third person chimed in, nowhere near as powerful as the Pika Pika fruit. At the mention of the Pika Pika fruit, a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. As a type of nature fruit, the Pika Pika fruit allowed the user to transform their body into light, rendering them nearly immune to all physical attacks while enabling free movement. It was the very embodiment of invincibility on the battlefield. I choose the Rumble Rumble fruit, Izang finally declared after deliberation. The Rumble Rumble fruit not only endowed its holder with the power to manipulate lightning, but, more importantly, it belonged to the nature type, and once awakened, its might could alter the very climate. This implied immense potential and vast developmental space. For those craving power, desperately seeking strength to carve out a place in this chaotic world, it was undoubtedly one of the best choices. Ron nodded slowly, noting that most individuals favored nature types, but he then turned toward the devil fruit, a pure white fruit emanating a mysterious and alluring aura. Cautiously, he squeezed a drop of blood from his vial. The droplet shimmering in the air, as if it contained boundless power, and he gently let this drop fall onto the devil fruit, and instantaneously, the surface of the fruit rippled with an extraordinary wave. Shortly thereafter, Enel was forcefully brought before the devil fruit, his face a canvas of reluctance and fear, yet under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had no choice but to comply. Taking a deep breath, Enel endeavored to calm himself before squeezing out a drop of blood. This droplet glimmered as well, but unlike Ron's, it radiated a unique power of lightning. Upon contact with the devil fruit, the fruit underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally pure white fruit began to shift in color, ultimately becoming a brilliant azure adorned with complex and mysterious patterns. These patterns resembled an amalgamation of ancient runes, exuding powerful waves of energy. Even more astonishingly, arcs of electricity flickered around the fruit, as if the entire space were infused with lightning. This is the Rumble Rumble fruit, someone exclaimed in a WAS. The transformation of the fruit completed. The room buzzed with excitement and exhilaration. Ron meticulously examined the newly born devil fruit, and after confirming its authenticity, he nodded in satisfaction, signaling the crowd to commence. I'll go first. I am the first. Damn, this guy lacks martial virtue. He already swallowed it. One by one, they disregarded the nauseating taste of the devil fruit and lunged at it like ravenous wolves, voraciously taking huge bites. One captain, fearing the success rate, even swallowed the entire devil fruit whole. This scene was utterly absurd. Ron watched, dumbfounded, unable to suppress a thumbs up, secretly admiring. These captains truly are ruthless. All eyes were fixated on the 4 brave captains daring to try, eagerly anticipating a miracle. Even their breath slowed by 2 or 3 beats, as if time had momentarily slowed and grown heavy. The air was thick with a mixture of tension and hope. Each person holding their breath, awaiting the final outcome that I in the next moment. The expressions of several individuals shifted to one of sheer elation, their joy spilling over. Their faces radiated an uncontrollable excitement and delight. As if they had just discovered a new continent. I can feel it. This is light. The power of light. One person shouted, his voice brimming with incredulity and shock, his eyes fixed intently on his hands, seemingly attempting to confirm whether this extraordinary event was indeed real. Ha! Laser cannon. Another individual immediately erupted into laughter, a hint of smugness lacing his mirth, and no sooner had his words faded than a brilliant beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the distant clouds. With a deafening roar, the beam collided with the dense mass of clouds, triggering a spectacular explosion that a large cluster of clouds was instantly torn asunder, scattering into the ether, swiftly vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a clear azure sky. Wow! Such destructive power! Exclaimed a voice from the crowd, filled with admiration and awe. They all gazed skyward, witnessing this miraculous scene, their hearts resonating with profound astonishment. Indeed, they had all transformed into beings of extraordinary abilities. Chapter 57. The Crumbling Blood Bag of Enel. Part 3. Ha! Behold my thunderfruit! Izang bellowed, his voice brimming with unprecedented confidence. The once reclusive and taciturn individual seemed to have completely transformed in that moment, radiating exuberance, his eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. With this powerful declaration, a dazzling aura of lightning enveloped Izang's form, the electric arcs dancing like living entities, crackling with sound. Then, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he slowly extended one arm, smooth as jade, with well-defined and powerful contours, where a vividly lifelike tattoo of a thunderbird adorned his upper arm. As his power activated, countless tiny yet intensely potent currents converged from all directions, instantly surging into the tattoo of the thunderbird. Almost simultaneously, the entire tattoo seemed to come alive, emanating a radiant glow, accompanied by a crisp, melodious cry as a colossal virtual thunderbird leapt from the tattoo, soaring high into the sky. Yet this was not the end. Before the crowd could fully recover from their astonishment, Izang revealed his other arm, equally pristine and muscular, astounding all present. Even more unbelievable was the array of Thunder Beast tattoos adorning this arm. Thunder Leopard, Thunder Tiger, and the most magnificent, Thunder Dragon. Each creature vividly depicted, as if poised to leap from his skin at any moment. With a mere thought from Izang, these thunderous beasts roared skyward, freely soaring and playfully chasing one another, creating an utterly spectacular scene. Their passage left behind dazzling trails of light, illuminating the night sky. Witnessing such a miraculous and powerful display, those around could not help but feel a mix of envy and admiration, some even drooling with excitement. For the prospect of inadvertently touching these formidable beings composed entirely of pure electric energy could certainly lead to dire consequences. Incredible! I must save up. I've changed my mind. The Thunderfruit is the one for me. Me too, the crowd lamented, repeatedly marveling at the unfolding spectacle. They were utterly stunned by this sudden transformation, lost in their thoughts, oblivious to the despondent figure of Enel lurking in the corner at that moment. He appeared utterly dumbfounded, slumped against the wall, exuding an air of profound despair. His mental world seemed to shatter at that instant, the pain and hopelessness within him beyond words to describe. Who on earth are these people? He silently pondered, confusion and disbelief filling his mind. That was his power. How could others possess it in the blink of an eye? Even more astonishing was the fact that they not only wielded his power, but could also flawlessly replicate his techniques. This crushing blow was unprecedented, leaving him reeling in disbelief. The phrase, "there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died," perfectly encapsulated Enel's current state. The once self-assured individual now appeared utterly fragile, as if all hope and motivation had been stripped away. Everything around him seemed irrelevant, leaving only boundless confusion and self-doubt. Gradually, he descended into despair that no one cared for him. His only purpose now was to bleed. Gulalala, little brats, who wants to spar with old dad? Whitebeard laughed heartily, his excitement palpable as he observed the burgeoning strength of the youngsters. That I'll go. Marco was the first to step forward, his gaze resolute. Eager to showcase his prowess to me too. Old man, you better watch out. Ace chimed in, confidence radiating from him, having mastered his flame fruit abilities to perfection and looking forward to the duel. Count me in. Another voice joined. My ice fruit has reached its essence. Waydive grinned, his eyes glinting with icy determination, envisioning the moment he would freeze old dad in place. And how could I be left out with my glitter fruit? Though I've only recently acquired this power, I should be able to escape from old dad-esque grasp. A captain remarked casually, though his eyes betrayed a seriousness, clearly eager to hone his newly acquired strength. With old dad-esque guidance, it's an opportunity one cannot miss. Izang mused, nodding with a tone of humility and respect that he recognized that learning from such a formidable figure was a rare chance. Even a simple spar could yield immense knowledge. Each of them radiated a fierce battle intent, their eyes ablaze with determination, and they required no warm-up. They exchanged knowing glances and turned in unison to Whitebeard, awaiting the legendary figure's next command. The air was thick with a mix of tension and exhilaration as everyone braced themselves for the impending challenge. Ron was equally eager to witness the clashes, both to validate the results of his devil fruit experiments and to glean insights into their techniques, enhancing his adaptability for unforeseen circumstances. Sir, would you like a glass of juice? It's a new invention from the Sky Island. Cornus said sweetly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's delicious. You will surely enjoy it. Ron accepted the juice, settling into a comfortable spot, contentedly observing the battleground. Cornus stood obediently by Ron's side, fully embracing her role as a maid, poised to respond to his every command. Her eyes brimmed with reverence and gratitude for this powerful vice-captain, her heart filled with boundless respect. Moreover, she had found these people to be quite amiable. Aside from their disdain for some gold, they had shown no inclination towards tyranny nor interfered with her life. This tolerance and understanding enveloped Cornus in warmth and reassurance that it was truly wonderful. From the depths of her heart, Cornus thanked Ron and the crew. She understood that it was their protection and support that allowed her to lead such a tranquil life. Thus, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to serving Ron, hoping to bring him even more joy and comfort. Having previously dwelled in a world fraught with chaos and war, Cornus now savored a rare tranquility and happiness, cherishing this hard-won peace, vowing to repay Ron's kindness through her actions. Chapter 58. The Great Brawl of Whitebeard, Ron's Special Reward, Part 4. Here we go, little brats. Whitebeard's booming laughter echoed through the air. Suddenly, his body seemed to morph into a dazzling arc of electricity, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, Whitebeard reappeared right before Marco, his weapon, the Tontata, raised high, imbued with an unstoppable force as he brought it crashing down. The strike showed no mercy. Its speed and power caught Marco completely off guard. He hastily raised his arm in defense, attempting to block the lethal blow, yet Whitebeard's voice coldly rang out. Too slow before Marco could react, the razor-sharp Tontata had already found its mark at his waist. A flash of cold light followed by a crisp crack as Marco's body was cleaved in two. Sighing, Marco was filled with a sense of helplessness and shock that he had never anticipated being defeated in an instant. Fortunately, he encountered old Dad, who had not employed hockey. Otherwise, that blow could have cost him his life. Having recently gained dual devil fruit abilities, he had been feeling rather pleased with himself, believing he was now invincible. However, in the presence of old Dad, he was forever just that little brat. Nonetheless, Marco did not let this defeat dishearten him. Rather, when his body restored itself, he stepped back with a smile, eager to watch the ensuing battles. He recognized that this brief experience, though fleeting, had profoundly illuminated his shortcomings. Only through continuous learning and progress could he truly become a strong individual. With Marco's experience in mind, the others heightened their vigilance, every hair on their bodies standing on end as they scanned their surroundings. The air was thick with a palpable tension and unease, as if even the act of breathing had become laborious. Zangyanki! A resounding shout shattered the brief stillness. The strike of the storm clouds, imbued with the power of thunder, surged forward at an unimaginable speed, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the heavens, hurtling towards its target. At that moment, Whitebeard suddenly materialized before Ace, his immense figure resembling an insurmountable mountain, wielding a colossal blade with the intent of cleaving through the very peaks of Huazhan, that in simpler terms he swung it roundly, aiming directly at Ace's head. This blow was not only astonishing in its force, but also exuded an overwhelming aura that made it nearly impossible to gaze directly at its brilliance. Yet, in the face of such a formidable onslaught, Ace exhibited no signs of retreat. "Old man, I've been prepared for you," he declared with a confident grin, his right fist igniting in a blazing inferno as the phoenix form awakened at that very instant. Enveloping his fist, the fiery crimson flames transformed instantaneously into a dark, hellish hue, evoking a sense of dread as if they originated from the very depths of the underworld. As the color of the flames shifted, the temperature soared dramatically. The scorching heat warped the surrounding air, creating a bizarre, yet magnificent spectacle. Undying phoenix flame, Ace bellowed, then met Whitebeard's descending blade with a powerful punch. The collision of two entirely disparate forces generated a colossal shockwave. A thunderous boom echoed, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. The storm clouds paused for but a moment, then surged forward like a raging tide, cleaving downward along Ace's fist. Ace's right arm severed, although Ace's arm was cleaved off. The stump blazed with sanguine flames, and in a mere instant, it was restored to its former state. Despite Ace's defeat, all witnessed that he had, if only for a fleeting moment, withstood the might of the old man. "Gulalala, you've made progress." Ace's Whitebeard's voice carried a note of appreciation and surprise, clearly satisfied with Ace's performance. Subsequently, Whitebeard transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the others. "Hey, you little brats, come at me together," Whitebeard exclaimed joyfully, relishing the long-awaited thrill of battle, reminiscing about his last exhilarating clash with Roger. "Old man, here I come. Behold my laser cannon." "Ha, the old man possesses the power of the phoenix as well, since he can't be killed. I'll unleash my full strength. Don't boast. Does it really make a difference whether you hold back or not?" "Thunderous might. Thunder god form. Wow, this is incredible. This is incredible. Izang, what are you doing? Tone it down. You're electrifying me." A lively fray unfolded, with individuals leaping and bounding, unleashing a flurry of attacks, all while refraining from using haki, as they were either of the Logia type or in the phoenix form. So they fought unrestrained. Ron was thoroughly entertained by these rascals, each one a comedic gem. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, and his eyes gleamed with delight. He hastily delved into his mind, connecting with the system. Was there a reward? The first individual with 3 fruit abilities has completed the task. Special reward achieved. Martial art technique. Size manipulation. Size manipulation consumes corresponding stamina, applicable to the host's own body and all observable entities, including but not limited to the body, attacks, soul, and more. This is intriguing. Ron immersed himself in the system's explanation, and after a thorough review, a surge of euphoria washed over him. The skill bestowed by the system was exceedingly valuable, surpassing his wildest expectations. The principle of this skill was remarkably straightforward. By expending stamina, the user could alter their body size at will. Whether enlarging or shrinking, it could be accomplished with a mere thought. Even more exhilarating was the fact that this skill was not confined solely to the user, but could be applied to any observable entity. In other words, anything Ron could see could be magnified or diminished through this skill. For someone who had mastered the Blade of Heaven Severance, what did this signify? It meant that the sword chi produced during Ron's attacks could also be observed and infinitely amplified as needed. Sword chi spanning 30,000 miles, a single strike's radiance chilling 19 continents. Just the sheer momentum was enough to astonish. However, one caveat remained. The attack power would not be amplified. Only the appearance would change. Yet that was sufficient. Imagine, in the heat of battle, when an enemy witnessed an enormous sword chi, seemingly capable of rending the very sky, hurtling towards them. The shock and terror would be overwhelming, though the actual attack power would remain unchanged. Merely the appearance altered. It would be more than enough to intimidate foes. Contemplating this, Ron felt an unprecedented exhilaration, realizing that in crucial moments to come, utilizing this skill against enemies with an element of surprise would be immensely gratifying. The warring states of the Buddha can grow larger? Sorry, but I can too. Luffy's rubber can grow larger. Sorry, but I can too. My hawksword cheek can grow larger. Sorry, but I can too. What you can do, I can do. And what you cannot do, I can do as well. Ron's excitement was indescribable, and one could say this harvest was greater than any before. Chapter 59. For the esteemed Daika. Kane, an additional update. Ron, do you think I still have a chance? P.S. The title could not be fully displayed. Here it is again. For the Mountain of Daika. Kane, an additional update. A jubilant clash ensued, the atmosphere charged with exuberance. Some had broken arms, others had relocated heads, while others ran about clutching their opponents' heads, preventing them from recovering. This session of sparring had taken an irretrievable turn. They realized they could not possibly defeat the old man. So they opted to ambush their nearby comrades instead, that a legitimate sparring match devolved into a playful tussle among the captains. Unbeknownst to them, Whitebeard had withdrawn from the battlefield at some point, watching with joy as his sons engaged in their antics, as if time itself had slowed. Just as Ron regained his composure, Jozu, sighing heavily, had appeared by his side without him noticing. Sigh, I never expected the third ability, enchantment, to be so arduous. Ron, do you think I still have a chance? The sudden remark jolted Ron back to reality, and upon seeing Jozu's despondent expression, reminiscent of someone who had faced a crushing defeat, he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Mom and Dad, do you think I still have a chance? Ron knew Jozu had been fixated on the enchantment of the glint fruit. Before he could utter a few comforting words, Jozu continued. Ron, is there a quick way to make money? I feel like the glint fruit is calling out to me. He was indeed obsessed, constantly contemplating the techniques he could wield after acquiring the glint fruit's powers. For instance, Quake glint like Quake, glint gleam shining egg, and other techniques such as gathering beams of light, compressing and focusing. The mere thought sent a thrill through him, rendering him restless. This desire consumed his every thought, leaving him unable to concentrate on anything else. Each night, as silence enveloped the world, Jozu would lie in bed, tossing and turning, his mind flooded with various scenarios of utilizing the glint fruit. These notions filled him with both excitement and anxiety, as he understood that to obtain such power, he first needed sufficient wealth to enchant the glint fruit. Ron furrowed his brow, realizing they were in Skypiea, the land of gold. How could there possibly be no money? One would expect gold to be strewn about everywhere. How could Jozu's expression suggest he hadn't acquired a single coin? Speaking of which, Ron noticed Jozu becoming increasingly flustered, his face tinged with embarrassment. And he hesitantly replied, I thought the locals here had no money, so I sent my subordinates to get it. I fully understand. Ron wanted to laugh, but stifled it upon seeing Jozu's expression, which was even more sorrowful than tears. So it turned out. Ron deliberately prolonged his tone, infusing it with a hint of mockery. Ron, while there's plenty of gold, I can't exactly go back on my word as captain and ask my subordinates for money. That would be too embarrassing. As the conversation progressed, Jozu's voice dwindled until it was nearly inaudible that he lowered his head, unable to meet Ron's gaze, appearing somewhat awkward and helpless. Ron watched Jozu's demeanor, secretly amused. He knew Jozu was a proud individual, often exuding an air of authority within the crew, yet here he was, having fallen into Ron's hands. However, he could empathize with Jozu's sentiment. After all, in a place overflowing with gold, who wouldn't want to reap a little extra benefit? All right, there are plenty of ways to make money, Ron remarked casually, as if discussing the most mundane of topics. Really? Jozu's eyes transformed into two gleaming diamonds, fixated on Ron, as though he wished to embed him within his very gaze. His face radiated disbelief and excitement, as if he had just heard the most astonishing news in the world. Really? When have I ever deceived you? Ron gently nudged the exuberant Joes and took 2 steps back, attempting to create a bit of distance. The fellow nearly pressed his face against Ron's, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Let me think. Joes awaited silently, his heart brimming with anticipation. Indeed, Ron was the most resourceful. He mused inwardly, filled with admiration for Ron. After a moment of contemplation, Ron spoke. There are indeed numerous avenues for amassing wealth, such as the ice treasure of the 8 treasure water army, the pure gold nestled within the belly of a great fish, and the entertainment palace of the Golden Emperor Taizolo. He listed several places, each more enticing than the last. Upon hearing Ron casually mention so many treasures, Joe's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out. What does it mean to be a big brother? This is what it means. He silently praised, his admiration for Ron etched deeply into his bones. Brother, you are my true brother. Let us hasten to accumulate wealth. Joe's excitedly grasped Ron's hand, his expression one of utmost sincerity, resembling the most earnest of devotees. His voice was infused with urgency and longing, as if he could already see the glittering gold coins dancing before his eyes. Hold on, I haven't finished speaking. Ron smiled gently and shook his head. He understood that Joe's was impulsive, yet sometimes it was essential to remain calm and listen to the entire plan. After all, while wealth is desirable, safety is paramount. Ron swatted away Joe's restless hand and, with a slight frown, remarked, there are indeed places to make money, but locating them can be somewhat challenging. Compared to the pure gold in that great fish's belly or the ice treasure of the 8 Treasure Water Army, the Golden Emperor's entertainment palace is relatively easier to find in this vast sea. Not easy to find. A flicker of disappointment crossed Joe's eyes, yet he remained silent, knowing that once Ron spoke, he would undoubtedly have a plan. However, there is an even quicker way to make money, Ron said mysteriously to Joe's. Joe's looked at him in confusion. What method? Ron smiled slightly, as if he had everything under control. Wait for the money to come knocking at our door. Come knocking at our door? Joe's was taken aback, his simple mind momentarily unable to comprehend, looking at Ron in bewilderment. Could it be that Bailey has also consumed a devil fruit, allowing him to find an empty island on his own? Ron gazed at Joe's with a look of exasperation. Usually quite clever, Joe's could sometimes be rather dense. He sighed and patiently explained. That is not what I mean. I'm saying we can discover a more effortless method to generate income, rather than struggling to seek it out as we are now. Joe's remained utterly perplexed, clearly not fully grasping Ron's meaning. Ron patted his shoulder in reassurance. Don't worry, I will find a way to resolve our financial issues. Hearing this eased some of Joe's doubts that he knew Ron's word was his bond. Since he claimed there was a solution, there would undoubtedly be one. Thus, he nodded, deciding to temporarily set aside his concerns. Reflecting on this, Ron slightly lowered his gaze, as if peering through an endless sea of clouds. Bellamy's covert operation should have succeeded, and if all went as expected, Don Quixote da Flamingo would likely be eager to meet him. P.S. 5 updates, a single burst of 5. To keep pace with everyone's enthusiasm, the little author has decided not to sleep and will continue to write. Right. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. Lastly, once again, heartfelt thanks to all the supporters of Peng Yuyan. Chapter 60. Enel. Whoever loses is your son. P.S. Thank you to all the dear readers for your unwavering support. It remains incredibly strong. Thank you, and thank you again. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. Power generated with love. 227. Other gifts have accumulated to 385. Additional updates. Moreover, gratitude to the likes of Jiang Yuchan, who adores crystals, and the 2 generous benefactors from Half City. More updates. Once again, a heartfelt thank you. What more does the little author need to sleep for? Time to continue writing. Joe's watched Ron, who appeared confident and in control of the situation, and his previously restless heart began to calm. No one noticed that in the corner, Enel had maintained his dazed expression for an hour. In his mind, a fierce internal struggle raged that if he, with such strength, could be referred to as a god, then how should the individuals engaged in battle before him be labeled? He was utterly convinced there are indeed stronger beings out there, and this world is far grander than he had ever imagined. A powerful yearning arose within him. He longed to explore this vast world and experience more of the unknown. However, the dilemma was that directly begging for mercy would be far too humiliating. After all, he had once been a god of the Sky Island. He needed to find a way to save face. At that moment, Enel's gaze inadvertently swept across the battlefield and landed on the joyous figure of Whitebeard. Instantly, an idea sparked in his mind. Eureka, Whitebeard! He suddenly sprang to his feet, like a wild beast finally finding an outlet for its pent-up energy, and roared. What is going on? What is that barking noise? I don't know. He just went mad out of nowhere. With a thud, Joe's angrily stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a sharp blow, the force so great that it seemed to resonate through the air with a dull echo. His eyes wide with fury, he shouted, What are you barking for? You scared me half to death. Enel was momentarily dazed by the sudden strike, but he did not retreat. He shot a disdainful and furious glare at Joe's. Yet he disregarded Joe's provocation and directed his gaze toward the approaching figure of Whitebeard. Whitebeard, Enel's voice echoed across the open space, laced with an undeniable resolve. I challenge you. Whitebeard paused, momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that this young man would so boldly issue a challenge. Then he burst into laughter, his booming voice resonating throughout the area. Grr, little brat, you can't even defeat my son, and you wish to challenge me? Enel's face turned a mix of green and pale at those words. He knew Whitebeard spoke the truth. Each of these individuals was a powerhouse, and his current strength was indeed insufficient to match any of them. Nevertheless, his heart brimmed with unwillingness and stubbornness. He refused to concede so easily. Whitebeard, do you dare accept my challenge? Enel gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Whoever loses is your son. Upon hearing this, Ron was momentarily stunned. Yet soon, he snapped back to reality, involuntarily gasping in shock. This voice, this attitude. Was it truly the Enel he knew? Good heavens, what a bold wager. Even from across the Red Earth continent, one could hear it. Simultaneously, Joe's appeared unusually anxious, seeing Enel daring to shout at his father. He immediately erupted with fury. He charged forward and grabbed Enel by the ear, sternly questioning. How dare you speak to my father like that? Do you even know who you're talking to? Though the grip was painful, Enel bit back a cry, his gaze resolute and calm, as if he were fully prepared. Whitebeard stood quietly beside them, his piercing gaze fixed on Enel's eyes. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he suddenly reached for the nearby Songyun Xie. With a resounding bang, the sharp blade was thrust forcefully into the ground, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. Good, Whitebeard spoke solemnly. I accept your challenge. These words struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer, filling the air with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. Father. Joes wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Marco. Joes, listen to your father. Reluctantly, Joes unlocked the sea prism stone handcuffs binding Enel. The instant the cuffs fell away, Enel felt the surge of power return to his body, the overwhelming strength filling him with a sense of invigoration, even causing his confidence to swell. But thinking of these monstrous beings, he quickly regained his composure. Whitebeard, do not underestimate the former god of the Sky Island. These words emerged from Enel's mouth, tinged with a hint of provocation and defiance. As he spoke, a dazzling lightning aura began to radiate around him, the brilliance flashing like a storm, crackling with energy, shaking the entire space. In his voice filled with confidence, Enel declared his thunder god form. But just as he was about to complete the phrase, his vision suddenly blurred, as if the entire world had become indistinct in an instant. Then a tremendous sense of pressure descended upon him, making it nearly impossible to breathe. He felt a pair of colossal, powerful hands tightly gripping his throat. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation filled Enel with unprecedented terror. He looked up to see that familiar, yet awe-inspiring face of Whitebeard, his deep-set eyes coldly scrutinizing him, as if they could pierce through all secrets. Stop dawdling. Remember, from now on, call me father. A deep and resonant voice emanated from Whitebeard, leaving no room for negotiation. As his words fell, a resounding crash echoed through the air, and Eneru was forcefully slammed to the ground. Although Whitebeard ultimately spared him, the sheer impact was powerful enough to jolt Eneru's internal organs painfully. Cough, cough, cough. The harsh sound of coughing reverberated in the atmosphere, each breath feeling like an exhausting struggle. In that moment, Eneru profoundly grasped the unfathomable might of Whitebeard and how insignificant he was in comparison. With this realization, he finally lowered his proud head and managed to utter, I submit, old man. Jozo interjected. Is that it? How rash. Old man, this fellow is clearly trying to join our pirate crew. His intentions are too obvious. Could there be ulterior motives? Though Whitebeard was aware that Eneru's sudden desire to join likely stemmed from personal motives. It mattered little that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were as inconsequential as dust. Chapter 61. The eruption of contradiction. Seeing Eneru's insistence on joining, Marco stepped forward, frowning. Eneru, regardless of your reasons for joining, if you dare to act against the pirate crew, I will personally see to your demise. Ace, recalling Sachi, grew cold in demeanor, his tone becoming notably unfriendly. "Inaru, I hope you won't regret your decision today." Observing the heightened emotions of those present, Ron contemplated before stepping forward, surveying the surroundings before finally resting his gaze on Inaru. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Inaru, if you wish to join the Whitebeard Pirates. It's acceptable, but given that so many captains have their reservations about you, I trust you understand." Inaru was perplexed. Why had they attacked him so aggressively? With a mindset of, if I can't defeat them, I might as well join them. He felt bewildered that Ron's voice continued. "Since the captain has agreed to your joining, let's consider it. You will serve as an intern within the crew for 2.5 years before being promoted to a full member." 2.5 years? Promotion? Inaru pondered this internally. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied with the arrangement, he recognized that it was not the time to be picky, as long as he could join this powerful team. "Fine, I accept." Without a second thought, he agreed. Whether as an intern or a full-fledged crew member, what mattered was that he could join, and everything else could unfold gradually. He merely wished to accompany these extraordinary beings and witness the world beyond. A week later, as the gold on Skypea was gradually harvested, more and more crew members approached Ron, hoping to replicate or enchant their abilities. Among these were both successful cases and failed attempts, particularly those seeking a second ability, most of which ended in failure. During this period, the overall strength of the Whitebeard Pirates was rapidly escalating. Most crew members, influenced by their captain Edward Newgate, opted to replicate the powers of the Tremor fruit. Despite the replication success rate reaching 100%, the only regret was that the captain's fruit abilities lacked particularly concrete skills to impart to others. For Whitebeard, his ordinary attacks were already powerful enough, almost equivalent to other characters' ultimate abilities. A basic attack was akin to an ultimate move. Hence, he did not require additional special skills to enhance himself. This also meant that those who successfully replicated the powers of the Tremor fruit would have to rely on their own exploration and learning to better wield this strength. Of course, they could also seek guidance and advice from Captain Josiu, in no time. Captain Jose's quarters became exceptionally busy, as one of the few individuals who grasped the essence of the Tremor fruit. He was more than willing to assist the newly joined Tremor users in adapting to and mastering this power. From dawn till dusk, one could always find groups of crew members eager to grow stronger and closer to their captain's level. Gathered around him, listening intently to his shared experiences on how to use the Tremor fruit effectively. "Brother, what technique are you using? Your fingers are shaking nonstop." I call it Tremor Demon." "You've utilized the captain's ability to this extent. I'll let you run 39 meters ahead." Joseph, please no." Meanwhile, Ron's task completion rate steadily increased. Though he was still far from achieving 100 successful replications in the laboratory, Ron gazed at the numbers on the system task panel and sighed. Shaking his head, 0.39100. Still a bit slow. It seems it's time to go out and earn some money. Suddenly, at that moment, the door burst open with a bang, shattering the tranquility of the room. Cornus rushed in, her face etched with urgency and fear, her eyes flickering with an almost imperceptible panic. "Lord Ron, something terrible has happened." Her voice trembled, clearly shaken. Ron stood from his chair, furrowing his brow, his gaze sharp as he looked at Cornus. Has an outsider attacked?" His tone was calm, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of vigilance. No. Cornus quickly shook her head, her voice more hurried. "It's the Shandians. It seems a fight is about to break out." "The Shandians?" Ron repeated the name, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation, that he had long been aware of the irreconcilable conflict between the natives of Skypea and the Shandians. It was only a matter of time before it erupted. However, he hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. It seemed that both sides had been secretly at odds, and today they could no longer contain their tensions. "Let's go see," Ron decisively stated, then stepped forward toward the door. As a seasoned insider, he needed to address this sudden conflict personally. Cornus nervously followed behind him as they both exited the room and headed outside in the square. The Shandians had congregated, their spears pointed menacingly at the native Scypians across from them. Tensions were palpable, with a major clash on the verge of erupting. The air was thick with anxiety and unease, as if a mere spark could ignite the impending conflict. The cause of the situation was remarkably simple. During an exploration, the Shandians had discovered a location rich with gold. However, just as they prepared to excavate further, they were forcefully deprived of these precious resources by the arriving Scypian natives. Historically, the Shandians, known for their peaceful coexistence, would not have resorted to such large-scale violence, even in the face of blatant injustice. After all, to them, those gleaming yet practically useless metal pieces did not warrant a violent dispute. But now, things were different. They had discovered they could exchange gold for the precious soil in the hands of others. This revelation elevated the Shandians' valuation of gold to a level that even surpassed life itself. Thus, the situation escalated until they were willing to go to war. "Lord Ron has arrived," someone suddenly shouted, their voice echoing in the air. This proclamation served as a signal, and the crowd immediately stirred. Both sides appeared shaken by the announcement, instinctively stepping back to create a wide path. Ron remained unfazed, his steps steady and resolute as he walked towards the space between the two factions. Chapter 62. The Sacrifice of Gonfol. The entire Shandian clan defects, following Ron closely. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates watched over him with vigilant loyalty. They had to ensure Ron's safety, as even the slightest misstep could trigger unforeseen consequences. The Shandian chief stood to one side, his gaze cold and keen, fixated on the Scipian leader, Gonfol. Gonfol, equally defiant, met the Shandian chief's icy stare with one of his own, creating a palpable tension between the two. As if a fierce conflict could erupt at any moment. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, the entire scene charged with tension, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of what was to come. "Enough," Ron declared, his expression stern. He had not come to mediate but to deliver a decisive resolution. Such was the privilege of the strong. In the face of the weak, there existed the right to command. Failure to comply meant death. Ron understood that this time, the conflicts between both parties must be resolved comprehensively. Otherwise, future personnel decisions would inevitably lead to discord and unnecessary complications. His gaze swept across each individual present, his cold stare seeming to penetrate their very souls, that a palpable chill enveloped the room, causing everyone to instinctively lower their heads. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Even the sound of breathing felt suppressed, as they all recognized Ron's identity as not only the captain, but also the second-in-command of the entire pirate crew, a figure of immense authority whose words were akin to law in this brutal world of piracy. No one dared to question his decisions, nor challenge his dominion. Thus, they all fixated on Ron, their tension at its peak, hoping to hear words favorable to their kin. With a glance at the gathered crowd, Ron spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "The discord ends here. Both sides must take a step back. You may propose your terms for concession, and I shall arbitrate. Remember, this opportunity is singular. I am aware of your 4-century-long grievances, and the ruling powers bear the most direct responsibility." At this juncture, Ron paused, and the crowd held its breath, as if even their very breathing had become cautious, awaiting the final verdict. The air was laden with tension and oppression, each heart brimming with apprehension and unease. And on the side of the Sky Island natives, Gonfal's eyes flickered with a hint of desolation, a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow evident in his expression, that he looked back at the residents of the Sky Island, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Then he stepped forward, each movement heavy with the weight of his entire community's fate. Bowing earnestly to Ron, he spoke with an ineffable gravity. "Honorable Ron, as the leader of the Sky Island residents, none understand our discord better than I, that this enmity, built over countless years through blood and hatred, cannot be resolved with mere words." That he then slowly turned to face the leader of the Shandians and his kin behind him, his eyes filled with resolve and determination. "The blood-soaked animosity demands a blood-soaked resolution. I willingly offer my life as atonement, hoping that after my death, our two races will cease their mutual enmity and cherish this hard-won peace." "What?" The Shandian leader was visibly moved, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Did this man truly intend to atone with his life? Such a decision sent tremors of fear through him. The Sky Island residents gasped, their expressions a tumult of conflict and turmoil. Must the discord truly escalate to this point? Was there truly no other resolution? Ron cast a surprised glance at Gonfalor, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he said nothing that as Gonfalor had articulated. The feud between the two parties was one of blood vengeance, resolvable only through blood. This was a harsh and unavoidable reality. "Gonfalor, if you are genuinely willing to atone with your life, I, the Shandian leader, vow that we shall thereafter coexist peacefully with the Sky Islanders." The Shandian leader declared solemnly, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, that he understood the magnitude of this decision. Yet for the sake of his people's future, he felt compelled to make such a sacrifice. Other Shandians, though somewhat dissatisfied by the harshness of the terms, recognized it as the best outcome available and resignedly accepted it. Very well, I humbly ask Lord Ron to bear witness, lest my death go unacknowledged. Ha ha ha. Gon Fuer jested, his eyes resolute and determined. Clearly having made up his mind, he placed a hand over his heart, and with a powerful thrust, unleashed a tremendous force that shattered his own heart. A bloom of blood erupted into the air, vibrant yet tragic, as if narrating the last glory of a warrior. Gon Fuer's body collapsed weakly to the ground, yet a smile of contentment lingered at the corner of his mouth. For him, to exchange his life for the peace between their races was a matter of pride. Man is destined to die, and he had died with purpose. Enough. Ron waved his hand, signaling that the matter had concluded. Immediately, several individuals from the Sky Island rushed forward, carefully retrieving Gon Fuer's body. Their movements were gentle and solemn, as if bidding farewell to their brave leader. In that moment, both the Shandians and the Sky Islanders were profoundly moved by Gon Fuer's sacrifice, their hearts swelling with complex emotions. Ron then turned to the Shandian leader, his gaze imbued with inquiry. The Sky Islanders have atoned with death. How do you intend to respond? The Shandian leader, having lived long enough, understood Ron's implication. Without a trace of hesitation, he stepped forward, bowing deeply as he declared, Lord Ron, the warriors of the Shandian tribe are fearless and valiant. They are willing to serve you, to become your most loyal warriors. Upon hearing this, Ron raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by the unexpected generosity of the offer, pledging the entire race as support. Such determination and resolve were not qualities possessed by many. Leader, how can this be? A Shandian warrior exclaimed, his voice brimming with disbelief and indignation. Indeed, leader, I too can die to atone. Wappa followed suit, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I am also willing to sacrifice for our kin, Raki joined in, her voice clear yet resolute. However, the Shandian leader's vehement scolding interrupted them. Silence. His voice resonated like thunder, silencing any further dissent. Once again, he bowed his head, patiently awaiting Ron's response, though the other Shandian warriors harbored discontent. They dared not defy their leader's command and could only lower their heads in silent anticipation. Chapter 63. For additional updates. You are using this to test the cadre, P.S. For the crystal-loving Jiang Yuchan. Half a city and the two esteemed leaders. Additional updates. At this moment, the Shandian leader held his breath. Entirely composed, he understood that this decision would determine the fate of his entire race, having pondered it for a long time before arriving at this difficult choice. Only by doing so could they fundamentally alter their racial destiny and return to that sacred land. These outsiders were all powerful individuals, each possessing astonishing strength. Even the once invincible god Enel had been easily subdued by them, their mastery of power instilling fear within him. Fire, light, ice, all these forces were no less formidable than Enel's lightning, embodying true divine power. Faced with such formidable adversaries, the Shandian leader recognized that his tribe was incapable of opposing them. Thus, he made a shocking decision, to pledge his entire tribe to Ron. He was uncertain whether this decision was correct or what challenges and difficulties lay ahead. However, having reached this juncture, they had no path of retreat. For the sake of their tribe's future, and to reclaim that sacred land, they must bravely take this step. Ron gazed deeply at the lowly postured Shandian leader, an indescribable sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He recognized that in this chaotic world, encountering such a perceptive and prudent individual was truly rare, that a leader of a tribe must possess not only strength, but also the wisdom to gauge the situation. And this leader before him was undoubtedly such a sage. 10 years. Merely 10 years of loyalty, and you shall regain your freedom. Ron's words, though soft, struck each heart like a hammer, especially the leaders, upon hearing this. The Shandian leader's face turned pale. He misinterpreted Ron's statement as dissatisfaction with them and hastily began to explain. Lord Ron, please believe that the Shandian tribe sincerely wishes to submit, with no hint of deceit. Yet, before he could finish, Ron gently raised his hand to interrupt him, that a flicker of warmth passed through Ron's gaze. Yet it was accompanied by an undeniable firmness. I do not distrust you. I merely believe that such a lengthy period is unnecessary. Moreover, we cannot remain here indefinitely. Upon hearing this, the Shandian leader felt a weight lift from his heart, nodding vigorously in understanding. The surrounding warriors also brightened, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of hope. If it was merely a decade, that was a condition they could accept. Leader, I am willing. One warrior stepped forward first, his voice filled with conviction and determination. I too am willing. If it is only 10 years, what is there to fear? Another warrior closely followed, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. Soon after, a multitude of warriors expressed their willingness to accept the condition. Their responses surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire scene in an atmosphere of fervor. Ron observed it all, nodding slightly with a satisfied smile gracing his face. He understood that these Sandia warriors were not only physically exceptional, but, more importantly, profoundly loyal and honorable. Otherwise, they would not have steadfastly remembered the promise made 4 centuries ago, nor would they have exerted such tremendous effort for it. Such individuals were undoubtedly the strength he most required. Ron, what do you intend to do with these fellows? Jaws approached, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, inserting his query with a hint of confusion and disbelief, clearly taken aback by Ron's sudden decision to recruit the Sandia warriors. Ron turned to him, a smile illuminating his face as he patiently explained, Jaws, we must broaden our horizons. It is impossible for us to remain confined to a small island. As time progresses, our territory will expand. And with it, our wealth and gold at that juncture. Managing such abundant resources and land will necessitate capable hands. Upon hearing this, Jaws appeared to grasp part of the concept, yet uncertainty lingered in his voice as he replied. It seems so that he awkwardly scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. Ron continued, Moreover, you are aware that treasures such as gold are inevitably coveted by others. Thus, it becomes particularly crucial to find those who are loyal and do not covet wealth. They would not betray us for material gain. Rather, they could serve us wholeheartedly. After absorbing this explanation, Jaws suddenly enlightened. I see. They are just that. His gaze shifted toward the Sandia warriors, and he couldn't help but marvel. These warriors possess combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary pirates. What is more, they exhibit no interest in gold. As long as we provide them with a trivial piece of land as a reward, they will fight with the fervor of a zealot. It is absolutely perfect. With this realization, Jaws couldn't suppress his admiration, exclaiming, What a bargain! Truly, Ron, your foresight is remarkable. Ron shook his head, evidently irked by Jaws' unoriginal flattery. He let out a soft sigh and turned to leave, leaving Jaws to chatter away at the spot. Moments later, when Jaws finally came to his senses, he noticed that Ron had vanished, clearly having entrusted him with the task of organizing these personnel alone. Recognizing the weight of his responsibility, Jaws promptly adjusted his mindset. Becoming exceptionally serious, he nodded solemnly in the direction Ron had departed, as if assuring both himself and the distant Ron, Rest assured, I will complete this task with utmost diligence. After resolving matters with the Sandia tribe and the indigenous people of the Sky Island, operations on the island finally fell into a proper rhythm, and the golden vein was being fervently excavated. The process of purifying the gold was remarkably simple, with Enel volunteering for the task. The rumble fruit not only generated lightning, but also harnessed intense heat, melting and purifying gold, along with the addition of borax for further refinement, was effortlessly straightforward. Consequently, Enel received a fair share of gold based on his labor, yet he remained indifferent to it, generously donating all to Jaws. That, of course, he claimed it was a gift, but he was quite intrigued by the dark substance that had enveloped Jaws' fist when he had been defeated. Oh, are you using this to test the crew? Jaws feigned anger, accepting the gold without revealing his true feelings. That, Jaws, big bro, could you enlighten me on what that dark substance actually is? Enel genuinely sought to understand, feeling quite unsettled by his unexpected defeat. Given your sincerity, I shall briefly explain, lest we lose face as members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Absolutely. Enel eagerly listened. That is hockey. Hockey, yes, it truly gives me a headache. I forgot you were a newcomer. Very well. Let me start from the beginning. Hockey is divided into 3 types. P.S. The additional update activity continues. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed readers. Do not underestimate the humble power of love-fueled writing. It is the greatest support for an author. I am moved to tears. Chapter 64. An unexpected visitor. NEI. Jin. P.S. A brief report from the small author regarding yesterday's results. The love-fueled writing amounted to only 247. This figure represents the total after converting all other gifts into love-fueled writing, which did not meet the requirement of 300 for an extra update. However, with the unwavering support of two remarkable readers. The tomato that grew up eating West Red's tomatoes, I am deeply thankful. Thus, an extra update. Additionally, you may have noticed a slight decline in data over the past couple of days, which saddens me. Yet, the small author finds joy in the pain, for the joy lies in having such understanding and supportive readers who motivate me to write. I shall refrain from excessive sentimentality and continue to write. As always, your support is my greatest driving force. Writing, writing, writing. Important things must be repeated thrice. Haha. It has succeeded. I have become the wielder of the tremor fruit. I am a mythical beast. Phoenix form. Brothers, when you are injured, I shall heal you. Is that healing even legitimate? I still need the light fruit. Henceforth, I shall be a mobile artillery platform. Thank you, Vice Captain Ron. Long live Lord Ron. Ron gently nodded, a faint smile adorning his face, as he watched their figures gradually fade from view. Subsequently, he waved his hand lightly, signaling Cornus to begin tidying up. Once the surroundings fell quiet, Ron turned and made his way to a nearby recliner, settling down slowly and comfortably leaning against the soft backrest. Closing his eyes, he allowed his consciousness to delve deep into his mind, where a virtual system panel awaited him. With a mere thought, the panel activated, clearly manifesting before his eyes 0.4810 times. Ron silently calculated, recognizing that he had completed nearly half of the task. With this thought, a slight smile crept upon his lips, revealing a sense of satisfaction. The Sky Island had indeed met his expectations, living up to its reputation and brimming with various adventures, each exploration yielding unexpected rewards, particularly the Golden Vein. However, after this period of effort, it seemed that the resources on the Sky Island had been nearly depleted, and remaining here might not yield significant gains. Thus, regarding his upcoming plans, Ron had already begun to formulate initial ideas for seeking new targets. Where should he go next? Ron furrowed his brow slightly, gazing intently out the window as he contemplated his forthcoming course of action. Just as he fell into deep thought, a series of rapid and chaotic explosions suddenly shattered the surrounding tranquility. The sound suggested an unexpected incident, leaving Ron feeling puzzled. Lord Ron, a towering iron man with wings, has arrived outside. Cornus reported urgently, her face etched with concern as she turned to convey this pressing situation to Ron. Upon hearing this news, Ron's brow furrowed even deeper. Wings? Iron Man? These two keywords instantly conjured a potential figure in his mind. It couldn't be him. Ron pondered inwardly, swiftly making a decision. Let us go and take a look. Understood. Cornus nodded resolutely, then turned to retrieve two helmets, donning one for herself and handing the other to Ron. Lord Ron, this is the latest super vehicle developed by Captain Ace. Its speed can reach 10 times that of a regular vehicle, she explained, her tone laced with pride and anticipation. As they walked outside, Ron noticed a brand new vehicle parked at the entrance, having seemingly appeared out of thin air. This motorcycle was not only visually striking, but also reportedly possessed greatly enhanced performance. The design of this vehicle was indeed astonishing, starkly contrasting with the usual means of transportation. It had an overall shuttle shape, measuring 2 meters and 8 centimeters in length, wide enough to accommodate one person. Its front was sharp like an arrow, while the rear was streamlined like a rocket, perfectly aligning with the principles of aerodynamics. This design was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also significantly improved flying speed and stability. Witnessing this spectacle, Ron's heart brimmed with curiosity and amazement, wondering where Ace had acquired such advanced design and technology. Could it be that the Sky Island was indeed connected to the Moon People? Was there some hidden legacy of blueprints? Lord Ron, you need not worry about safety, Cornus assured sweetly, mistakenly assuming Ron's unease stemmed from concerns about riding this new type of vehicle, even if an unexpected situation arises. I will ensure your safety, as she spoke. A confident smile graced her face. In truth, her family possessed a considerable reserve of gold, which he had fully utilized just days prior to acquire a mythical beast-type Immortal Phoenix fruit from Ron. This animal-type mythical beast not only enhanced her physical strength and recuperative abilities, but also rendered her daily tasks significantly easier. More importantly, it allowed her to remain by Ron's side at all times, providing him with meticulous care and attention. Conies felt immensely satisfied with this arrangement. Ahem, off we go. Ron noticed that since Conies had become an empowered individual, her recovery and endurance had surged dramatically. He was almost on the brink of malnutrition himself. Soon, their gaze fell upon the square ahead. According to Conies' description, what she referred to as the Iron Man was engaged in a tense standoff with members of the Whitebeard Pirates. The air was thick with a palpable tension, as it seemed conflict could erupt at any moment. Upon catching sight of the other party, Ron immediately recognized him. It was Jean, one of the three calamities of the Beast's pirates. Known as the Flame Calamity, Brother Ron, Roji is here. The vice captain exclaimed, "Whoa, the vice captain has arrived." The Super Dominator dove down at breakneck speed, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky, swiftly closing the distance to the ground. Just as everyone believed it was about to crash, this sleek, racing vehicle seemed to possess a life of its own, suddenly soaring upward before gracefully tracing an elegant arc in the air. Following that, it executed a stunning drift, the thunderous roar gradually diminishing as the Super Dominator came to a smooth halt, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly and leaving onlookers awestruck. "My Lord Ron, we have arrived," Coney said with a sweet smile, as Ron slowly disembarked. She had practiced with the Super Dominator for quite some time. Ron was momentarily taken aback. While Coney's appeared demure, she was in reality quite audacious. Simultaneously, his gaze locked with Jin's. The vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ron. Jean appraised Ron from head to toe, noting that he appeared even younger than he did on the bounty poster. Ron's eyes were sharp as blades, piercing into Jin's. As if attempting to unveil his innermost thoughts, Jean, on the other hand, seemed somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting to encounter such a young vice captain here. "Flame Calamity Jean of the Beast Pirates, what brings you to this sky island?" Ron inquired coolly, his tone laced with an undeniable authority. He was not inclined to believe that the other party's presence was merely a coincidence. After all, this was their territory, and Jean, as a significant member of the Beast Pirates, must have had a specific purpose for appearing here. Chapter 65. Roll back and tell Kaido that there will surely be a battle between him and me. Jozu narrowed his eyes and shifted to the left, positioning himself to directly protect Ron in the event of a conflict. Though his movement was subtle, it was imbued with vigilance and caution, showcasing his profound distrust of Jean. Observing the overly alert group, Jean instinctively took a step back, but he understood that any rash action could provoke unnecessary hostilities. Thus, he spoke slowly, "I have come specifically to discuss a collaboration. There is nothing more enticing than becoming a dual fruit user." As he glanced around at the group, he continued, "You may present any demands. Anything within the capabilities of the Beast Pirates can be accommodated. Alternatively, you can state a price, and we can negotiate." Jin's tone was filled with sincerity and confidence. After all, most pirates ventured forth in search of treasure, and he believed these individuals would not easily dismiss his proposal. Moreover, he had vaguely overheard that they were vigorously seeking gold, further solidifying his conviction that they would not forego this opportunity for trade. "I know you have been searching for gold," Jean continued. "If you are willing to collaborate with us, I can assure you that you will acquire ample wealth, be it gold, silver, jewels, or other precious items. We can fulfill your request." Jin's gaze was resolute, as if he could already envision the successful conclusion of this transaction, but he understood that if he could win over their hearts, the ensuing matters would become significantly simpler. After all, in this perilous and opportunistic sea, nothing unites people more than trust and profit. That's so. Ron mused, lowering his head in contemplation, but he was not deliberating on whether to accept the other party's proposal. Rather, his mind was racing with schemes on how to deceive this armored individual out of gold, ideally at a cost to him, perhaps even extracting some blood. Just as he was lost in his own calculations, a sudden thunderclap reverberated above them. The unexpected sound sent a shiver through everyone, and soon after, numerous lightning foxes rapidly converged from all directions, swiftly coalescing in the air into a humanoid silhouette. As the storm clouds descended from the heavens, they crashed forcefully into the ground, producing a deafening roar. The earth fractured instantaneously, forming a massive pit, with dense cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. Subsequently, a towering figure emerged before them. Whitebeard, standing at an imposing height of 6 meters, he was enveloped in a tempestuous aura of lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence that was difficult to gaze upon. At that moment, the air was thick with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill to go back and tell Kaido that there will assuredly be a battle between us. Whitebeard's voice boomed like thunder, deafening and resolute, directly dismissing Jin's proposal for collaboration. Jin's expression darkened instantaneously. He had previously believed himself sufficiently powerful, yet now, facing Whitebeard, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Yes, he witnessed Whitebeard not only hovering in midair, but also wielding the power of lightning. His pupils constricted in shock, his heart beset by tumultuous waves of astonishment. Whitebeard could control lightning. Jin gasped internally. How could this be? Was he truly a three-fruit user? Realizing this, Jin couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He knew that Whitebeard's Tremor fruit possessed immense offensive power, and combined with the formidable recovery abilities bestowed by the mythical beast type Immortal Phoenix form, he had virtually no weaknesses in battle. Now, with the addition of natural lightning powers, could such a figure truly exist? Jin silently lamented. If he could indeed harmonize these three powers perfectly, how grotesquely formidable would his true strength be? At this moment, Jin deeply comprehended that the chasm between them and Whitebeard was far more profound than he had envisioned. Confronted with such an almost invincible being, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and dread. Nevertheless, as one of Kaido's trusted subordinates, he understood he could not easily retreat. Hence, despite his inner turmoil, he endeavored to maintain composure, bracing himself for whatever might transpire next. May I inquire why you refuse to collaborate? We can offer vast treasures. Wouldn't mutual benefit be more advantageous? Whitebeard scoffed, his gaze frigid as he replied, Kazuki Oden is my son. Is that reason not sufficient? Jin inwardly cursed, realizing the gravity of the situation. This truly complicated matters for any potential collaboration, that he understood that, for Whitebeard, family was paramount. No amount of wealth could substitute for that. Whitebeard continued, even if Odin is flawed, he remains my family. My son will be taught by me, not slaughtered by Kaido. Whitebeard's words cut to the heart of the matter like a sharpened blade. His stance was steadfast and unequivocal, devoid of any room for negotiation. Before I change my mind, I suggest you leave. Whitebeard's voice grew colder, as if he had lost all patience. To Jin's expression dimmed, his heart heavy with resignation and disappointment. This negotiation had concluded in utter failure. The relationship between the two parties had reached an irreparable state, leaving them with no choice but to depart. Jin, eyes downcast, recognized the finality of their severed ties. Remaining here would only bring humiliation upon himself, so he turned to leave. Ron observed Jin's retreating figure and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Just as he was about to voice something, he suddenly heard Jozu lamenting nearby. What a pity! If only Dad had arrived a bit later. That Jozu's gaze was fixed intently on the departing Jin. His eyes filled with reluctance and regret, as if he were witnessing a heap of gleaming gold slip away right before him. We will eventually have to engage them in battle. Why not secure a down payment first? Jozu grumbled, his voice tinged with frustration and reluctance. In response to Jozu's words, Ron remained silent, while Marco immediately countered, Jozu, let us not forget that we are legitimate pirates, not those despicable individuals who thrive on deception. Ace also added, even if the money were obtained through unscrupulous means, I would refuse to accept it. Upon uttering these words, everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs, leaving only Jaws standing there, appearing somewhat at a loss. However, it wasn't long before Jaws seemed to recollect something, his gaze once again resolute. In pursuit of the goal of accumulating 6 billion berries, I will give it my all, he murmured to himself, his tone brimming with determination. Chapter 66. A special update for the two great figures. Are the three fruits aiming to kill me? I await your challenge. P.S. An additional update for the two esteemed figures. Yuan 2 and the tomato that grew up eating tomatoes. 2 days later, the ominous island of Wano welcomed the return of a significant figure, Jin, this formidable general, second only to Kaido within the Beast Pirates. had finally returned from an external mission. As he stepped into the Grand Hall, he sensed the palpable tension that enveloped the air. Inside the hall, members of the Flying Six stood in 2 rows. Their expressions notably grave, their faces fluctuating between shades of anxiety. These individuals were the elite of the Beast Pirates, typically exuding an air of authority, yet now they appeared somewhat unsettled. They were taken aback by the news Jean had brought back. Yet they had no choice but to believe it, for there was no point in fabricating lies regarding such matters. Black Maria's heart raced furiously, almost leaping from her chest. Her voice trembled slightly. Whitebeard has truly become a user of 3 devil fruits, and he seems to be deeply troubled by that individual. This is dire. This statement detonated like a heavy bomb within the hall, causing quite a stir. Everyone understood that if Whitebeard had indeed acquired the powers of 3 fruits, his strength would reach unprecedented heights. This posed an immense threat to them. Even more concerning was the fact that Whitebeard appeared particularly fixated on someone, undeniably complicating and endangering the situation further. Runny, filled with discontent, tightly embraced Page One. Her brows knitted as she exclaimed, "Whoever dares to harm little Pei, I shall not spare them." Cough, cough. Page One struggled violently, his voice laced with evident asphyxiation. "Sister, I can hardly breathe." His face had turned crimson, his hands desperately attempting to extricate themselves from Runny's grasp. Runny gasped, her eyes wide with fear and concern as she hastily released the now flushed Page One. "Little Pei, are you all right? You won't die, will you?" Her voice was rife with anxiety and unease, as if she were on the verge of tears. Runty incessantly shook Page One's head, attempting to rouse him from his faint. But this excessive shaking only worsened the situation. Onlookers were left speechless, shaking their heads in exasperation. Although Page One wished to speak, he was dizzy from the shaking, struggling to articulate anything beyond a few indistinct sounds. Fusef, observing from the side, scoffed disdainfully at Runty's frantic demeanor. "Even if he's fine, you'll be the one to shake him to death." "Useless woman, what?" Runty abruptly halted, spinning around to glare at Fusef, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if ready to strike at any moment. Her body tensed, fists clenched, prepared to unleash her wrath. However, just as she was about to erupt, Page One swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her to quell her impulsive behavior. "Say that again, if you dare to imply my little Pei will die." Runny's voice dripped with anger and menace, her struggles intensifying. Yet Page One held her firmly like an unyielding fortress, refusing to let her go. "Sister," Page One implored anxiously, "be quiet. I won't die. Besides, Kaido is here. Let's not create a ruckus." His tone carried a hint of helplessness and embarrassment, clearly exasperated by his sister's behavior. Page One's embarrassment was palpable, akin to being stripped bare in a 3-bedroom apartment. He was utterly at a loss with this sister of his. He understood her fiery temperament, but had not anticipated her to lose control in such a situation. Runny's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Page One, her face a canvas of grievance and confusion. "Little Pei, you think I'm noisy?" Her voice quivered, evidently stung by his words. "Page One. Others. Enough!" Kaido crushed the gourd in his hand, his gaze sharp as a knife, seemingly capable of piercing one's very soul. His voice rumbled low yet authoritative, causing the atmosphere around them to feel as though it had solidified. Miraculously, Runty refrained from immediately retorting or berating Kaido. In the past, had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have exploded in fury. But at this moment, she simply stood silently, seemingly lost in the echo of Page One's remark about noise, unable to extricate herself. "Humph," Kaido sneered, his voice laced with contempt and arrogance, an old fool nearing his end, thinking that possessing the power of 3 fruits can vanquish me. "Ha ha." As his laughter reverberated, a wave of overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from him, radiating outward with ferocity. This power was so formidable it rendered all present breathless, as if they were burdened by an immense mountain, struggling to inhale. The Flying Six members broke out in cold sweat, their terror palpable as they stared at Kaido, inwardly lamenting. As expected, he remains this strong. Even in the face of an opponent like Whitebeard, he shows no fear, but rather becomes more exhilarated. "Whitebeard!" Kaido suddenly bellowed, his voice thunderous and echoing throughout the space, "that I await you in Wano. Come and fight." His words brimmed with arrogance and supreme confidence, clearly ready to face any battle that lay ahead, above the sky. At Angel Island's base, a unique atmosphere lingered in the air, imbued with the briny scent of the sea and the palpable tension that arises between formidable adversaries at that moment. In an expansive training ground, Whitebeard patiently guided Ace through his training, that he held high hopes for Ace and aimed to utilize his own experience to facilitate Ace's rapid growth. Remember, Ace, Whitebeard spoke earnestly, true power emanates from the unwavering, will deep within one's heart. Though the devil fruit grants you unique abilities, it will always serve merely as an auxiliary tool. The true determinant of victory lies in one's personal strength. Upon hearing this, Ace nodded in understanding, fully aligning with his father's perspective. Father, actually, Brother Ron had previously mentioned something similar to me, that he said that Hockey can perfectly counter Logia-type users, even compelling elemental foes to revert to their original forms. Ah, it seems you have grasped the essence of it, Whitebeard said with a satisfied smile, adding, that's good to know. Did not waste your time fiddling with those useless shells. Training your Hockey is paramount. Focusing on refining your armament and observation Hockey is of utmost importance. Chapter 67. Teaching Ace the 3 types of Hockey. P.S. A brief report from the author regarding yesterday's performance. The total number of love-fueled contributions amounted to only 151, with all other gifts converted into love contributions, falling short of the 300 required for an additional update. Esteemed readers, please do not grant the author a respite. Do not allow me any rest, but rather spur me on with generous gifts. Please thoroughly exhaust my backlog. Lastly, thank you. Thank you once again. I express my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. After imparting his advice, Whitebeard emphasized once more, as if fearing Ace had not heard him clearly. Understood, Father. Just as the two engaged in conversation, suddenly, Whitebeard extended his right hand and playfully delivered a gentle tap to Ace's head, a forceful yet harmless gesture. Ouch! That hurts, Ace winced, clutching his head in pain. Yet even so, he did not neglect to continue practicing the skill in his hands, knowing that it reflected his commitment to self-discipline. Observing this tenacious and diligent child before him, Whitebeard felt a wave of warmth surge within him. However, he quickly regained his serious demeanor, turning to inquire, by the way, have you encountered any issues regarding Conqueror's Hockey? As far as I know, you have yet to master its control, correct? Faced with this question, Ace awkwardly lowered his head. Indeed, despite having awakened this rare ability, he struggled with its practical application due to a lack of systematic training and insufficient experience. Yes, Father, that I have been persistently seeking the appropriate method to master this skill. Yet it seems that I am perpetually unable to find the correct direction. When he was 10 years old, the 3 brothers ventured out and encountered a perilous situation. Luffy was on the brink of being slain by those pirates. Unbeknownst to him, he unconsciously unleashed the Conqueror's Hockey, incapacitating all those who sought to harm him at that time. He was unaware that it was indeed the Conqueror's Hockey that he had released. And it was only later that his father discovered and informed him. However, he could never quite wield the Conqueror's Hockey, nor could he control it effectively. Whitebeard gradually set down his weapon, the heavy sword emitting a dull thud as it met the stone bench. He turned to Ace, his gaze profound, as if he could penetrate the depths of Ace's thoughts and confusions, that he then gently seated himself upon the adjacent stone bench, his movements grand yet remarkably steady, causing not the slightest tremor. Observing this, Ace also took a seat, adjusting his posture before attentively listening to his father's teachings. The Conqueror's Hockey, Whitebeard softly reiterated, a hint of barely perceptible emotion in his tone. It is a unique ability emanating from the spirit of the strong. Its potency directly correlated to one's mental fortitude and willpower at this juncture. He paused, seemingly lost in the reminiscence of his youth. This power cannot be attained through mere training, but it can be better controlled through continuous practice. Ace listened intently, his eyes sparkling with a fervent desire to learn. He understood that in this world, aside from the formidable powers bestowed by the devil fruits, Hockey is fundamentally what defines the limits of the strong. So, how can one effectively master the Conqueror's Hockey? He eagerly inquired, in its initial phase. The Conqueror's Hockey is often inadvertently unleashed due to uncontrolled emotions. Whitebeard patiently explained, what you need to learn now is how to manage your emotions. When you can maintain composure and rationality, in any situation. You will have reached the basic standard. Upon hearing this, Ace nodded in realization. During the past period, due to an over-reliance on the powers of the devil fruits, he had indeed neglected the development of his other potentials. I see, he remarked. It appears that I must not only enhance my strength, but more importantly, fortify my inner resilience. Precisely, Whitebeard affirmed, the Conqueror's Haki is not merely a means of attack. It is a powerful aura that showcases oneself and influences others. As your experiences broaden and you encounter more challenges, your spirit will gradually become more resolute and potent. Remember, true strength lies not only in formidable martial prowess, but also in unwavering conviction. These words profoundly inspired Ace, filling him with boundless aspirations for the future. From that moment forth, he resolved to no longer solely depend on external assistance, but to strive to unearth and harness all of his inherent potential. Whitebeard held great expectations for Ace. Seizing his weapon once more, the blade roaring as if it had come to life, that he fixed his steadfast gaze upon Ace, his voice imbued with authority and anticipation. Now, let us train your observation haki. Ace was drenched in sweat, nearly devoid of the strength to move a single finger. He wearily inquired, Father, the sky has darkened. I senti it time for a meal? His stomach had begun to protest, the pangs of hunger nearly eclipsing his fatigue. Gulalala. In his weakened state, it was indeed an opportune moment to train the observation haki. However, Whitebeard disregarded Ace's complaints and, without hesitation, hoisted him up and flung him into the air. Ace screamed in terror. Father, I'm not ready yet. Ace watched closely this strike. Whitebeard's voice thundered through the air. Ace's eyes widened in fear as he beheld a trace of armament haki enveloping his father's blade. This revelation sent his heart racing to his throat. Father, you're serious. Ace's voice trembled, for he had never witnessed his father so solemn and earnest that Whitebeard's gaze turned steely, his training of Ace unwaveringly rigorous as he instructed. Feel it deeply, and use your mind to discern the trajectory of the blade. Only amidst life and death can the instinct for survival be unleashed. Ace felt a tightening in his chest. Acutely aware that his father's words were no jest, taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. He recognized that this was a rare opportunity. Others would yearn for such a chance. Ace, you cannot evade this strike. Henceforth, you shall be known as One-Eared Ace. Whitebeard's words conveyed a hint of jest, yet they were underscored by expectations and encouragement for Ace. Ace stood dumbfounded, hastily focusing his attention, channeling every ounce of his potential. As if every pore on his body transformed into an eye, he exerted himself to locate and predict the trajectory of his father's strike. Under the intense pressure of impending death, his consciousness seemed to enter a peculiar state. Time slowed to a crawl, almost halting entirely. He could distinctly hear the birds chirping in the forest and even observe the movements of centipedes beneath the leaves that in this extraordinary state, even with his eyes closed. He could vividly perceive his father's attack, discerning the direction of his assault and predicting the trajectory of the blade. I see it. I see it. Ace's heart swelled with elation, this unprecedented sensation igniting both excitement and anxiety within him. He understood that this was the manifestation of both his body and spirit reaching their limits, a surge of potential erupting at the precipice of life and death. Chapter 68. Bigum. An invitation from Fishman Island. He dared not relent, maintaining unwavering concentration as he scrutinized and analyzed every movement of his father, attempting to devise the optimal counter-strategy. His father's attacks were akin to a tempest, every strike imbued with lethal menace. Yet, under this immense pressure, Ace discerned a glimmer of hope. He began to adapt to the rapid tempo of battle, capable of predicting his father's next move. His heartbeat quickened, blood surged within him, as if he had been set aflame. In that moment, Ace suddenly felt a powerful force surge from within, his gaze sharpening as his body became increasingly agile. With a sudden jolt, Ace opened his eyes wide, a crimson flame igniting within his pupils. At that moment, Whitebeard's blade was perilously close to his ear, glinting ominously, exuding an irresistible force. As the tip of the blade was about to sever his ear, Ace shifted his body slightly to the right. Merely an inch. This minuscule movement, akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings, precipitated a monumental change that Whitebeard's blade grazed his side, crashing down with tremendous force. A piercing sound of air being sliced filled the atmosphere. Yet it did not graze Ace in the slightest. Upon witnessing this, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter, brimming with admiration and joy for Ace, his laughter resonating through the air, as if even the surrounding winds were captivated. Gently swaying the leaves, the battle continued, and Ace became increasingly adept. Not only could he evade his father's strikes, but he also began to find opportunities to counterattack. With each clash, he could sense his progress. The rapidity of his growth astonishing even himself, that he understood that all of this stemmed from the potential he had unleashed at the brink of death, a force that was gradually aiding him in turning the tide of battle. Gulalala. Today, as training concludes. Tomorrow we commence training in armament hockey. Though Ace lamented in agony, deep within, he was profoundly grateful to his father. Previously, due to his father's physical condition, he had been unable to personally guide him, leaving a lingering sense of guilt. Now his father could finally rectify that regret by directly overseeing his training. This transformation was all thanks to the arrival of Brother Ron. Ace silently expressed gratitude to Ron and nodded earnestly at his father's departing figure, as if to convey, "Rest assured, father, I shall not let you down." He understood that this was his father's expectation for him, as well as his own promise that he would strive diligently, continually enhancing his strength until he became a formidable warrior. Akin to his father, the following day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, gently illuminating every corner of the Sky Island, the entire all seemed to be imbued with new life. The golden radiance intertwined with the blue sky and white clouds, forming a breathtaking tableau that invigorated the spirit. The air was infused with a refreshing essence, mingled with the sense of earth and blooming flora, prompting one to take deep breaths, savoring the rare tranquility and beauty of the moment. The people of the Sandia tribe had gathered early, preparing to embark on their daily task of searching for gold veins. This endeavor represented both a challenge and an opportunity for them, for once they discovered the precious resource, they could exchange it with the adults for supplies, potentially even acquiring divine abilities. This not only promised to significantly enhance the living conditions of their kin, but also to bolster the strength of their entire tribe. Hence, everyone appeared particularly earnest and exhilarated as they set forth, fueled by aspirations of a brighter future. Meanwhile, the indigenous inhabitants of the Sky Island began to busy themselves, yet their primary tasks were closely aligned with the necessities of daily life. Some were responsible for gathering fresh fruits and vegetables, ensuring that everyone had an ample supply of nutritious food. Others focused on repairing homes and cleaning the streets, striving to maintain a tidy and aesthetically pleasing living environment. While a portion of the population dedicated themselves to crafting handmade goods or educating the children in various skills and knowledge. Through their contributions in their respective fields of expertise, they collectively upheld and nurtured the cultural and social fabric of their land. Within the quarters of the Whitebeard pirates, the atmosphere was decidedly grave, as all the captains of the divisions had been summoned urgently. They sat in the spacious room, each bearing expressions of tension and anticipation. In the center, Whitebeard sat in the main seat, his gaze calm and steady, as if he held complete dominion over the situation. That it was only when Ron entered, clad in a pristine white lab coat, that Whitebeard lifted his head slightly, casting a gentle look towards the young scientist. "What is happening that warrants such urgency?" Ron hastened to the front and took a seat beside Whitebeard at that moment. Several key captains, including Marco, Ace, and Jaws, stood nearby. Ron, particularly bewildered by the abrupt summons to such a meeting, pondered that such an emergency assembly of all captains would only be convened in the face of a particularly significant matter. "Ron, perhaps this is a fortuitous event," Whitebeard remarked with a slight smile, noticing the young man's perplexed expression, his voice imbued with wisdom. He then turned his gaze to Marco, who nodded in understanding and took it upon himself to elucidate. "Father, allow me to explain." With those words, the room fell into a deeper silence, all present holding their breath in anticipation of the forthcoming announcement. Marco cleared his throat and began. "This morning, we received news from Fishman Island. One of the four emperors, Big Mom, is set to host a grand banquet there and has specifically invited our Whitebeard pirates to attend as honored guests at the conclusion of his statement." Everyone was momentarily stunned. "What a jest! Big Mom has invited us as guests. Captain Marco, is this some sort of deception? Our relationship with her is far from amicable. How could she possibly extend such an invitation? Indeed, what does that madwoman intend? Is she plotting to ambush us?" Haha, an ambush would suit us perfectly. We could use the funds. If it weren't for Father's poor health, we would have settled the score while Big Mom had her sights on Fishman Island. Absolutely. We must go and reclaim our honor. A fervor swept through the captains, each one seething with indignation and eager to confront Big Mom, their eyes alight with the flames of vengeance, as if they were prepared to charge out and engage in a fierce battle with her crew. Chapter 69. Enel. First mate, please grant me this opportunity. P.S. Brothers, yesterday's achievements. Generating power with love 136. Oh, this includes flowers, likes, love letters, urging updates, and blades. Please generously send your love-powered contributions. Absolutely free. No cost involved. Just a 15 or 20-second advertisement will suffice. This book currently has over 10,000 readers following along. It would be easy for each person to help amass 300 contributions upon reaching 300. An extra chapter will be added. Generous contributors will receive an additional chapter. Brothers, unleash your free contributions upon us. The humble author has prepared a broken bowl for your generosity. Lastly, heartfelt thanks to all the supportive brothers. The author is typing fervently. Ron squinted slightly, contemplating Big Mom's intentions, searching for a thread of clarity amidst the chaos. According to the previous plot developments, Fishman Island had been seized by Big Mom 2 years after the Marineford War. Yet its location, deep beneath the ocean at a depth of 10,000 meters, rendered it a natural fortress, nearly impossible to breach. What could Big Mom want with such a place? The cost would outweigh the benefits. Ron furrowed his brow, replaying various possibilities in his mind, yet he could not arrive at a reasonable explanation. Just then, he inadvertently glanced at Whitebeard and suddenly had a thought that if one were to seek a motive, it could only be the ancient weapon Poseidon. That is to say, Shirahoshi, who, although yet to awaken, possesses considerable summoning and destructive potential. Should Big Mom gain control of her, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, Fishman Island harbors vital historical texts, containing records of the world's truths, which are of immense value, especially given their intrinsic connection to One Piece. With this realization, Ron's conviction strengthened. Big Mom's objective likely centered upon one of these two treasures. Or perhaps both. Enough, youngsters. Whitebeard's voice, deep and authoritative, resonated through the air, instantly silencing the room as if time itself had paused. All the captains turned their gazes towards him, filled with reverence and expectation, regardless of what that madwoman intends, or her schemes concerning Fishman Island. Whitebeard continued, his tone resolute and unequivocal. Those who dare to provoke the Whitebeard pirates must face the consequences. His words struck each heart like a thunderous blow, leaving all present in a state of unprecedented shock. They understood that this was not merely a simple declaration. It represented the unwavering resolve of the entire Whitebeard pirates to retaliate against any threat without mercy. With Whitebeard's proclamation, the room erupted into a cacophony of thunderous cheers. Father, my laser cannon is itching for action. I'll freeze Big Mom solid. What? Freeze her solid? And then what will you do? Goodness, brother, such a heavy taste. May I have a word? Fishman Island is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Anyone who dares to encroach shall pay the price. The crowd was invigorated. Having been idly languishing, they were suddenly electrified at the prospect of battle, particularly those captains who had recently acquired devil fruit powers and were eager to unleash their strength. Whitebeard raised his hand for silence, then turned to Ron. Ron, I leave the other matters to you. I shall focus solely on the fighting. Ron nodded and began to designate a few individuals to remain stationed on the Sky Island, as it was essential to ensure there were no vacancies. Even though few ventured up here routinely, it was prudent to make necessary preparations. Once everyone had departed, Enel lingered behind, casting a discontented glance at Ron, his eyes reflecting a sense of grievance, akin to a jilted lover. Filled with dissatisfaction and complaint regarding the current situation. What is it, Enel? Is there something else? Ron inquired curiously, slightly perplexed by the man's expression. First mate Ron, may I accompany you? I do not wish to remain here. Enel's voice carried a hint of pleading as he hastily volunteered. We will undoubtedly require a ship to traverse the surface, and the Moby Dick cannot fly. Even those subpar shells would be of little use. Ron furrowed his brow. Contemplating Enel's proposal, he recognized the validity of Enel's argument. They indeed needed a vessel to navigate the surface. However, He was also wary of whether Enel's motives were entirely sincere. Moreover, with so many of us, a single small ship would be insufficient, Enel continued, seemingly prepared with a solution. I propose we use my former arc maxim. Only then did Ron grasp Enel's true intentions. It was evident that he was eager for adventure. Moreover, Enel articulated his points with such clarity and logic that Ron found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Nevertheless, Ron resolved to temper this individual's enthusiasm, ensuring he remained grounded. Very well, your proposal is commendable, Ron replied slowly. I had almost forgotten about the arc maxim. Let Isaac take the helm, as he is also a Thunderfruit user and should be capable of handling the task. Upon hearing this, Enel was immediately agitated. What nonsense is this? After all my efforts, you're letting someone else steer the ship. His voice brimmed with urgency and dissatisfaction, nearly reaching a crescendo. First mate, I can sail. I can indeed. He was almost stumbling over his words. The arc maxim was constructed by me. No one knows it better than I do. In a bid to prove his competence, Enel insisted, I assure you I can exceed expectations in this role. Please trust me, First Mate. With that, he grasped Ron's hand, speaking in a tone that was almost desperate. First Mate, please grant me this opportunity. Ron gazed into Enel's eager eyes. Deep in thought, he was acutely aware of the profound affection Enel harbored for the arc maxim. For it was a vessel he had crafted with his own hands. Moreover, as the wielder of the Rumble fruit, Enel possessed a unique prowess in wielding electricity. Witnessing the tears welling in Enel's eyes, Ron recognized that he had struck the right chord. Perhaps granting him an opportunity was not out of the question. Thus, he gently patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Enel, the role of helmsman is not to be taken lightly. It carries immense responsibility. Rest assured, Vice Captain Ron, I am exceptionally adept at navigation. The arc maxim is destined for the vastness of the sea. The mere East Blue is certainly within my capabilities. Enel declared confidently, a radiant smile gracing his face, that he understood the weight of his responsibilities and the significance this opportunity held for him. Very well, considering your unwavering determination, I shall entrust you with the position of helmsman. Seize this chance wisely, Ron nodded, a glimmer of well-deserved approval flickering in his eyes. Thank you, Vice Captain Ron. I promise to fulfill my duties, Enel replied with resolute eyes, though internally he felt a trickle of cold sweat. While he maintained a facade of calm, he was, in truth, somewhat anxious and apprehensive. After all, the coveted position had nearly slipped through his fingers. Yet, the thought of finally departing from this place to explore a broader world filled him with anticipation and exhilaration. Chapter 70. Whitebeard. The ship could use a few more dragons elsewhere. Upon Ron's return to the Appiato laboratory, he was greeted by the sight of Whitebeard waiting at the entrance. A wave of curiosity washing over him as he pondered the captain's unexpected presence. Captain, what brings you here? Ron inquired, his tone laced with confusion. Whitebeard, upon noticing Ron's arrival, broke into a broad grin and stepped forward. Speaking in a conspiratorial tone, Ron, my boy, would you be interested in acquiring Kaido's blood? At this, Ron's pupils dilated sharply, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. He inhaled deeply, tentatively asking, Kaido, Captain, you don't mean to confront Kaido, do you? Gwaha! Whitebeard erupted into a hearty laugh, his eyes sparkling with confidence. At least you understand me, Ron. Though I have little regard for that scoundrel Kaido, his devil fruit abilities are undeniably practical. Ron nodded in agreement, acknowledging the undeniable truth. The Azure Dragon form not only commanded the elements of wind, fire, and lightning, but also possessed the ability to soar through the clouds, with an extraordinary regenerative capacity. Such powers would undoubtedly appeal to any pirate. Whitebeard continued his analysis. Currently, we find ourselves on Skypiea, and traversing up and down is quite cumbersome. If we could acquire a few dragons as means of transportation, it would resolve our predicament perfectly. Ron concurred, Captain, your idea is indeed feasible. However, we must meticulously devise a concrete plan. We cannot afford to squander this rare opportunity. After all, as one of the renowned Yonko, Kaido must have amassed considerable wealth. Oh, Whitebeard's interest piqued. While he was not particularly motivated by money, he recognized that they were in dire need of funds. What specific plans do you have in mind, Ron? He inquired with keen curiosity. Ron pondered for a moment. He had been formulating a strategy to confront Kaido for quite some time, Though he had not anticipated its swift execution, their pirate crew's strength continued to grow. Previous concerns gradually ceased to be obstacles. "Here is the plan, Captain." Ron began slowly. "You can engage Kaido on Onigashima, and as for the calamities, we shall restrain as many as we can, even if we can't neutralize them entirely. It will suffice that we can enlist Enel, Zoro, and Dyson, those who possess the abilities of the Rumble Rumble fruit, to join the fray. Their speed is remarkable, allowing them to seize substantial amounts of gold and jewels in a short span of time, all while evading capture." With each passing word, Whitebeard's eyes grew brighter, unable to conceal his delight. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. "Gwahaha! Ron, my boy, what a splendid idea. Let us do just that." The thought of witnessing Kaido's downfall brought Whitebeard immense joy. He envisioned the expression on Kaido's face upon discovering that the treasure he had hoarded over the years had vanished, and his heart swelled with glee at the prospect. Meanwhile, Ron utilized a Den Mushi to contact several individuals. Before long, the air was charged with crackling lightning and shimmering rays of light. The captains and leaders of the affiliated pirate crews arrived with enthusiasm, their faces brimming with eagerness for battle. "Vice Captain, old man, are we truly going to take on Kaido?" One of the captains asked impatiently. "Fantastic! I've been itching for some action," another captain chimed in excitedly. The atmosphere was thick with tension and exhilaration as everyone prepared for the impending confrontation. They understood that this would be a rare and significant battle. Unbeknownst to them, they would soon return to Wano. And Aizu wondered if everything was well there, and he murmured to himself, feeling somewhat melancholic. The last time he left Wano, he was accompanied by Odin, and the memories of that time lingered vividly in his mind. Now he was to return alone. "Odin, I will avenge you," he declared, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles white, the sound echoing like thunder on the silent deck. His eyes shone with unwavering resolve, a testament to his profound nostalgia for his friend and his determination for the battles ahead. "All right, this mission is of utmost importance," Ron said as he approached, patting Aizu's shoulder. He understood the complexity of Aizu's emotions at that moment. But as the vice captain, he bore the responsibility of ensuring everyone remained calm and comprehended the significance of their orders. Aizu looked up at Ron, his expression conflicted, as he opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. The gentle sea breeze swept through, alleviating some of the heavy emotions and ushering in newfound hope. Aizu took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and resolutely nodded. "Yes, Vice Captain, I will heed your commands." "Enough, I know what you're thinking," Ron interrupted Aizu. He then addressed the group, his gaze piercing as he surveyed them. "Your task this time is to plunder all the treasures of the Beast Pirates while Old Man occupies Kaido." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Each person recognized the gravity and danger of the mission, yet it was equally enticing. After all, they were about to raid a Yonko. "Next, Aizu, your target is Kinemon, though he is merely a puppet general. He has accumulated a considerable fortune over the years." Ron paused, assigning him a special task. "Once you arrive, you may act as you wish, but remember that plundering treasure is our primary goal, and do not get captured." Upon hearing this, Aizu's eyes widened with excitement as he gazed at Ron. This was his privilege, to complete the mission while having the opportunity to seek a measure of revenge for Odin. A warm surge of gratitude enveloped him as he thought, "Thank you, Vice Captain Ron." He deeply bowed, his voice filled with appreciation. He understood that this trust and opportunity were hard-earned and must be seized. "Now, let's aim to strip Kaido of all his treasures. Leave him not a single belly." Ron jested. "That I promise to accomplish the mission. Rest assured, Vice Captain, even if I don't manage to seize the treasure, I'll cause chaos amongst their ranks." Precisely. My laser cannon may not be precise." The group was unable to contain their excitement, their spirits soaring as this would be their inaugural battle as Devil Fruit users. They were determined to fight beautifully and emerge victorious. "Gwaha! All right, kids, let us set sail. P.S. A crucial matter reiterated thrice. Free love-powered support is greatly appreciated. Oh, absolutely free, no cost. Just a brief 15 to 20 seconds of advertisement will suffice." This book currently has over 10,000 readers eagerly following along. With each person's support, it's quite easy to gather 300 units of love-powered support. Upon reaching 300 units, an additional chapter will be released. Generous benefactors will also receive an extra chapter. Brothers, shower your free support upon us. The humble author is ready with an empty bowl. Lastly, heartfelt thanks to all the brothers for their unwavering support. The author is typing away. Typing furiously. Chapter 71. Whitebeard descends upon Wano. Hockey shockwave. P.S. Brothers, the results from yesterday were impressive. The strength was just right, factoring in gifts like flowers, urging for updates, bubble milk tea, blades, love letters, etc. That equates to 327 units of love-powered support. An additional chapter today. Before delving into the main text, allow me to express a few sentiments. The young author is immensely grateful to all the esteemed readers who have supported him along the way. He has consistently reciprocated with additional updates and has remained true to his word, never having broken a promise or left a chapter unfinished. Every day, he diligently crafts his narratives, letting his actions speak for themselves. Each chapter comprises approximately 2,000 words. Those who read swiftly may finish in 3 to 4 minutes, while others may take 7 to 8, yet the author himself requires an hour to write. And when faced with creative blockages, it may extend to 2 hours or more. Some readers might find the author's request for gifts somewhat off-putting, but alas, to produce more content, he must carve out time to write, which may take an hour or perhaps 2 for an additional chapter. However, your contributions are remarkably simple, merely a gesture of love in the form of support, which is free. All it takes is watching a 15 to 20-second advertisement. Honestly, do not underestimate the impact of such support. It is profoundly beneficial to the author. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that each gesture of love translates to 3 dimes, of which the author only receives 1 dime. Other gifts are also distributed proportionally. Therefore, 300 gestures equate to a day's worth of meals, ensuring the author does not starve. For as long as he is not starving, he can continue to write. Without further ado, he once again expresses his heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed supporters and resumes his writing. As the last words faded, Whitebeard's body instantaneously transformed into countless dazzling bolts of lightning, racing towards the heavens like a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Old man, wait for me. A captain, witnessing the spectacle, refused to lag behind. His body swiftly elementalized, transforming into a multitude of twinkling lights, following the direction in which Whitebeard had disappeared with remarkable speed, as if he were exerting every ounce of strength to catch up. Observing this scene, the others promptly emulated him, rapidly elementalizing themselves. In an instant, an extraordinary sight unfolded above the divine island of Appiato. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined with a dense swarm of luminous points, forming a dazzling light ribbon reminiscent of the Milky Way. This electrifying galaxy, composed of lightning and luminous points, traced a long arc across the night sky before ultimately disappearing into the distant horizon. This magnificent spectacle not only astonished all the witnesses present, but also left the island's inhabitants in awe. They had never beheld such a wondrous and beautiful sight. Pausing to observe, their hearts brimming with reverence and curiosity, that in a secluded corner of the forest, Ace was wholly engrossed in training his observation hockey. He had just closed his eyes, skillfully evading the pounce of a tiger behind him. However, at that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, gazing skyward. What on earth is he up to now? A speed contest. He scoffed, a flicker of defiance glinting in his eyes. Though both he and his opponent possessed the powers of Logia-type devil fruits, the other's speed was evidently superior, which left Ace feeling somewhat disgruntled. What is there to be proud of? My flame fruit is no slouch, he muttered to himself. Just as those words left his lips, a tiger leaped at him once more. Ace reacted swiftly, delivering a punch that felled the beast. Subsequently, he ignited a bonfire, preparing to roast meat, while also commencing his training in armament hockey that I must constantly enhance my strength to gain the upper hand in future battles. Hockey is the passport to becoming a formidable warrior. Thus, he continued to immerse himself in rigorous training. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, Kaido lay comfortably on a spacious chair, soundly asleep, surrounded by countless empty barrels of sake, the air thick with the potent aroma of alcohol. The underlings stood nearby, gazing at the haphazardly strewn barrels, their hearts a mix of curiosity and trepidation, reluctant to approach for fear of the consequences. Let us hold off on tidying up for now. We'll wait until Lord Kaido awakens, one underling murmured, his eyes betraying a fear of the unknown repercussions. Indeed, I wish to live for a few more years, another echoed, his voice trembling slightly. The two exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement, and turned to leave this perilous place. However, just as they took their first steps, the ground began to tremble violently, accompanied by a resounding roar that sent waves of panic coursing through them. "What is happening?" One of them exclaimed in terror. "That I'm not sure. It seems like an earthquake," the other responded, equally flustered, searching frantically. Just then, a massive stone on the roof, loosened by the violent shaking, lost its support and plummeted towards the slumbering Kaido's head. With a resounding crash, the stone struck him on the head. This unexpected event left all present in shock. No one had anticipated such an occurrence. As the dust settled, they beheld Kaido lying there, seemingly unfazed, his brow not even furrowing, save for a faint mark on his head. The air around them froze instantly, everyone holding their breath, awaiting whatever might transpire next. Kaido groggily opened his eyes, hazily spotting two quaking underlings. "What are you doing? Don't disturb my rest. Get lost," he bellowed before succumbing to drowsiness once more, resuming his snoring. Yes, we're leaving now." The two underlings, clearly paralyzed with fear, hastily turned and fled, eager to escape this place. At that moment, Kaido had even glimpsed his great-grandmother. Outside Onigashima, alarms blared through the skies. Whitebeard, gripping Song Yuncut with one hand, hovered in midair, arcs of electricity flickering beneath him. His gaze cold and resolute, he slowly retracted his right hand. And a mountain peak was obliterated by his recent punch, with rubble scattering and dust swirling. This punch was indeed unleashed by Whitebeard. His intention was simple, to declare to Kaido that he had arrived. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed he had not achieved the desired effect. After all, Onigashima was Kaido's stronghold, a domain primarily inhabited by formidable foes or allies. There were no civilians to be found. Thus, Whitebeard had no need to show mercy. The atmosphere crackled with tension, as Whitebeard's presence swept over the area like a raging tempest. Surrounding pirates halted their actions, their gazes fixated upon Whitebeard. They understood that this legendary man, once he struck, would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of Onigashima. And Lord Kaido would certainly not stand idly by. A cataclysmic battle was on the verge of commencing. If one punch was insufficient, then let us create more commotion. Whitebeard's voice reverberated through the air like thunder, emanating an unprecedented aura. This power was so formidable that it felt as though the surrounding air was being torn asunder, producing a piercing shriek. With his roar, a torrent of black-red Conqueror's haki erupted from him, spreading outward like a tidal wave. This Conqueror's haki not only enveloped the entirety of Onigashima, but began to expand outward, seeking to engulf all that obstructed its path. In the blink of an eye, the entire island was shrouded in this domineering force, the sky darkening as if night had suddenly fallen. The relentless onslaught of Conqueror's haki crashed upon everything on the island, each impact akin to tumultuous waves battering the shore. Be it sturdy structures or solid rocks, all appeared feeble in the face of such overwhelming energy. The entire Onigashima trembled as if it were on the brink of annihilation. And at the heart of this storm, Whitebeard stood as an invincible entity in the eyes of all, akin to a deity. Chapter 72, Kaido's Ecstasy, a slash that sends the flame calamity flying. The patrolling minions, caught off guard, suddenly felt an immense force surging towards them, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness in an instant. The captains and leaders experienced a similar fate, merely groaning a few times before collapsing, unable to rise again. The members of the Flying Six were also struck by this sudden wave of haki, their heads pounding painfully, yet they endured the agony, filled with confusion. They could not comprehend why Lord Kaido had suddenly unleashed such a fierce attack. Was there an emergency? Soon, however, news spread among them, revealing that this wave of haki did not originate from Kaido. Upon hearing this, panic gripped everyone. Oh no! Whitebeard has arrived! Everyone get up! As the eyes of Onigashima, the royal guard, immediately noticed Whitebeard and conveyed this message through a special means. Kaido, who had been lost in the haze of alcohol, was abruptly awakened by the thunderous roar of Whitebeard's Conqueror's haki. Akin to a lightning bolt piercing the night sky, he abruptly opened his eyes, anger and astonishment flickering within them. Which fool dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Kaido roared, rising to his feet. His body trembling with rage, he swiftly seized the nearby Bikichiji, bracing himself for the impending confrontation with the approaching adversary. Yet, at that very moment, a familiar and formidable aura halted his movements. Wait a moment, this overwhelming presence. It can only be Whitebeard. A flicker of surprise graced Kaido's face, transforming his previously hostile gaze into one of exhilaration. His heartbeat quickened, as if he were enveloped by an invisible force, an insatiable desire for confrontation and the thrill of facing a formidable opponent. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, I knew you would come. Kaido's laughter echoed, infused with anticipation and excitement. And no sooner had his voice faded than a remarkable transformation began to unfold. His muscles swelled with rapidity, revealing the gradual emergence of blue dragon scales beneath his skin. Next, his head contorted as a pair of massive dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, sharp dragon claws replacing his hands, culminating in the appearance of a long, sinuous dragon tail that a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the room, shaking the very foundations of the space. The roof was utterly obliterated in that instant, tiles scattering in all directions. Kaido had transformed into a majestic blue dragon, soaring into the sky. Whitebeard, you have finally arrived. He shouted from midair, his voice resonating across the island, heralding the dawn of an epic battle. Outside, the atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the silence, reverberating like thunder, filled with boundless rage and defiance, as if it sought to tear the world asunder. Upon hearing this unexpected bellow, Whitebeard momentarily paused, ceasing his use of Conqueror's Haki. His gaze shifted towards the colossal mudskipper that had risen from the ground, a sardonic smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. This smile bore both contempt for the foe and confidence in the imminent success of his plan. Subsequently, Whitebeard silently nodded to those concealed in the shadows below, poised to strike at any moment. This simple gesture served as a silent command, instantly clarifying the next course of action for all those waiting. They sprang into motion, executing their preordained tasks with utmost stealth. If someone were to gaze down from above at that moment, they would witness a surreal spectacle. Countless tiny yet dazzling lights, beams of electric arcs and flowing brilliance, swiftly traversing the hidden structures, ultimately vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, one of the calamities, Jin, materialized on the battlefield like a bolt of black lightning. He had already been present on Onigashima, and with a physique surpassing others, he was the least affected by Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki. Thus, the moment the Haki dissipated, he was the first to charge forth. Whitebeard, you truly have come. Jin, having previously witnessed Whitebeard's thunderous power, understood that the latter was indeed a genuine user of 3 devil fruits. Rumors had it that Whitebeard's physical condition had severely deteriorated, succumbing to illness, relying on medication to sustain his life. However, it appeared that he was in even better shape than the last time Jin beheld him. Such robust vitality led Jin to firmly believe that Whitebeard must possess a Zoan-type ability, perhaps even that of Marco's phoenix form. Yet, Jin had never witnessed Whitebeard's prowess firsthand, and with Kaido behind him, it was prudent to gauge Whitebeard's strength before any unnecessary sacrifices were made. After all, they faced a legendary man, and any reckless action could lead to irretrievable consequences. Flame Calamity Jin. Whitebeard murmured he had not intended to engage Jin, deeming such an opponent unworthy of his full might. However, the words of that boy, Luffy, and the current mission compelled him to reconsider. He knew that if he could restrain Jin for even a minute, it would grant his sons an additional minute to search and prepare. Protracting the struggle would consume time. A swift strike would be far more efficient. Resolving not to squander any more time, Whitebeard prepared to act. Before his words had fully dissipated, his form abruptly transformed into a lightning-like entity, closing the several hundred meters between them in an instant. What? Jin's complexion turned ashen, that he had not anticipated Whitebeard's sudden assault, let alone such breathtaking speed. While he was still reeling from shock, he beheld Whitebeard, arms raised high, with the colossal Murakumajiri positioned directly above him. This strike will be fatal. Consider yourself fortunate. Whitebeard's voice was cold and resolute, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. As his words fell, the thunderous blade encircled by lightning descended with immense force, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. In that moment, the world seemed to come to a standstill. Thunder cut, Diao Zizenhuang. In a panic, Jin hastily grasped the corners of his head, pulling it back sharply while enveloping himself in armament haki, that he then released his grip, propelling his head forward like a slingshot, aiming to collide with Whitebeard's Murakamajiri. Chapter 73. Triple Update. Whitebeard, you had better kill me, boom. At the instant of impact, Jin's body was sent hurtling away without a moment's hesitation. The force was so overwhelming that he could not withstand it. Like a bullet exiting a barrel, Jin's form shot toward the ground, the speed astonishingly swift. Crash! With a thunderous boom, the earth instantly caved in, splintering as if the very ground quaked. Cracks rapidly spread towards the buildings behind, the sounds of destruction echoing incessantly as countless structures collapsed, dust billowing into the air, obscuring the sky. After striking Jin away, Whitebeard did not glance back at the fallen figure. For him, delivering such a blow was already a significant concession, as few could provoke him to act personally in this world. The air was thick with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, just as everyone believed the battle was drawing to a close. An ill-timed voice of mockery shattered the silence, declaring, "It seems the position of the big board still belongs to me." Fuzz as the voice faded, a man clad in brilliant red attire, his features obscured by an ornate mask, slowly stepped into the center of the battlefield. Fuzz his eyes glowed a fiery crimson, akin to twin lanterns ablaze with fury, rendering it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. As Fuzz raised his eyes to Whitebeard, an overwhelming force surged within him, as if something was awakening. His form began to contort and warp. Muscles swelled, bones cracked, and stripes akin to those of a saber-toothed tiger emerged upon his skin. He had long coveted the position of the big board, and the swiftness of this day filled him with an overwhelming sense of pride. Whitebeard, you tread the path of heaven, yet refuse to walk it. You burst into hell without invitation. I shall claim your head to solidify my place on the big board. A cruel smile graced his lips, his voice dripping with provocation, that in an instant, his form vanished from sight. His speed so swift that the naked eye could not track his movement, that in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Whitebeard, fingers claw-like, enveloped in a layer of pitch-black armament haki, with a sinister grin. He lunged towards Whitebeard's heart. Witnessing this scene, elation surged within him. It seemed that the legendary Whitebeard was not so formidable after all, unable to match his speed. As he envisioned the moment of triumph, his fingers crushing the heart of this Yonko, his entire being quivered with excitement. In the next moment, his fingers pierced through an invisible barrier, directly penetrating Whitebeard's form. Yet astonishingly, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound, as if it were not a solid entity, but merely an illusion. More crucially, throughout this entire encounter, Whitebeard remained utterly motionless, akin to a statue, seemingly awaiting something. Impossible. Fuzz was engulfed in confusion and disbelief, but he could not comprehend the events unfolding before him, as they transcended the realm of his understanding. Just as he was submerged in bewilderment, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly whispered in his ear, as if it were a low murmur from the depths of hell. Too slow. Do you find amusement in calling out to my afterimage? What? Upon hearing these words, Fuzz Fu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, an unprecedented chill coursing through his body from head to toe, as an overwhelming sense of life-and-death crisis sent shivers down his spine. Before he could recover from his fear or make any attempt at resistance, Whitebeard had already unleashed a fist, enveloped in a translucent force field, striking his abdomen with tremendous force. The speed of this blow was astonishing, and its power was so immense that it felt as if it could shatter his very organs. Fuzz Fu was beset by a wave of excruciating pain, propelled backward by the sheer impact. Crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, in that moment, he finally grasped the staggering chasm that lay between him and the legendary powerhouse before him. Jinjin Aishan. Boom! Fuzz Fu was sent hurtling through the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing, the exact number of which was impossible to determine. In an instant that a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he abruptly lost control of his body, careening out of the battlefield and crashing into the distant woods. The rustling leaves seemed to draw a heavy curtain over this fierce confrontation. Fuzz Fu's figure vanished amongst the dense foliage, his fate uncertain, leaving behind a profound silence and the acrid scent of blood lingering in the air. Whitebeard. Kaido had finally arrived, his massive dragon head twisted in a menacing grimace, countless sparks of fire gathering in his gaping maw. A brilliant blaze surged rapidly from his abdomen, converging in his throat as he exhaled a scorching breath. Molten flames, formed from magma, could strike from several kilometers away with devastating force, capable of vaporizing an entire mountaintop in an instant. Ah! Whitebeard scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Had it been in the past, he would have effortlessly countered Kaido's attack with a single punch, but now, it was too slow. Kaido, have you truly grown old? Whitebeard's voice was laced with mockery, as he questioned whether such a sluggish attack was born from fear of his evasion. And no sooner had the words left his lips than lightning crackled around Whitebeard. As if serpents of electricity danced around him, in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing above Kaido's head. Today, we settle both old and new scores, his voice thundered, echoing like a clap of thunder. What a privilege, Kaido roared in response, his tone brimming with madness and fury. Whitebeard, you better kill me. Fulfill this old man's wish. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from Kaido, shaking the heavens. He then opened his cavernous jaws and lunged directly at Whitebeard. With a swift motion, Whitebeard thrust his sword, Kanji-Yunki, straight into Kaido's gaping maw. Should the beast bite down, it would undoubtedly pierce through his mouth. Clang! Sparks flew. Kaido's massive teeth met the blade of Kanji-Yunki, locking it in place and preventing Whitebeard from withdrawing it. Whitebeard realized he could not pull back Kanji-Yunki, his brow furrowing in concentration. That moment, Kaido began to thrash violently, shaking his colossal dragon body in an attempt to fling Whitebeard off. However, Whitebeard clung tightly to the hilt of Kanji-Yunki, his feet firmly planted on Kaido's enormous jaw, unwavering. P.S. Brothers, the additional updates continue. The author needs to ponder the upcoming plot. Furthermore, do any readers have ideas for fruit combinations? Suggestions will be considered in order of likes. Feel free to leave your thoughts below. I'll start. Combining the fusion fruit with the gold fruit equals armored form. Chapter 74. Chaos on Onigashima. Yellow ape everywhere. P.S. 247. Yesterday's results were unfortunate, truly regrettable. We were just a few likes away from 300. Please, dear readers, lend a hand. We're so close. The other members of the Flying Six, witnessing this scene, were equally struck with astonishment. Whitebeard had truly arrived. How dare he? Fool! Have you forgotten that Whitebeard is no longer the same as before? We are all well aware of the regenerative abilities of the Zoan type. Any slight loss of life force can be replenished in the blink of an eye. Terrifying. Whitebeard was already formidable, and now he was holding his own against Lord Kaido. I sensed that Whitebeard is not even exerting himself. Black Maria furrowed her brow in analysis. Pejuan involuntarily clenched his fists. Snorting coldly, I believe Lord Kaido is also not exerting himself. The Dio not underestimate the enemy, nor belittle Lord Kaido. Upon hearing Runty's discontented complaints, Black Maria's brow slightly furrowed, yet she did not respond immediately. She continued to observe everything around her, feeling a tinge of unease. This unease made her feel that things were not as simple as they appeared. Runty paced restlessly, visibly irritated and dissatisfied. Humph. This is so boring. Whitebeard has come alone, and we aren't even part of the fight. Her tone was filled with complaints and dissatisfaction. This remark suddenly sparked realization in Black Maria. Her eyes brightened as she finally grasped the source of her earlier unease. Indeed, given Whitebeard's character and the style of his pirate crew, it was impossible for him to come alone. That if Whitebeard had truly arrived, then there must be other members secretly providing support or assistance. With this thought, Black Maria immediately became vigilant, scanning her surroundings for possible hidden figures. Everyone, Black Maria said sternly, I fear that something is amiss. Whitebeard cannot possibly have come alone. Her voice bore a clear note of concern and warning. There must be others lurking in the shadows. A solitary battle is not in keeping with Whitebeard's pirate crew's style, she cautioned, scrutinizing every corner more carefully, hoping to detect any signs of abnormality. Upon hearing her words, the others were abruptly awakened. Pejuan exclaimed, We've been deceived by Whitebeard's crew. What happened, little Pei? Who tricked you? I'll kill him. Runty appeared furious, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. At that moment, Calamity Jack hurried over. He looked up at the fierce battle still raging between Kaido and Whitebeard, his expression darkening ominously. His gaze shifted to the members of the Flying Six beside him, his tone laced with anger and confusion. Flying Six, why aren't you helping Lord Kaido? What are you doing here? Black Maria felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She thought to herself, is this guy's brain made of dung? Can't he see that Lord Kaido currently has the upper hand? Moreover, when has Lord Kaido ever needed assistance? Intervening now would be tantamount to courting death. However, in response to Jack's inquiry, she tried to remain calm and did not directly retort. Jack, something feels off. Pejuan voiced the suspicions that had arisen among the few. Upon hearing this, Jack's expression darkened further. Just as he was about to explode, a voice cried out, everyone! Something is wrong. There are many yellow apes running rampant throughout Onigashima. What? Many yellow apes? Bao Huang, do you even hear what you're saying? Runny replied, exasperated, no. I mean, many individuals possessing the abilities of the yellow ape are wandering around Onigashima, as if searching for something. Bao Huang's voice was sharp and urgent. He was the observer on Onigashima, and no disturbance escaped his notice. Whenever anything unusual occurred, he was always the first to know and report it swiftly to his superiors. As expected, I knew Whitebeard would not come alone so easily. Jack said angrily, where are they now? How dare they target the beast pirates? I'll crush them. They are everywhere, Bao Huang said, shaking his head in distress, his tone filled with urgency and helplessness. These individuals move at lightning speed, almost like teleportation, making it impossible to accurately track their movements. Warehouses, prisons, orchards, kitchens, streets, even the bathhouse has had traces of their presence. Bao Huang listed several locations in one breath, that it's too numerous. Those beings emitting light are all over the island. Just then another urgent report came in. Wait! An invader with natural lightning abilities has also been discovered near General Orochi. This news intensified the already tense atmosphere. The guy hasn't left. He has been lingering near Orochi without moving. Bao Huang added, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Originally irritated by the incessant chatter, Jack felt the pressure of pent-up rage finally find a target upon hearing this concrete information. That fool Orochi is of no use. Jack thought to himself, since that's the case, I will personally capture that individual. That he turned to his subordinates, instructing them, you are responsible for capturing the intruders on Onigashima. Having given his orders, Jack swiftly departed, leaving the disgruntled members of the Flying Six standing behind. Runny snorted disdainfully, clearly unconvinced by Jack's orders. Humph, who wants to take orders from him? I'm staying right here to watch Lord Kaido. Her tone was filled with disdain and contempt. Pejuan followed suit, voicing his dissatisfaction. When did it become his turn to give orders? However, after a brief moment of complaint, Pejuan's gaze shifted towards the silent and stoic Black Maria. Furrowing her brow, Black Maria's tone grew serious. Those invaders on Ghost Island must be halted. Regardless of their intentions, they undoubtedly pose a threat to us. Her words seemed to serve as a stark reminder to everyone present about the gravity of the current situation. Sasaki nodded in agreement, fully aware that despite his dissatisfaction with Jack's actions, the paramount concern was to safeguard the interests of the 100 beast pirates. That in a low voice, Black Maria suggested, let that great foolish elephant show some authority. With that, she took the lead and began to depart. Come on, Pejuan beckoned the others. We must hasten to thwart those possessing the Goro no Mi Humph. Chapter 75. It's over. The warehouse is completely empty. Slaughter the great serpent. Meanwhile, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates possessing the Goro no Mi had all transformed into light. They darted through Kaido's stronghold, wreaking havoc in every corner. Neither hidden alcoves nor sturdy walls could impede their relentless advance. Their sole objective, to search for treasure. Moreover, some of the division commanders, displaying remarkable cunning, managed to capture 2 tongues and, through coercion and persuasion, swiftly uncovered the location of the treasure vault. Armed with this intelligence obtained through clever means, they set forth towards their goal without hesitation.